Maybe.
Oh, I guess we'll see.
There we go.
You're live.
It says you're live.
It says we're live.
Oh God.
Does say you're live.
Check it.
Let's say you're live.
It looks like you're live. You are live.
Looks like we're live.
Yeah,
I've
yeah.
never. Oh, it's live.
Yeah, it's showing your laptop. Showing your laptop.
Okay, here we go.
Oh crap.
No!
We got
Now
stream
we're
session
talking.
right now
Oh,
with the
okay.
camera. There we go.
Oh my god.
All right.
That was hilarious. Hey, welcome to the live. How you guys doing?
Hello, everybody.
Hello.
If anyone has tuned in yet, let me make sure everything is up and running.
You
Good.
check the sound.
Everybody good? Everybody good?
Sounds good. Everything's showing up on.
Can you hear me?
Set up.
okay.
Yeah, bro. Roll
Yeah.
the intro. We're good.
Well, intro, it's real basic. This is a NAKAMA discussion. We're going to be talking about some One Piece greatness. There's a lot going on in One Piece right now. OPLA, anime, manga, we got G5 coming. There's so much happening right now. So I just want to get with the boys and talk about it. So, how you guys doing? I'm Ronnie Williams at RonWillWin. And we got gang with us here. We got BK, Brandon King. We got Dax Sake in the building.
What up,
Brother
y'all?
Doron, Eden, Greg, Caleb,
Here.
Kev, Killer Comedy in the building.
Hello.
Boo, Mr. Twitchy, my boy Andy Lex,
What's
and
up?
the walking W himself, WTJ. Terrible. TJ in the building.
What's good? What's good?
What's up, y'all? How y'all doing?
Oh, we
How you
chilling?
We're doing pretty good. Just waiting, you know.
What you waiting for?
Me, I know I'm taking mad long.
What you waiting for, man? We got a lot. There's a lot of good stuff to be waiting for right now. And I feel like the anime though. That's the thing everyone's waiting for the most right now. I feel like
Absolutely.
That's a fact.
year 5th. I mean, it could actually be like a climactic shock, like in the One Piece community in terms of like bringing new people and just being on the forefront of people's minds and stuff. That's gonna be crazy. I mean, it's only a week away, right? It's next week. Next weekend.
Next week?
Yeah.
Oh boy.
That means we get what? Drums tomorrow. Then.
I think it's gonna be shown in theaters in some like areas. Like
Yeah.
That's so awesome. That's so awesome.
Yeah, I'm trying to get some. I don't know. I gotta stream it though. I can't. I'm torn. Do I have friends over? Or do I stream it? What do I do? I don't know.
Have
You can
friends over.
stream. You can stream your friends and you reacting to it.
Stream
That would
yourself on
actually
the
be
couch,
kind of hype.
yeah.
That's actually not a bad idea.
There you go.
It's a fact.
It's gonna be exciting.
I'll see what friends I can get over.
It makes me like think back to when like Goku did his Ultra Instinct, and it absolutely broke the server on Crunchyroll and everything.
And everyone's already spoiled.
We might get something similar. Yeah, I had a friend, a coworker
So-
actually.
I'm a little afraid of that. Like I'm afraid it might break, but I'm hoping it doesn't. I'm praying.
It might not. I mean, I don't know. It's a huge event. I had a coworker that hadn't even watched One Piece. He was like at the end of Whole Cake, and he got spoiled on Gear 5th. And because he was so excited, he decided to pick it back up and catch up, talking about how amazing Wano is and Roof Piece. Oh my God! So like Gear 5 is bringing everybody in.
Yeah, I thought
My
that
friend Max is like crushed in like 7 months. He's gone through like all the way to Wano. He's on Wano right now, and I'm like, dude, you gotta catch up in a week. You got a week.
Oh.
You got a week to watch like 100 and something episodes. Good luck.
Damn.
No, so with that being said, my boy Lord Evil Gods, he's almost caught up. He was like on 1058 earlier.
Oh, dang.
So he's right there. The problem is he got spoiled because of that trailer.
Oh,
You saw the whole trailer?
yeah.
Like, no, he saw like first off, my boy Lord King Kai has a G5 like profile picture. So that spoiled him first off. And then he did the trailer. He's like, I know.
I honestly don't think there's any
Come on,
issue
bro.
with seeing like the design of it, because like when you actually see what it is and like what happens with it,
Yeah.
becomes so much crazier. Like what's like behind it, like and how everything we've been through led up to this.
Well,
Like,
also
that's
how it
what's
works,
crazy
the
about it.
powers and everything. Because I've heard people
Yeah.
talk about Gear 5, but I'm like, have you actually seen anything about it? And they're like, no, I don't know anything about it, just the design. So
Right.
that's a whole nother layer that breaks everyone's
Also,
mind.
like I was saying, like everyone was spoiled on Super Saiyan because it was in the intro, like before Dragon Ball Z, like before it happened in Dragon Ball Z, it was intro. So everyone is already like spoiled by that. So I don't think this is very different because we know that there's going to be an opening and probably going to be Gear 5 in it, and people are probably going to get spoiled and really upset. But like this is the first time that's happened.
So we getting a new opening tomorrow or next week?
I think it's next week. It's yeah,
71.
yeah.
Pretty sure.
Yeah,
not
that's
watching
the
that
new
until
opening and
after
the new
the
ending.
Yeah,
Yeah, I'm pumped. And didn't
opening, I think, is
Megumi Ishitani work on those? Oops, sorry.
yeah, the beginning, not the end.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the opening.
Apparently, it's supposed to be like one of the most beautiful openings ever. That we
Yeah. I can't wait. It's gonna be insane.
I just wish she did an episode instead of the opening.
I know.
I'm sure she influenced it. You know, like I feel like she was 100% in charge of the opening because that's going to be used for like the rest of the Wano arc and probably some of Egghead and stuff too, right? Like they probably wanted to have like the best opening because they know that when Gear 5th happens, that's going to bring in a lot of new people. So they want to just, keep that, awesome opening going forward. And then, because a lot of cool events happening, but I bet that didn't take like the last, because she hasn't done an episode in like a year or more than a year. So she probably finished that a while ago and, probably gave some tips, but I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, because the openings, they span not only like 60 episodes most of the time, but they have huge moments from each episode in them. So to have those directed beautifully by Ishitani is such a special thing. 'Cause it spans over a much greater time than just the episode itself.
We're eating good right now, bro.
We are.
With the right song too, I have a feeling it might be an old-timer, man.
Yeah.
Agreed.
I am.
It's honestly like the best time to be like a One Piece fan. Like of any time you could, and to catch up to like go through everything. So like right now, like it's the craziest time to be.
Crazy.
It is a crazy time to be a One Piece fan.
I can't even believe my boy's almost caught up. Like he's gonna be ready. West is on the way too. So.
In like a couple months, we're gonna have like such an influx of people coming in. Like the,
Oh yeah. Yo, so
it's gonna be
imagine
crazy.
so Anime NYC in November, like that's gonna be so much stuff going on there, bro.
There's
Like,
gonna be
imagine,
a lot.
like Achieve 5's already gonna be out. OPLA is probably like Dak, we was talking about this before. OPLA probably be done by then. Or partially through.
I mean, the manga at that point, because like it seems like we're going to Egghead, and so we'll have a couple months of Egghead. Like we will probably know the Egghead incident, or at least be able to infer some of it by that point. And so just being there, like at the climax of all that, because like OPLA, like season 1 will be done by that point. So like, well, and Wano will be probably done in the anime, or at least like in the after part, like with Green Bull, at least somewhere around there.
Stages.
So like everyone will still be hyped though, just because like the Gear 5 portion will be done. Like we put it that way. So, like,
Do you think
crazy.
Do you think the next opening is only gonna cover up until the end of Wano, or do you think it'll include like stuff from chapters afterwards, like post Wano or Egghead?
I think it'll include Egghead stuff. I think it'll include all of post Wano with Green Bull, Shanks, things like that. I think we're gonna see a touch on like maybe Blackbeard and Law, some hype from there.
Yes.
Maybe the 4 Emperors color spread.
Yeah, and definitely Crossfield.
It's tough. I mean, I could see it, but I really hope not. Just because
that would spoil so much.
That would spoil so much.
I know.
Again, like,
yeah, here's the thing. Can't they like I mean, I think they've done this before where like they have the opening, but then once certain events happen, they slightly alter it to include that event, so it's not a spoiler.
Yeah.
Like can't they just throw like save 2 seconds where they just know later, like, hey, we're gonna take this out whenever, like in episode 1085, whatever it is, whatever that's gonna be revealed.
Or they do a thing where they have silhouettes, and then when the opening comes out, or when that moment happens, then they just fill them in.
That's true.
Right.
They could do one opening, and it's a version with the 4 Emperors and Big Mom and Kaido are there, and then eventually it'll be Luffy and Buggy. I think that would be great.
Genius. Just make it one brain.
I would love that. Though I know the anime is no stranger to spoiling in their intros, but I hope they can find it in their heart not to do that to the anime.
I think even way back in opening 3, they spoiled Robin.
Yeah.
Yeah, which is
We're
crazy.
spoiled. It is wild.
I mean, they had Denjiro also.
Yeah, I'd hope they learn their lesson by now, but we'll see. Regardless, I know it's gonna be heat. So I'm here for
I
it.
mean, technically, they're kind of spoiling Gear 5 already with the opening because like it's going to
Yeah,
be in
I
the
know.
opening before the episode. I mean, it's like minutes before. It's whatever, but
yeah.
That whole trailer for real.
yeah, I mean, people would know. I mean, because like, yeah, I mean, I guess it's kind of not spoiling though, because like the episode before it's going to end with like, you know, like where it's going to get revealed immediately, I guess, in the episode.
I think,
you know,
I think for the anime fans, it's going to be less of a surprise than it was for the movie. Because
sure.
there's it's going to give away so much, like in that one panel at the end,
Yeah,
where like
I know.
the Gear 5 stuff is like coming up.
Yeah, I'm pretty.
Well, it doesn't Zunisha also say Joy Boy has returned, right? As
That's
Yeah.
this episode.
so I'm
or next
wondering how they're
episode.
gonna adapt that. Because I don't know if they're gonna do.
We're gonna hear the drums. We're gonna hear the drums.
That would be
like
cool.
definitely.
We have to.
I'm so excited.
Oh,
The
you gonna
drums
say,
of
Lex?
peak fiction are calling tomorrow.
the
Dude,
drums are gonna
that's
sound
amazing.
just like King Recon's drums. You guys know what I'm talking about. They're gonna
That's all
sound
I'm
exactly the
thinking
same.
about
Well,
Yeah, same. If it's not the same,
a
they
lot of
messed up.
people, a lot of
He's gonna
people were
have the
saying
best
that we
reaction.
heard the drums already in the trailer.
I think we have.
I wouldn't be mad at that because I like those. I like those. So I wouldn't be mad if that was the drums, but
I didn't pay attention to the audio much in the Gear 5 trailer because I was trying to just, I don't know, I just played the song Never Would Have Made It over the Gear 5 trailer. So
hey, there you go. There you go.
You got that from Virgo Street.
You did too.
I was the one who told Virgo.
Yeah,
I was
you
the one who told Virgo.
And then you played it with the G5 trailer.
Yeah, bro.
And that's probably better. You can experience it as it happens.
It is better for you, you know. Go in unspoiled if you can.
Yeah, if I heard the drums, I would have lost it all.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Couldn't contain himself.
Hey Lex, you were saying something before, I think.
So I'm pretty sure, yeah, the episode before they show Gear 5th, which is what, tomorrow's episode.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, they're gonna for sure the
10-7.
preview for the next episode is gonna probably spoil everything.
Oh no.
It's
Oh, I'm not
possible.
watching.
They
I
did
mean,
that with
whoa,
they've
oh,
done that
yeah.
with like Dragon Ball Super, like when there was like big reveals, they would just would just show everything. They
Yeah.
didn't care. They wanted to get everyone to watch it.
It's Tony.
Japan, like Japan doesn't care about spoilers.
Yeah, I hope they don't spoil it in there, but even so, I'm not gonna watch it. I'm not risking it.
It is what it is. Like, there's nothing really we can do about it, you know.
Yeah.
I mean, they already spoiled it a little bit with like the One Piece Day stuff. You know.
Yeah, we
of course.
do, but I think they're saving the bulk and the best of the animation for the episode. So regardless of what we see, it's gonna be better in the episode.
Yeah, 100%. I think so.
Because they even showed it a little bit in Film Red at the end.
They did do.
Oh,
a
this
few
shit was
frames of
so awesome.
First, that was-
so
The whole movie theater went crazy.
One frame.
Oh no, it would not.
that. They did it in such a way where, like, the people who knew about Gear 5 knew, you know, they were excited. But the people who didn't know, I talked to a lot of people that hadn't seen Gear 5, and they were like, they didn't notice anything. They were just like, oh, it was just awesome impact frames.
Exactly.
So they just sneaked it in there, you know.
Have you guys ever seen that one like French movie theater? Like the reaction to that scene?
Oh yes,
people are screaming.
man.
Crazy. French fans are like wild.
I know.
In a good way. In a good way.
There's so much passion. I
Where's
love it.
you, matter of fact?
Beautiful.
You gotta go to France and go to a football game. It's crazy.
Oh, I imagine. That sounds like a crazy good time, though.
I gotta go to France. I've never been.
Yeah.
Make
It's
it
alright. It's alright.
It's alright.
He said it's
It's alright.
Quebec City, is that like the same thing? No, I'm just kidding. People would get upset at me for saying that.
He might be a bit.
Anything else you guys want to talk about the anime?
So where
Oh, Kaido's new form.
Oh yeah, just the Kaido's new form thing.
Yeah,
That
what's
was
up with his
amazing.
color change? What is that? His awakening?
I would say
think
definitely
that
not,
might
because
be
you
what
need
they're
the
alluding to.
God ribbon.
And we
Yeah,
see
Can we
they're
talk
coming
about
out-
What are we talking about? The new form, like just the eyebrow change again?
The color and stuff. You mean like the bulkier
it's his whole
form?
design almost that changes. It's not just like the color.
I don't know. I remember when people were trying to say, "Oh, Kaido's got like Gear 5 swirly eyebrows, Kaido awakened." Like I never bought that.
Yeah,
It might just
I think it.
I
I
mean,
mean,
cartoony, like because
I mean,
we see in the
yeah.
preview, he looks like a different color too.
I mean, I think about like Chopper, who like I know he uses rumble balls, but like this dude is just popping all sorts of different forms. I think zones just have a little bit of a different, you know, like element. Like,
I mean, like
yes,
Lucci,
exactly.
Lucci did the same. Like he had the
you're right.
roll form, and he had the skinny form.
Yep.
You know?
He's Saime Kikon. Exactly. You're right. Yeah.
And
So
that's my Lucci glaze of the day.
And I also think generally, imagine like Kaido awakening and Oda just doesn't tell us. Like that, that's like impossible for me to imagine. Like, I can't even fathom.
So you don't think his magma thing was an awakening?
No. Like think about Kaku and Lucci. Like whenever they do it, it gets confirmed immediately. You know, like there's no way when Kaido does it, it doesn't get confirmed. There's
There's 100 ways to confirm it. Like he's got bystanders and people like, oh my god, he's awake. You know, things like that.
Yeah, like Yamato could have
easily
said something.
Right.
Yes.
I just think he never needed to. He never.
Or if like I just feel like Kaido himself probably would have even stated being awakened because like he's the one that kind of gave that little breakdown on like what it takes to achieve that.
Exactly.
Correct.
If he mentioned
he might have even said something like Odin never even got me to be into my awakened form, or
because
I unlocked this after my fight with Odin, or now I finally get to use it on a worthy challenger, like shit like that.
Because he got the fruit after God Valley, so he never got pushed that far other than Odin, right? It's like he would have never had a fight like with rocks or at God Valley or anything with the fruit to help him do like awaken it. Like Luffy's the furthest he's probably ever gone in a fight since God Valley or with the rock.
Maybe he didn't awaken because Momo is gonna, like maybe Momo is like the.
What?
That would be so ironic.
Now that I completely agree with.
Hey,
I like that.
So I really like the idea because the dragon that Kaido is based on is not actually a malevolent evil dragon. It's actually a peaceful dragon. And Kaido obviously wants to be this warlord who perpetuates violence or whatever, but Momo does not want to do that. Meaning Momo's will aligns with the will of the fruit, meaning he would be way more likely to awaken rather than Kaido.
I like that.
Yeah, or Kaido would like lose his mind at least. Like he would awaken and be like a mindless beast. And also something that I would love, because like you know how the Momo's fruit, like it made him like the wrong color. I would love if whenever they awaken, they swap each other's colors. Like Momo becomes a blue awakened form, and Kaido, because he turns into like a crazy beast, he turns pink. So like they flip colors.
And you know what would make that even better? What would make that even better, Dak, is because there's obviously the idea that Kaido and Big Mom are going to return together, and Big Mom is pink. That's like her main color.
That's great. That would be so funny because all it could be is Vegapunk could learn like, oh, okay, like the awakening does work, and I got that right. Like the color works when you awaken. I just got the color wrong originally. And then for Kaido, it could just be a thing where like that fruit, whenever you awaken, you turn pink if you like don't control it, or you turn blue if you do control. Like that could just be the mechanism. So yeah, I mean we already see that him turning different colors already, like with the dark blue or purplish that we just saw, and he looked like lighter blue in the Gear 5 stuff.
Yeah.
So like he already shifts colors a little bit, so I can definitely see like if he turns evil or whatever, or he'd even be like red or something, but same thing.
Ooh. Right.
Yeah, what if he like with Luffy, like Luffy died, came back, right? And like what if that happens to Kaido? Like he takes like that's like a longer process in order to get awakened for him. Yeah, you have to like die. He's gonna be resurrected with his awakening. He'll be able to access it.
A lot of people think that's where Kaido's coming back. He's coming back awakened. A lot of people say.
Forced awakening.
Which, you know, I wouldn't count anything out, but
that's what I think. I think
are
he's
you
definitely
guys
coming back.
are you guys smelling that? Are you guys smelling that? I'm smelling some A5 picanha right now. That was crazy.
Hey, Twitchy, I haven't heard anything from you yet, bro. You want to cook?
got any thoughts on the
If he's
One Piece
even
anime?
Mr. Twitchy.
He's not cooking. He's eating right now.
He's eating what we were cooking. You know, I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
Yeah.
There's a lot of cooking going on here. I mean,
Either when it's hot.
Anything else we got to touch on the One Piece anime in the current state?
I'm trying to think.
Oh, I got a date, I guess.
Okay.
Oh, okay,
All right. What was the best fight of the three? What was the best one? Sanji, Zoro, or Kid-in-Law? What was the best one?
I like Sanji.
Zoro.
Wait, is it only those three, or can we choose other completed fights already, or does it have to be?
I mean, you could. I'm just saying these are
Raizo versus Fukuroku.
That is crazy, Nick. Get out of here. Get him out of here.
Come on, guys. Come on. That was such a hard fight to animate. You got to give him credit.
I like that fight better than manga.
He burned.
Yo.
Not even for the humor, bro.
That yell Fukuroku did when he died, or he got burned too hard or whatever, that was kind of creepy.
That probably took as long as the animation.
That probably did.
It felt so much longer in the manga.
The fight that lasted the length of most anime. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, that was the Hokage battle. Like, that was better than the actual Naruto Hokage. Well, I mean, there's a lot of Hokage battles, I guess, but...
I'm gonna just leave the ninja stuff to Kishimoto. I love you, Oda, but
yeah,
you know.
We got the earlobes. Like, as soon as Oda tries, it's some weird shit. It's like, just stop.
Yeah.
Raizo and Fuku, like, those are the best ninjas. Raizo, like, they both look so crazy. Like, they're not even, I don't even know.
I know. I can just imagine Oda being like, Kishimoto, I got a character I inspired after you.
That's probably why he did
Checking
it.
it out, like, oh yeah.
That's why he did it. Oh, he's messing with them 100%. They get some weird ass ninjas.
It's so fun because everyone was like, yo, the Oniwa Banshu are gonna be crazy in Wano. They were so irrelevant. They were
Dude, you know who was more irrelevant? The Mima Waragumi, the samurai. That still makes me mad to this day. Hote, I
remember trying to learn all their names, like that was gonna matter.
Do you remember the pink-haired one? The one pink-haired guy? He was so important.
He's like the superstar of the anime.
Yeah. That is crazy.
But I guess realistically, Kev, for your question, of those three, I gotta go Kid-in-Law versus Big Mom.
Okay. I agree.
That's your fight? Okay.
It was cool, but the
that Law
animation,
teleportation scene. Oh my god.
Yo, when Law was doing his instant transmission, basically.
That was my favorite part of that episode.
That was crazy.
That was the height. I was losing it.
Yeah, I'm gonna be. The fight started out kind of rough. I'm gonna be honest. That kid CGI bull. That was not it. That was not it at all.
Yeah, that was interesting.
The bull was never it.
Yeah, as soon as I seen it, I'm like, they better pull.
You know, I mean,
more
kid is full of bull. I mean, you know what I'm saying.
That was Oda just telling us.
Exactly.
He's bullshit.
But I'm gonna be honest.
No animation budget.
You can hear my beats.
I didn't expect. Like I thought Sanji's was absolutely fantastic, so I assumed fully like I would like that one the most. But no, the Kid-in-Law one really blew me away. You know.
Yeah, they
that's
not
not
really
even
hard
shade.
on that one.
It's not even shade to Zoro, which was also great.
No,
I just didn't expect.
It wasn't on that Big Mom pack.
It was also like length, and there's also 2 fruit awakenings in the Kid-in-Law fight, so it's just like a lot of cool things that like Oda added to it where the animators could expand. Where Sanji and Zoro, like obviously their fights were like there's like a lot building up to it, but mainly they were like one episode for the bulk of like the fight, the power up, etc.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know. The animation for the Zoro, like that whole sequence, like near the end, was just like perfect. Like I don't think anything topped that like entire series.
Yeah, the animation was top tier. If I'm looking just animation alone, I'd probably give it to Zoro. But
I mean, if you're looking at a fight, what else are you looking at?
Well,
It's
in the
not
manga,
Well, I had like the highest high, but there's so many highs in the.
There's a lot of like
Law and Kid fight.
choreography of Law and Big Mom. I think was a little better.
Yeah, I agree with that. But the whole like instant transmission,
Yeah,
it was so cool.
that was.
And when kids like split under Big Mom's legs, that was
Oh my
also
God.
really cool.
That was really
cool.
cool.
That was
Do you remember
very
when
cool.
Big Mom like grabbed Law? I was like
Oh,
using him like a body bag. That was so insane.
I've been saying this for years that Law had no business doing what he did in Wano. Like, I love him. It was dope. Like, it was cool. Like, power wise, like him doing damage wise, it was fine. Like, I get it. Like, he's doing internal damage, whatever. That's fine. But how much damage he took makes no sense. Literally, it's impossible. There's no way that actually happened. Like, without.
You know what would have been? You know what would have been crazy? You know what would have been crazy? So remember, in Dressrosa, Doflamingo, he literally said like, "Oh, I'm restructuring my organs using string." What if Law said something really similar to that, and then after we know he uses the Rocinante room, it would have showed that he is literally like a fusion of the two of their mindsets.
No, I've said that on, I think it was Randy's stream. Like, that's the only way. There's no other way around it.
Unless he roomed the pain away like on some Kuma type beat.
You know, that'd be interesting. I was thinking that when I was theorizing about the awakening, I thought instead of, being able to affect other people in the room, he'd be able to like repair himself, kind of like Marco in his room, and affect himself. But
I mean, that's the only way.
What's interesting is that you couldn't even like tell that that Law, if you were just watching the anime and manga, you couldn't tell where the awakening was or like what it was. And I noticed, like, I was watching a couple like reactions of people who hadn't like read the manga, and it seemed like a lot of them didn't really understand like what the how. So I'm curious, like, if that relates to kind of, because in the manga we knew it was an awakening, it was clear.
Right.
I don't know. I just thought
they had the same scene earlier where like they talk like, "Hey, have you awakened?" He's like, "Yes, but like I only use it if I'm near death." So they probably just missed that part. They only reacted to the bigger episode and didn't see that earlier one, probably.
And also, it's easier to catch with super fans because we know we've analyzed the devil fruits. We know what they can do. So when we see Kid assign, we're like, that's new. And a lot of people that are more casual, like, oh, okay, cool, Kid can do that. So
for sure,
they don't actually see that. Oh, that's definitely not in Kid's arsenal. So that's got to be something new.
That's why Gear 5th in the anime is going to be crazy.
Exactly.
Like I forget who it was. Somebody brought up Ultra Instinct earlier. Like for me, like I was into One Piece at the time, and like all my friends at the time were into anime and stuff, and I did not know about that until I watched the episode with them. Like I had never heard of it.
Really?
Yep. Yeah,
like
I wasn't like on Twitter like looking at anime, like I wasn't like into YouTube and stuff yet. But like all my friends were
hold up.
Oh, even today, like I don't really. There's a lot of anime, like for instance, My Hero. I mean, it's not like a massive thing, but like I don't know anything, but I do see some posts all the time. But like I just like filter it out. I don't know, like I don't know. But either way, it doesn't matter. I just didn't know about Ultra Instinct at all until that happened. So like I think the same thing's gonna happen with Gear 5th to a lot of people.
Yeah,
I hope so. I definitely hope so. I'd love people to be able to go in blind and see like genuine blind reactions to that. That would be something.
I'm gonna look for so many reactions when that comes out.
Magical.
Dude, did you hear Ishitani's like voice of the Gear 5, like from like how she like the intensity kind of grew with like her voice. It sounds so good. Like the laughing, like Luffy's laughing it.
I didn't pay enough attention to the audio.
Wait, you said Ichitani. Do you mean the voice actor for?
Oh, for Luffy, yeah.
Yeah, Tanaka, right?
Yeah.
Oh wait, am I saying the wrong?
Yeah.
Ichitani's the director that may or.
Oh yeah, my bad.
10-15 director, right?
Yeah.
My bad.
10-15.
You good? I was just making sure.
But yeah, I don't know. I haven't been following exactly who's working on it and who's not working on it because I don't want to know what to expect because we know this animator kind of looks like this. We know this animator looks like this. So kind of want to go in blind in that sense.
I feel you.
I feel like this. All right, this might sound crazy. Right? But I don't know how you guys feel about it. But I know a lot of people like love it, but for me, I'm like, on it, like very strong. Do you guys remember during the fight with Sanji and Queen, there was that one moment, and it like all the line art looked very, very like fluid, and he was like kicking them all over.
Watery.
Yeah. I call that Ed and Eddie line art because I have no idea
exactly. I love that.
I hate it. I did.
Oh yeah, I don't like it either. A lot of people do. I actually don't like it either, but
it doesn't feel like
I like that Ed and Eddie. I like that Ed and Eddie reference though. That's
Yeah,
accurate.
it's like it doesn't feel like One Piece, and so I've been avoiding looking into Gear 5 at all because it's like, oh my god, if I see any Ed and Eddie directors for the scene, I'm gonna hate it.
That's
There
hilarious.
will be. There
So
will
here's
be
the
that.
thing. I like that animation. They're very, very scarce. Like when they use it very few times in frames. Yo, what's up? What's good, my boy?
Aren't you at work, bro?
Bro, I just got off.
What's up, dog?
He's like cleaning up.
You feeling, Gabriel?
Just got off.
You don't get changed from working on stream, dog. Shit.
Yeah, we live right now, Gabriel.
That man, Caleb, man, I love my boy.
It was good. Was good. But no, yeah, I hope that Gear 5 has some really sharp animation.
Wait, can I ask Jabril something? Jabril, why do you think Amazon will?
Oh, really? Oh, that. Yeah, bro. You see, they was wild in the chat earlier this morning, bro.
What happened? What happened? Tell me about it.
Jabril thinks Amazon Lily is an S+ art.
Hey, bro, let me tell you something, bro. If I
S
watch
plus?
this shit 20 times, you deserve an S, bro.
You said,
If I watch the art,
I mean, you know me,
God.
Ken. You know I love you. You know I
way.
love Boa.
that's
That's tough.
bro. What?
okay. All right.
I'll probably buy it.
I'm going low A.
I'll probably buy it.
For Amazon Lily?
That's crazy.
I'll probably buy it.
Amazon Lily.
Hey, bro, what do y'all mean?
Oh,
Amazon Lily.
Hey, multiple times.
Boa
dog.
kicked Kentucky. That's all I gotta say.
I mean, it's okay, but compared to the rest of the arcs in the entire series, like Marine Ford, you're taking it
Marine
like with
Ford is
Marine
S.
Ford?
Yes.
The Marine Ford, the S plus.
Everything's an
Yeah.
S tier.
Gabriel, are you
Amazon
ranking,
Lily's low A for me.
are you ranking it on how good the arc was or how bad you want to be there? Because
Is there a
that's an
difference?
S, but you know, I just
Is there a difference?
Freaking Intel down, bro. I don't think that's an S plus because it wasn't my cup of tea, bro. I'm just keeping it.
Intel down?
I mean, that's your opinion.
What?
It wasn't my cup of tea.
How you ain't like that?
all right. I mean,
What didn't you like? What did you not like about it?
we got some fan favorites coming back, Buggy and Bon Clay and
Seriously?
coming
Who
back.
goes?
Like, ooh,
Who goes?
Right?
man, that might make it S right there. I don't know. I'm just saying.
That whole stretch for real.
I'm sorry to derail everything.
And it's probably go down Marine for like.
The reason why I didn't like it because that man Luffy didn't finish what he was supposed to do. He just got that. He just got in the jail for no reason.
He broke out a whole gang.
Oh,
and
he's
he
in.
flooded with his crew, man. Oh my god. He went in alone and came out with a whole makeshift crew of legends. That was I had never seen this successful prison break.
I see Crocodile. I'm like, what?
If Luffy hadn't broke in there, if he just went straight to Marineford, he would have got smashed immediately.
Immediately.
How would he have gotten there even? He wouldn't have.
Exactly, he wouldn't have. Yeah.
Nothing pretty much the same at all.
hmm But no, yeah. I mean, I think Impel Down's pretty good. Yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I derailed this whole thing. I forgot what we're talking about.
Marine Ford would never happen if that man Luffy came 45 seconds earlier than he came before. It would never happen. And this man went up to Jinbei. Oh, that man just left. Oh shit.
He said,
I mean,
"Ace is at another castle."
So what is? Oh man.
Anyways, we can change topics.
I'm trying to think if there's any anime stuff.
Yeah, we can go to
Oh,
manga.
I would say
Everybody's doing arc tier list now, though. I'm thinking I might have to do an arc tier list too. Cause
Oh yeah, that's
I
a
gotta
must.
say-
That's a must.
tomorrow, 1070 come out tomorrow. The one when they tell all the gang that Luffy died, and at the end of the chapter, his hair turned red.
You mean the episode tomorrow?
matter of fact, tomorrow, Brother Dak is having a live stream of members only tomorrow night. What time? 9 o'clock Eastern.
Yep, 9 Eastern and 10. Watching the anime episode, reacting to that. So.
Oh, after
Gonna be good. Gonna be good.
Yeah, members only though. So you know.
Go. That's gonna be fun. I can't wait for that.
Indeed.
I mean, this is fun.
Whenever you with Nakama gang, you're gonna have fun. I'm always
Good.
Y'all literally save me on a daily basis, bro. I appreciate y'all.
Oh, you to go, Ronnie. You to go.
Appreciate
Anything
you
else
too,
you guys
Ronnie.
want to talk about live or anime wise?
Oh, live action?
We could pivot over to live action. That's all I'm saying.
We can go to live action next, so we can do manga after that.
All right.
Hey, I don't know about that live action, bro.
Oh, Jay. Oh my God. Take after take, my boy. Okay.
Where you get yo? King of L takes over here.
That's
Did you watch the trailer?
Jay, Jay trying to be public enemy #1 right now.
yeah.
Hey,
Is it on?
The first trailer was mid, but the second trailer was
The
fire.
3-minute one. The 3-minute one, yeah.
Yeah, the teaser was. Yeah, I agree. The teaser was so. You know, I mean, it was.
Yeah, right? It's a teaser. Come on.
It was a teaser. That's what I kept saying. People were like, "It looks bad." I'm like, "It's a teaser. It's not even a trailer. Just wait. Just wait."
Even the trailer's only 3 minutes of an 8-hour like series too. So
Right,
it's not
right,
like,
right.
We have still barely seen anything. Like there could be a whole like Don Krieg thing that we just haven't seen.
Right. Yeah, I know a lot of people are talking about the lack of Don Krieg in the trailer.
The huge question is,
I actually, so I have a question for you guys, right?
Mm-hmm.
So for Don Krieg, hear me on this idea. What if Don Krieg is killed by Arlong?
I like that idea because I think it could be Mihawk.
It could be.
Is it
No, it could be.
Tailspin?
But then why else would Arlong be there? And that would add more threat to Arlong.
I have an idea for that. So I have an idea that he's there for Nami and he's stealing Nami, taking her back, and that's the reason why they go to get her. That's why they-
No, I agree completely. But I'm saying like the threat level of Arlong, I think would be amped up so much if he just straight up kills the main villain of the supposed main villain of the arc.
It might be like an Avengers joke. You know how like the Hulk takes like Loki and just like smashes it. It could be like
that'd be
that. Where, like
crazy.
in a second, Don Krieg is just like finished, and he's just right out of it like right away.
That would be pretty awesome. I'll be honest. I would like that. Either Mihawk or Don Krieg. Mihawk or Arlong. If one of them pack up Don Krieg and we don't get the Luffy fight, I'm not too mad about it because it serves to hype up either one of these two great antagonists.
Exactly.
It could be Geen.
I mean, we'll give you
kills Don Krieg.
Okay. Now we're cooking.
I think Don Krieg Arlong gonna come back at the end of the saga.
I don't know. I'm hoping.
I got like a small percentage faint hope that somehow we'll see Arlong in some way, but Don Krieg, nah, absolutely not.
Yeah, Don Krieg needs to go. He needs to go.
Broke a nerve with Edens. He said,
I mean, Don Krieg will be hard to do in general because like a lot of his like things that he does are like gadgets.
They're extremely hard to.
Like this small character that doesn't do anything really. Like, what's the point?
Right. Well, I'm not sure how you get Don Krieg in live action form. I don't know if it would. It seems really difficult.
If Nami,
It's just gonna look dusty, I feel.
Like you have to have like a spear that explodes. That's
right.
weird. That's way too much investment in that.
You can do it.
Yeah, I mean he's got the guns and the cannons. It's like, geez, that's.
if
How do you make that look like realistic? Because an explosion off of like a spear, like realistically, he would also get like blown back. Like
Yeah.
I think just kind of the realism.
Yeah, it'd be very difficult. So I think we may see Don Krieg show a little bit of something just to, establish a threat there, and then he gets packed up by somebody, and it's like he doesn't, they don't have to animate or try to, represent all the crazy gadgets he has. Which, I'm fine with that.
How are you guys feeling about live action overall? Like,
I'm excited. I'm excited for it.
Successful though.
What got
I'm
me?
more hopeful for
I'm excited.
that than any other anime live action I've ever seen.
I'm excited for it, but I don't got high hopes for it.
What got me really hyped was in the second trailer they showed wanted posters and Bellamy was on one of them.
Yeah.
It's like damn the world
Oh,
the
right.
world building
Yeah,
early on
Kevin
we're gonna get. That's That gave me like
Or
even
just
more
a little,
like, high hopes. Yeah.
just the little
Yeah,
details
got
that
a
we get
bunch of
throughout the.
opinions. We
throughout
got
the trailer.
Bellamy, we got Foxy, we got Cavendish at the end. Like, my
Cavendish,
goodness.
yeah.
It was exciting.
So who's y'all, out of all the people we've seen in the trailer, who is like your favorite so far?
I think Clear Buggy.
Mihawk.
Like I
Buggy
think Clear
looks
Buggy.
amazing.
Yeah.
Mihawk looks amazing.
Mihawk looks great. People are hating on Shanks. What do you guys think about Shanks?
I'm a little.
Shanks and Roger.
Yeah, people are hating on Roger too.
He
Nah,
does look
I
a little
think
too
they're
old,
fine.
to be honest.
Yeah.
I mean, wasn't he like in his 50s when he got killed, when he got executed?
Oh, we're talking about Roger?
Oh, I was talking
Yeah,
about
yeah.
Shanks, but Roger.
Oh, Shanks.
I'm not sure.
Oh,
Shanks are gold too.
yeah.
I mean, to me, they look fine because like if you've ever watched like the Pirates of the Caribbean movies, like these guys are supposed to look like gritty, dirty.
Right,
They're not
they're-
supposed to look.
they're rugged.
Yeah, but if you look
I
at
agree
if you look at like
100%.
if you look at like the manga or anime, like you don't really get a depiction of how filthy like a pirate can look. So I think the
Right.
live action is doing like a really good job of that because these guys are like
Right,
veterans.
I definitely like the change because, like, as a manga viewer, you don't think about the stuff, transformed into live action, being dirty pirates, and
How it
you know,
transitions.
yeah, it doesn't transition super smooth. So for other people, though, I think it's really gonna amp up the atmosphere of the pirate world.
How bloody do you guys think it's gonna be? Like, how graphic do you guys think it's gonna be?
We see some blood in that trailer.
Yeah, we
right?
did see a little blood. I think it'll be fairly bloody. I think they'll go enough to
I
try
don't
to
think like
immerse
crazy.
you in danger.
Thor fights with a sword, so there's gonna have to be blood. You can't like
Yeah.
slice people without there being
Do
blood.
we have a rating for it yet?
Wait, what?
What was that,
What's
Pika?
Do we have a rating for it yet?
Oh,
No,
like
no.
our personal rating.
What is the rating?
No, I don't think we've gotten it yet. That usually comes out like around like a week or two before like it comes out.
I see. Okay.
Yeah, I don't know, but I'm excited for see if they actually ramp up the blood and gore and things like that. 'cause
Yeah.
I
that'd be
think
awesome.
to scenes like Nami stabbing her arm, like
Yeah.
I want to see
Zoro
feel the
getting cut up by
yeah,
Mihawk.
Zoro getting cut by me. I want to feel that
Yes.
pain, So I hope.
Yeah, they
You're
have a
right.
scene
That
where
would be kinda gruesome, no?
have a scene where Arlong rips the bandages off and you get to see like
Right.
the nasty, gruesome wound because it's been festering for a week or whatever.
Yeah, I'd love to feel that aspect of it.
I think, excuse me. On the topic of like
You're
the
good.
character looking like gross, I personally love it. Like I remember in the first trailer, when we saw Buggy, his teeth are disgusting. Like his teeth are so nasty, and I'm just like, even Roger looks gross, and like Shanks, Shanks doesn't look like gross. It looks like Shanks looks like he doesn't bathe. Like, Shanks looks like he doesn't bathe. So like imagine
like a homo.
imagine seeing characters like Blackbeard, like
my
the ones who
gosh.
are supposed to look gross.
That-
Because Roger and Shanks are meant to be like attractive. Now just wait until we get to like the bums. It's just like, oh my god, it's gonna be so bad.
Imagine Treble.
I was just about to say
Season 3 we get Blackbeard probably. Or 4? Season 4? 3?
Yeah.
Maybe 2, because we know Blackbeard was in Drum Island.
Oh, true.
Maybe
I
2.
think, I think what they're gonna try to do in this live action is, because they've got knowledge of what's to come, I think they're gonna put a little more Easter eggs in for things that are coming up. Like we've already seen sprinklings of other people on wanted posters, which they're just Easter eggs for us now, but they serve as like kind of hints of what's to come. So I think we're gonna get a lot more of those.
That wanted poster kind of like thing at the end kind of scared me a bit because it did seem like the trailer was kind of gearing more towards like people that are already of One Piece. Like it just seems like if you were not a fan of One Piece and you were watching this, like all these like flashes of people in the beginning, like if you didn't know One Piece, you didn't know who like Garp was or like any of these people that are flashing. It's just weird that it wasn't introduced in the trailer to like a broader kind of audience. I just felt like that was weird. It kind of scared me in terms of like how the entire is going to be. If there is just going to be a bunch of like Easter eggs for us that like the main audience can understand or get.
Well, I think that was what the trailer's kind of overall thing was. It's to get you know, new people to be excited, like, oh, this looks very interesting, and for the fans to be like, holy shit, look at all these characters we know. This is really awesome.
I think my issue is that it felt like it was more towards like us than like the fans or the people
newbies.
I understand that for sure.
Which is not like, I mean, it's just a trailer, so it's not like that the series is going to be like, but we'll see.
Of course.
I had a quick thing I want to ask. Because I've seen some people talk about it. Do y'all think that was a dragon in the green hood during the trailer during Ragnarok's execution?
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I think probably.
I think that's dragon.
That's easily going to be dragon. I think, you know, I don't know if they're going to be explicit with dragon's identity until way later. But
definitely.
For us, you know, I think it was a nod for sure. But overall, it looks amazing.
I'm curious if Alvida's even going to be in, like, because Alvida's part is kind of like in the context of like the whole story. Like Alvida's part's like pretty small. Like I'm curious if it's just going to be like the very beginning of the episode, like Alvida, and then it's just kind of like.
Well, I'm thinking episode 1 is going to have.
You're wondering if she doesn't join the crew?
No, she's gonna join the crew.
No, I think Alvida, they're gonna have her in episode 1. She's gonna probably play a little bit of a smaller part than in the anime because they're trying to speed things along. But I think they're gonna recast her, you know, because of their fruit and because of you know, her slimming down. So I think they'll probably end up recasting her for like later episodes and cameos.
I wonder, like, I feel like this will be revealing for Oda because it seems like she might be important in the manga. But if they like write her off in the first episode, that in this, it kind of shows that she's maybe not so.
I think her coming back and it being a different actress would make sense because as people in the One Piece world, they would see her as a different person. They wouldn't recognize her.
Right,
like
exactly. And that would
everybody.
Yeah, that would be like, oh wait, we don't recognize her either. And so when they tell us, it's gonna be like, oh shoot, yeah.
Yeah.
It's gonna hit a little different. I think they should probably recast her anyway.
We'll later find out that Big Mom is Yamato's mom, and she had a romantic past with Kaido.
Oh my god.
They both hold like a mace or whatever you call that.
Wait, do you guys think Hachi's gonna be in it?
Yeah, club, yeah.
I think so. I think they know to put Hachi in, given his importance in the story.
Yeah, I agree.
I trust Matt Owens with that. Whether he looks good or not, I don't know. After seeing Arlong, I'm a little scared.
Yeah, that's scary. Hachi's the scariest one.
Both have like those long lips.
Yeah. Well, given his face and his 8 arms, I hope they make him look somewhat good because he needs to be scary to, you know, to play up the threat of the Fishman. But I also want him to be sort of endearing in a sense because we love Hachi later on.
Yeah, that's what I feel like. That's what I'm afraid of, like missing out on is like those endearing characters like Gaimon and Hachi. Like it doesn't seem like they're really represented like within the trailer. And like Momo or Momo, do you think Momo will be in it?
Yeah, that's a good question. Momo.
I definitely think they'll be in it.
You think Gaimon?
I think Gaimon's a hard cut. Gaimon's a hard cut.
I don't think so. As much as we want like a Gaimon cameo or a nod, I don't know if there's the time to put Gaimon in.
Yeah,
Gaimon.
A cameo, but I don't know how they would adapt the entire thing.
Unless we get some post-credit scenes each episode or something, we get a little.
That's what I was
thinking. That would be awesome.
That would be cool. Yeah, that would be a good idea though.
You think the live action
like a way of doing the cover stories in a way, you know? Let's just like throw in a little bit more into the story.
It could be
maybe
something
they'll
as
actually
simple
do
as
like real cover stories, like just like an image that they have before like every episode.
That'd be awesome.
It could be the half screen. They could easily do that.
It would be
If they wanted to do a half.
Well,
screen.
Netflix doesn't really do those.
Yeah,
it's not really a thing.
They
Netflix
don't,
should
but
do.
they, you know, I don't know. They may do a nod to into the anime.
We can hope.
Yeah, that would be cool.
Hey. Welcome, brothers Tiante and Ragnar. How y'all doing?
Welcome,
Are there any like, characters? Oh, what's that? Oh, Ragnar's here. I want to hear Ragnar's on.
Yeah, if they just wanted to give them a chance to speak if y'all felt like it. I'm not forcing you. But if y'all have anything you want to say about the anime or the live action, go ahead and feel free. If not, that's cool too.
Yeah, we're just having an open discussion about what we're excited for, what we hope to see, predictions, all that fun stuff.
Just chilling with Guy, you know?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Almost.
But I do have a question for y'all because I've heard this talked about a lot in terms of the live action. people are thinking, which kind of we touched on earlier, that Arlong is going to come to kidnap Nami and try to take her, and maybe
that's my idea.
earlier. But would that take away from the fact that Nami chose to leave the crew? 'Cause I don't think it would. I think it would take away from some of the impact at Arlong Park.
Well,
I completely agree.
think they could lean more into that with the whole scene of them showing up and her acting like a traitor, her acting like
that's what I was
you
thinking.
guys are just pirates, I don't know you, and playing up more on the stabbing the hand. I could see them focusing more on that at that singular point.
Ooh, maybe that's where it happens too.
Yeah, it could be like what happened with Big Mom and Sanji. She like threatened Zeph and the people he loved.
Yeah.
Like Arlong's crew could be like, you know, at Kokoyashi. Is that the village Nami's from?
Yeah, Kokoyashi.
Yeah.
Yeah, they could be there, like, you know, holding them hostage. And then Arlong's like, "Come with me, Nami."
Yeah, I like the idea that Arlong shows up, wreaks some havoc on Baratier, maybe has a little scuffle with Luffy or something like that, just to assert, you know, his strength and stuff, and then Nami goes with him willingly. So then they chase after him, which, you know, I think that would hit all the points.
Okay.
I think one thing that'll help like determine that is if like we see Nami or if we see Nami the cat burglar. You know what I mean? Like if she's mischievous kind of throughout the entirety of the beginning and she doesn't show any kind of empathy or friendship or companionship with any of them, then I kind of see it.
Well,
What was that?
It would.
No, I said that's what it seems like in the trailer, because like every time she's a line in the trailer, it seems like it's not really like that friendly.
Yeah,
Maybe
like she's a
that's
little
purposeful.
static. Yeah.
I would like that because I think they have to keep it consistent, whatever route they choose. Because if they're gonna make Nami kind of distant and off-putting to the crew at first, then it would make sense for her to, you know, quote unquote betray them. But if they make her really nice and endearing and like she's having a great time and getting along, then if they made it to where she betrayed them, it would feel kind of weird narratively.
Yeah,
I hope they
I
just
agree.
keep it consistent from the beginning with her character.
yeah. I mean, we could also see her morph throughout like the short arcs that we do see.
True.
So there's always that possibility.
Mm-hmm. I like
So
that.
if she becomes attached to them, we could still see her, you know, going with Arlong, leaving the crew, and kind of doing like something like Kuma kind of did, where he left the revolutionaries, and we don't really know why, but it's probably for a good reason. You know what I mean?
Right, because then we're, you know, kind of endeared to her at that point.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be good.
So I got a question for you guys. Oda stated that there are going to be characters that he cuts from the series for the live action. Who do you guys think those characters are? And I will say I think it's going to be Johnny and Yosaku.
Ooh.
Yeah, I would agree 100%.
Oh man,
No
it's gonna be a shame because I feel like we would have gotten a cast of Johnny and Yosaku at this point.
I'm
Here's
afraid
a
of
question. Do you think he cuts any of the red hair pirates?
Ooh, I don't think so.
You know,
Can you?
I don't think you can.
someone I think they'll definitely cut because he's not massively important and his design is also kind of terrible is Pearl.
Yeah. Well, didn't we get a casting for Pearl though?
I don't think we did we?
No, we didn't. I don't think we did.
Yeah.
I don't think we did
We
that.
don't have a
I
casting.
would have checked all that. I'm not gonna lie.
There's not one for Gin too.
If we
I
didn't
just
get
feel like that'd be
Pearl,
extremely hard to
Logan.
adapt.
man, it's gonna suck not seeing Gin, but you know,
Yeah.
he lives on.
People
in our
still
hearts.
want. You know, remember when everyone thought Gin was Drake and the Tokyo?
Oh yeah.
Let that man rest in peace in the calm belt, bro. That man died in the calm belt.
Yeah, let Al die too.
I still think Gin might be the man marked by flames, but okay. Whatever you guys say, you know.
I'm gonna agree with you. I think he rests in peace. He's gone.
Yeah, probably. That's most likely.
For
Nah, I'm
sure.
pretty sure Gin's
Man,
gonna
rest
come
in
back.
peace, Jim.
Like the crew's gonna be starving, and he's gonna come in and like, you saved me, now I'll save you.
That would be hilarious.
He has
That
like
would have happened in Whole Cake Island, though. That would have happened in Whole Cake
Yeah,
Island.
it would have been whole
steroid
cake. It would have been Sanji's arc if we seen him again.
See him again?
The ghost of Gin.
The ghost.
Oh no.
if Gin reappears, everyone's gonna go crazy.
Bro, I
Would be
would.
insane.
Hey, look. If he reappears, I'll be the first person to be like, "Hey, I was wrong." But I stand on that hill, just trolling and making jokes about that man dying in the coma.
I feel like
Also, no.
I feel like Geen is like the normal human version of Mo to the Milkmaid. Like people want him back. You know, people are thinking like he'll be back. I swear, guy. Like Enel is like actually likely, but Geen is like, come on now, bro.
There goes
Come on
Cat
now.
pushing his Moda agenda.
Hey, because I was correct.
Always.
Because I was correct. You know what I
Let's
mean?
bring a little bit of that sense in there,
You get your dub, Kev. You get your dub. But speaking of characters that possibly are gonna get cut, what do y'all think? Is Smoker gonna show up? We're gonna
That's
see
what I'm
I think Smoker. I think Smoker. Me personally, I think he needs to show up because he was literally
hope so.
the very first Logia in the story.
Mhm.
And if your argument is the whole CGI and not being able to pull it off, are you kidding me? Just are you?
Then why do
kidding
the show?
me?
Why do the show?
Come
Don't
on.
do it.
Here's what I think is a possibility. 'Cause I don't know if Logtown's gonna get. I don't know what's gonna happen with Logtown, but I think it's possible that they kind of just push back Smoker's introduction a little bit into like season 2 maybe.
Alabasta.
Maybe because he's kind of the centerpiece of Alabasta in terms of the Navy's point of view. So I think
Okay.
they may
That's what I
just
was thinking
introduce
too.
him at the beginning of that
Oh.
season.
Here's something I thought about. Do you think they're gonna cut like Usopp's pirates? You know, like the what is it like? Carrot
Oh
onion?
yeah, carrot, onion.
I hope they don't. I hope.
hope
they're
Yeah,
so
they're like one of the
because
best parts of that whole arc.
the whole thing
You
of,
really are.
the whole thing of protecting Kaya and everything, and them having to stand up as
I think they
kids,
can
but
hide.
be
I know,
as
I know.
kids, you know.
I
The
really
only
hope
reason I
they keep
mention
him.
that is because there's no casting. It makes me wonder.
Oh, they're not.
Which I mean, I guess they don't have to.
I will say this. I will say this with the Syrup Village portion of the live action. I think I was telling you this, Kev. I like how in the trailer they kept it a mystery of like the Kuro twist for like the people who don't know. But if you already know One Piece, you already know.
All right, 'cause you can't show him in a sort of mischievous, like malicious
At
light.
at all.
Yeah,
Exactly.
Because it would ruin the whole thing. Yeah, that was really impressive.
the nod was beautiful.
Yeah. Speaking of, I love that Mary looks like Mary.
Mary looks great.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The
I'm
eyes
so
are perfect.
surprised. I thought they were gonna make Mary look way normaler, but I kind of like it.
Yeah, I was saying, because I was talking to the Volume 1 guys yesterday. I said he looks like a Who from the Grinch movie. He looks like a Who. He's got like a Who nose.
I never thought about that. I see that.
It kind of works. I like it.
That's also kind of what I point to is for like how I felt like this One Piece thing would look, because like in the Grinch everything is kind of fantastical and crazy. It's also like everything's real and it's like a lot of practical effects.
Yeah.
I'm just kind of surprised it doesn't look more like than it does.
Yeah. I feel you on that.
But I mean, it still looks good. Not that it doesn't.
No, yeah, I think it looks good. I'm so pleasantly surprised by the attacks, the devil fruit attacks, like Luffy's Gum Whip, the battle axe, the Gatling.
Bro.
It all looks great. I was worried about that. It was probably my biggest concern.
Yes, especially after the first.
Say Randy?
Huh?
Hey, Ron, what are you saying?
I was saying after the teaser, I was worried about like the stretching and shit. So it was good to actually see it happen.
Yeah, I don't understand
Honestly,
why.
I wasn't too worried about that.
Hey, look, I'm just glad like this official trailer officially killed all the noise of this being Dragon Ball Evolution Part 2.
Yes.
Yeah.
You don't speak that name, bro. Come on.
I was gonna say I know people are very hyperfixated on one, like we're all hyperfixated on One Piece, obviously, but the people who were like, Luffy has hair on his arms, like, come on, bro, come on.
As soon as I heard the Twitter,
What about Luffy's
sandals
shoes?
debate. Yeah.
Oh my god, the shoes,
sandals
the
and shoes
strap,
debate.
the strap of the hat
Hey,
that I didn't even notice
Eyebrows.
until like the 5th time.
Yeah, as soon as
Like-
I heard that debate, I was like,
Hey,
this
but
is
real
gonna
quick,
be, this is gonna be painful.
I already
To
liked
me,
how.
I'm
Well, you could go. It's okay.
you go Andy. You go Andy.
Oh, well, I was gonna say it was in a Randy Troy video, or was it? I think it was a Randy Troy short I saw. It was where he talks about the how the Straw Hats wear the clothes from the cover stories. I think that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
That's so awesome. Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah.
It's great. I love those kind of details.
One thing I did notice was Nami wearing her glasses, and if you guys don't know this, she only wears her glasses to work on her maps, and she was looking at the map like.
Yep, I love it.
Yeah. Whenever she's
the little
scaling
things,
Details.
it's the highs of having someone that's such a super fan be the showrunner. I love
It's
it.
great, bro.
Hey, real quick, could I just say,
yeah, go ahead.
I gotta go. Trying to get work early in the morning, and it's like 1 in the morning. So
I feel you, brother.
It's
kind of gotta dip out. It was a lot of fun.
Appreciate you.
Is there anything you want to say before you go, Killer?
Oh man, you guys are awesome. I mean, it was a lot of fun. I hope we can do this again.
We're gonna do it.
Yeah, I mean,
least
it's just nice hearing and talking to you guys all in person. Well, not in person, but you know.
Don't worry. We'll make this a regular.
Anime NYC, we heard? Anime NYC in November. I want to see all y'all there.
Gonna be fun. We'll make it a regular occurrence. We'll be doing it, I'm sure, often.
Definitely.
But yeah, I mean, you guys have a good night, and you know, be safe, everybody, and have a good stream.
Oh, you too.
Oh, and like the stream too. You know,
Like the stream, yes.
Have a good one, brother.
And about everybody in here is a wrench. Y'all can drop links for all these goats in here too, guys.
If you're wrenched up, you can link it.
You can link yourself. You can just make sure everybody got links in here.
You already know. Oh damn.
Peace
There's
out,
crazy
bro.
thunder going on outside. If I immediately lose connection, that's probably why.
Yo, Ron, I didn't know if everybody was kind of said their piece with the live action. Did you want to move on to the manga?
I'm ready. Does anybody else have anything to say about the live action? I got one more question.
Yeah.
Did we even talk about this? That's not that big of a question. I just want to know how y'all felt about Arlong's nose and all that shit.
I did say he kind of looks like a goofy, like Ninja Turtle or something. He looks a little weird.
Oh shit!
I like
looks
the
like
fact
a little,
that they.
it looks like a little hunched shoulders compared to like the manga version, if that makes sense.
Tall and big. He look a little short too.
I'm just trying to.
I don't know.
I don't like it.
Well, here's the thing. I don't think they can use One Piece sizing because that would be way too difficult to stay consistent.
Yeah.
Corey
would be huge.
You think
right? Oh, God, yeah.
you think Kobe's gonna get a recasting for like Enies Lobby or Water 7?
I don't know.
No.
Told the actor to buff up
so
like crazy.
Yeah, he's got
to
like
get the gym.
to buff up.
He's got to buff up.
Yeah, you just gotta hit the gym. They gotta just do something with the haircut.
Yeah,
Give
tell
him
him to hit the battleship bags, you know?
5 or 6.
Yeah,
Something I even thought with Luffy and the actor of Luffy, like maybe he buffs up over the couple of years while they do these seasons. Kind of how
That'd
he
be
does
awesome.
once he gets to Wano. You see like the bulkiness in his shoulders.
Oh, I'd love
He's
that.
more like broadened, like he's more like thickened muscle wise, you know.
yeah, that'd be awesome.
Yeah. Also, I think Arlong in the second trailer, he looks okay, but I think he looks better in some shots of the trailer. I thought he looked pretty good.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
I also think his voice is pretty good.
His voice
As
is
a
think his
voice,
voice is-
yeah,
Oh, his voice is
very
superb.
intimidating and daunting.
Yeah,
perfect.
yeah, but can we talk about Kurobi looking exactly
Dude,
1 to 1?
amazing.
Roby is
Amazing.
Ruby, great.
What did you guys think about Sanji's kicks? I know a lot of people were
They
complaining
didn't
about,
feel as
thought they looked
impactful
good.
as I thought they would.
I
You didn't
don't
like
know.
it, did you?
They didn't feel as impactful. Like I didn't feel like the kick. It's not like compared to when you get an anime kick. It's just it's
Yeah.
not the same. You
No,
know?
I see.
I like the choreography. I think they did really good with making it look super difficult and like he's super skilled with his kicks. But I think there was just
Yeah.
the one scene in Arlong Park where he attacked the guy behind Zoro. It felt a little wiry to me.
Yeah,
but
yeah,
I can overlook it.
The
I can
backflip.
overlook it.
The
Definitely not a
backflip
big
kick.
deal.
Yeah.
Bro, that one kick where he came in with Zoro, that drop kick, bro.
That
shit
one was good. I like that.
It was good, but
It's
it felt a little weird.
Nah, it's
little
understandable, but it's also sometimes you just got to remember like actual like human anatomy, like
Right. I mean,
especially when you're wearing like long pants, you can't really kick your leg up in a full split like Sanji.
Right.
But also, like for like the string part, it has to happen that way because in the future, Sanji's gonna be like walking on air.
He's gonna be walking.
Yeah. Well, also, like, Sanji's not a normal human.
So this is just kind of like, I feel like this is just kind of part of the One Piece world that needs One Piece. And like when people like do jump kicks and stuff like that, it's not like a real jump kick.
Yeah, I think it's something that just kind of got to get used to. You can't think of it as like, you know, a kung fu.
It's like a part of the world.
It's different. It's just a, you know, you gotta suspend your disbelief a little bit.
But that's like normal One Piece anyways. Like there's weird things all the time in normal One Piece that people like
exactly.
I don't know. I feel like a lot of the issues that this has, or that people are saying this has, like the original manga had those, or at least similar issues, where people didn't like the look of it. People didn't like the comedy. Like a lot of the same things that we're hearing with this, like it's the same thing with the manga. Like a lot of people didn't get into the manga because of how it looked. Like a lot of people are probably gonna see this and be like, we don't like how it looks.
Yeah, I think that's probably still gonna be the #1 complaint, even for newcomers to this, is like, dang, it just feels so weird and wacky, you know? But I think if you look back at people like, I'm gonna use Murphy for example. Murphy said the same thing when she started her One Piece journey. Like, it's just, I can't suspend my disbelief. It's too weird. It's too wacky. But by the time she got through Alabasta, she was like, you know, it's normal now. I've completely accepted it and I love it.
Yeah.
So I think we're gonna see that with the newcomers as well. It's just gonna take a little bit of getting used to, and if you can push past some of it, you're gonna fall right in.
100%.
There will also be people that loved it from jump. Me.
It's true.
Oh yeah, definitely. And I'm excited to see and talk to them people for sure.
Yo, all the discussions with all the new faces. Is
Oh man,
can't
wait to welcome all our new Nakama.
Yes.
Gonna be good.
Oh, I'm done with
And we'll just be like, by the way, we
have
can't
to
talk
do
about
this.
like 9/10 of the series, but
I know.
Can't say shit.
Well, I mean, hopefully they're
Listen to them,
caught
though.
up once they finish like the first season. They're gonna be like, oh well, I want to go to the manga.
Yeah, I'm gonna try my hardest not to be the guy that goes, oh well, in the manga it actually happened like this, and it is, you know, 'cause it's gonna be tempting, but
I know I'm gonna do that.
Yeah.
Because I'm gonna be watching it with people. I'll be like, oh yeah, they changed this.
yeah. I'll try to keep my explaining to a minimum, let them enjoy it, you know.
I know I'm
My boys
like,
did that to me. I was watching the anime and they was manga readers. My boys did that to me, and then now I'm a manga reader. Dude, that's an anime people.
Yep.
So I get it.
Are we done with the live action now?
Yeah. Do you guys want to talk about the
I think we
manga?
can pivot over to the
People
manga.
have
Should we-
theories, manga theories.
Theory
I know
time.
we can easily be on this topic for a while. Buckle up, everybody.
Manga time. So we can talk about current events now. So if you're only here for the One Piece live action portion, I would leave now because you're gonna get spoiled.
Spoilers all the way up to the current chapter 1088.
Up to 1088. Kobe is him.
Kobe is him.
Whoa.
All right, so I think we should start this off with one of the more controversial things that's been going around as of the new
Ooh.
chapter.
What you got?
Does Kobe have Conqueror's coding?
I'm not there yet.
It's Rio.
I believe he. I believe he.
Rio.
Y'all really think Kobe doesn't have conquerors, bro? Like
No. Like I want him to have it, but like,
Oh, yeah.
like that recent chapter didn't convince me that. Oh, yo, this is confirmation.
he has it right now. Okay,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
I think Kobe is the type of person to have Conquerors by the end for sure.
Yeah,
Whether or
he'll
not
have
he
it.
unlocked it right here, yeah, I just
Well,
it's
his
a little more.
purpose is to be the antithesis to Luffy, right? So like he should be as strong as Luffy, or in some way be. to
He should,
match
but
up
the
with-
fact that Luffy just unlocked it at Wano, and then we're going over to Kobe, if he just unlocked it here, it seems kind of excessive for Kobe to already be at the same level as
Well,
Luffy.
maybe he's gonna go like get like a
Garp's a good
speed run,
trainer.
like growth or something.
That it is. It's crazy that Garp is his trainer, but Rayleigh was Luffy's trainer.
But for
I mean,
I feel like
I think-
Kobe's growth is a little too quick if he's already at this insane level in 2 years.
but
I mean, to be, you got to factor into like with the line. I haven't peeped what Biz said, but I know like the TCB ones. He said like what I got to train like 7 times harder than everybody else.
He did
Yes,
train.
yes,
But yeah, was it
Luffy's on beaches. Luffy's going on adventures, having fun. He's not training every day, punching fucking boulders to smithereens
True,
like
but the
Kobe
2
probably
years that
is.
he was in his training arc,
But
I
yeah,
assume Luffy went all out.
Rayleigh wasn't with Luffy the whole time, wasn't he? Just with them for like a month or something, and then Luffy was by
Yeah,
himself.
a year and a half. A year and a half.
Year and a half, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I'm not mad if Kobe has Conquerors here, Conquerors coding here.
Me neither.
But
I would just have to see how he earned it, because
Yeah.
at this point I haven't seen it yet. You know.
Even if he did have it here, I still don't believe like, oh yeah, he's like right there with Luffy now.
But we saw that he punched the shit.
How he earned it, bro. So Kuzan in the flashback, he's punching the shit, complaining. No, that's during his regular training regimen. Kobe saying after that, still punching, bloody ass head, ends it. That's early.
Think about Luffy punching the trees and learning Rio. Kobe was doing that day after day after day. Luffy had a short period of time learning that. So think about Luffy, just like the way he could have progressed would have been much faster going at the rate that he was.
Yeah, that's why Garp wanted Luffy to be a Marine. He was gonna, watch after him. Kobe probably saw
pushed
Garp
him.
every day of his for the last 2.5
Kobe has had
years.
Garp as a trainer every single day, which is a crazy buff to have Garp as your
Yeah, he falls
teacher
for
every
the
day.
easiest trick in the book. That got me so mad in the. I was in the previous chapter.
I think
oh
it's
my
meant
God.
to play up Kobe's innocence, because even though he's maybe a powerhouse now, he's an absolute monster. He's still an innocent. He's innocent, and he's kind of gullible still.
It's his purity. It's kind of his thing. It's just
Plus with the way like the chapter kind of implied, it kind of to me clearly implied that this was Kobe's first time throwing in an attack this powerful. Like this isn't something he's just been doing casually. The only person who believed he could do something like this was Garp. Like it felt like Kobe himself for a while didn't believe he could do that until he did it.
I took it as like his Mangekyo Sharingan awakening type shit.
I would.
Yeah.
I'm okay with him having ACOG, but I don't know. I just don't know if that little bit of Black Lightning there was enough for me to be like, oh, okay, because
It's guaranteed.
It seems kind of inconsistent in some points with the Black Lightning.
It is.
If you say it's just Black Lightning, then Jinbei's got it, and I don't know how much you want to accept that, but
You don't think J-Bay has it? Let's go there.
I have a question.
I don't think Jinbei needs to have ACOG, especially seeing as Luffy hadn't even learned it by the time Jinbei would have been showing it.
Every Straw Hat's gonna have it.
Hey,
Oh, that's a hot take.
I don't know about that. Right time, my boy.
Whoa.
Wait,
What do you guys?
But hey, real quick though, 2 seconds though about the Kobe thing. Kobe's at the stage that Luffy was at when Kaido was like, "Oh, you figured it out, but your use of it's very clumsy." Remember, like when he lost early, like he still lost. He got decimated, but he still had it. Yeah, I think he has. I think that's why it's a tiny bit of Black Lightning. Like he's just barely there.
Yeah.
He can't. And that's the thing is all Conquerors hockey isn't equal. Also, that's like a very important thing. So that's like a big factor for me. Is like if they were both to have a Conquerors clash like him and Luffy, I don't think Kobe's going to be able to split this guy and he's going to get decimated. But he can still use it, right? He's still going to be way stronger than most other people because he can use a little bit of it right now. So that's how I see it. Like he's definitely going to lose to every other Conquerors user, but he did use it.
Yeah, I think this is definitely illustrating he has it.
Yep.
If
Agreed.
you weren't already convinced, which Kobe's got to have it by the end. Come on.
Real One Piece knows.
True.
You know.
What do you guys think Kobe's like character arc is? Like, where do you think it's gonna go?
He's gonna have to restructure the government after it falls.
I think he's definitely. I think he's gonna take over Garp's role in the Marines.
I think I told you this. So I used to kind of like just think like how people, I don't know, I think this has been talked about, like the idea of as far as we know, the Rocks fight being paralleled, how it was Roger and Garp versus Rocks. I think like with what happened to Garp, that kind of like made the idea stronger for me that we could potentially see a Kobe and Luffy versus Blackbeard scenario. Not the whole fight, obviously, but it ending with Luffy being the one to take down Blackbeard solo. But because now I feel like this gives Kobe more motivation to go back and have that encounter with Blackbeard, because we saw the flashbacks where like Blackbeard was kind of talking down on Kobe, kind of mocking him with the title of hero and all that stuff. Yeah. So we know there are now like interactions that these two have had.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think what makes that idea so good, in my opinion, is like again the excuse me, the parallel with Roger and Garp, obviously, but we already know that Kobe has another parallel, and that's Kuzan. Kuzan is like the dark path version of Kobe, so I want to see Kobe versus Kuzan very, very bad.
I need that too,
I want to see Kobe at least talk to Kuzan. I don't think he stands a chance against Kuzan now, but
he
I
might
at least hear him.
It's not going to be now.
He might learn future sight, so he won't fall for like easy tricks.
This is also shonen, where like the characters get stronger as they fight. So he could fight in being weaker and then end up get stronger during the.
Also, when we're mentioning Blackbeard and Kobe also trashed on Blackbeard's dream, and like that was, you don't do that to Blackbeard. Kobe
True,
did.
that's not a good thing to do to Blackbeard.
Man, fuck that. I'm scared.
As far as the Kobe and Luffy team up, I think it's got to happen because we've already got the foundation of Kobe and Luffy being,
buddies.
Yeah. Well,
bro,
I've heard the idea of people saying like, oh well, when Luffy finds out that Garp is in trouble, Luffy's gonna run there like he did for Ace, and it's like, I'm not saying that's impossible, but a part of me doesn't feel like 100% confident that Luffy will drop everything to go save Garp. I know that's his grandpa and all that.
Yeah.
But I'm saying like, okay, say like Luffy doesn't do that. Well, we know Kobe now has that motivation.
True.
Because I'm saying that motivation to like, oh, yo, we got to go rescue Garp. Because I mean, I don't know about the rest of y'all. I personally don't think this is the end of Garp. I don't think he's dead.
No.
Well, here's the thing, real quick, is whenever Ace was like said to be caught and like set to be executed or like whatever, like he lost. Like Luffy didn't care right away, right? He only cared once he like saw the paper and then looked at the Weaver card to confirm it. He's like, oh, okay, he's actually in trouble. Okay, I actually need to go.
Okay.
Because like so I agree with the Garp thing. I don't think he's gonna care, honestly.
No.
I think this is either and like the government doesn't really care either. So I think this is like Sword and potentially Dragon, maybe. Like maybe Dragon would care, but
even
I don't think Luffy would.
Even recently, when they found out Vivi was in trouble, his first instinct was, all right, we gotta go. And then Zoro was like, think about this, Luffy. We've got bigger fish to fry. Vivi can take care of herself. And he's like, okay, all right, you're right. So I think he would definitely be inclined to say, yeah, Garp can take care of himself. He's got the Navy.
Yeah, I think
Garp is not Vivi. Like that's
and also, I don't know if Luffy's gonna think about this hard, but like, Garp was gonna let Ace die, So like, I think he's gonna be like, he can figure it out. Like, if he was gonna make us figure it out.
Garp,
then. Like, screw it.
Yeah,
like, and not like in a menacing way where he hopes he dies. It's just like, if he thought we were gonna figure it out on our own last time, then he can figure it out himself this time. Like, screw it.
Question: do you guys think that Garp actually helped Gold Roger win Sebek, or do you think because he doesn't want to talk about it? He like is always like avoiding talking about it, and he it's just weird that there's so much like propaganda and stuff behind like the world government and everything. And I'm curious if maybe like Garp didn't actually help and he was given that role as a hero, but he wasn't necessarily a hero.
The Marines wanted to get some kind of credit. It was all Roger.
Oh.
Yeah.
But I mean,
go on. Yeah.
That he is. I think he had to have done something, but it might have been not even against rocks. It may have been he was helping take down Whitebeard, help the crew, and it could have been, they spun it that him and Roger took on rocks himself together.
Right.
Yeah, because as far as like anyone who knows the story, they think it was just Garp because they didn't even put it out there that Roger was involved in it. Because like the idea of the hero of the Marines working with the guy who eventually became king of the pirates, that's like asinine. That's like that's a no-no. But like see, and that's again why I'm going back to like the idea of Kobe and Luffy. Like, okay, so like think of like Law and Doflamingo, right? I mean, Law and Luffy versus Doflamingo. Like it starts off like a 2v1, then obviously Luffy is the one who's gonna finish the fight in the end. Like I think that if it's like a close to 1-for-1 parallel with Rocks, then that's probably how it went down. Where it's like it starts off like Rocks and Garp. Maybe something happens that gets Garp's attention away, and then Roger finishes the job. That's kind of just like what I'm thinking right now.
Yeah, but Rocks was a pirate. What if like Kobe he'll do what Garp wouldn't do. Garp wouldn't go against the Marines practically, and Kobe and Luffy, Kobe would do what he wouldn't do. So yeah, they would team up, and Kobe would go against the government. They would team up to take down Akainu.
Yeah, or imagine maybe Marine for 2.0, we get a parallel to where Kobe stood up, where like he actually is able to defend.
Yes, that needs to happen. BK needs to be able to stand up for himself now.
He could protect Luffy. He could do what Ace couldn't, and actually live protecting Luffy from an attack.
Oh shit!
It seems like one of like the biggest themes in the whole story. Nothing is as it seems, because we see like time and time again, like even with like villains, like Frankie, we thought he was gonna be a villain, and like eventually we find out he's not a villain. It's actually true. But that kind of stuff happens all the time in the series. Like even with like the Wanted poster and Sanji not knowing like why like his face was like that. I don't know. We find out that there's an actual character that's like that. Like it seems like it's so common in the series to have that kind of reveal, and it seems like the whole Garp thing where he's like a hero and stuff. Like maybe he's actually not a hero. Maybe people have had this theory that maybe like Garp rocks and stuff. I don't know how I feel about that, but like I would not be surprised if there was like a switch up like that with everything that we know about like as like specifically with Garp.
Yeah, I mean it's possible. I think the gist is Oda's always been hammering the idea of nothing's as it seems on the surface. There's always some deeper thing going on behind the scenes. But I don't know if he would choose to do that with Garp, seeing as he's such an important and endearing character to a lot of people.
But that's the thing too, is that he's important to the people because he is the hero of the people. Yeah. And like, how are the people going to turn against the world government?
Yeah, that's true. Well, I think
symbolism. He has to go. I'm sorry, narrative purposes. I'm sorry, he has to go.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's got to be one big event that turns the world against the world government.
Yep.
The people.
Yep.
And then BB unites the world under.
Yes, sir. You already know.
Mm-hmm.
That's it, Ron. You got it. But
and then she comes to the final straw hat, and then she gets the ball fruit after Kuma dies.
But yeah, I think whether the event that's going to turn the people against them is Garp dying, whether it's going to be the coming out of Emu to the world, whether it's going to be some big thing about Vegapunk, I don't know, but
who kills him? Garling?
Who? Vegapunk?
Or BB?
This might be a good time to pivot into Garling, since you mentioned him. I don't know what you guys think about Garling.
Garling!
My boy, Garling.
I mean, I've been told y'all about Garling, what I thought about him. A couple or so ago.
Super strong.
I go back and forth with it. Like, I think he's like kind of like apex of strength, but then sometimes might not make sense. I think he's like for Garland head though, like in the strongest house.
He's the leader of the gods. I feel like he's
gotta be kind of strong to be that, no?
Right. I think he's also gonna be like a dark parallel with Shanks as well.
Ooh.
I think you could easily be dark.
Well, would you consider Emu like scary? Like, cause Emu like scared Sabo. Sabo freaked out, and Dragon seemed kind of freaked out like a bit from hearing about the Holy Knights.
Holy Knights, yeah.
Yo,
I mean, if Dragon's sweating, I mean, I think we got to take him seriously.
Dragon's always sweating, bro. Every time we see him, he's sweating.
Sabo's the number 2.
He's sweating more than he's done anything else.
I'm about to say people keep talking about that Win Logia fruit, man. Dragon might have the Paramecia sweat fruit. Well, that's his logo.
Hey. Wait, sweat's got a lot of salt in it. Maybe that's like the idea. Like, it's water with salt, like it's seawater, you know what I'm saying?
But yeah, Sabo sets the bar high, and he's the number 2, Dragon's the number 1. He's like the head of the revolution. So if he's freaking out with somewhat like against Garland or the Hogan Knights, so yeah, that's got to be something. That's got to mean something.
Yeah, for sure. Garling over Fraudhawk. All right, listen, I'm not gonna go that far. But I think the quote-unquote hero of God Valley or whatever they've deemed the translation. I think it means he definitely had a part to play in God Valley.
Oh, I heard a theory. Who said this to me? Oh, I forgot.
Which one?
The warlords are like possibly all from God Valley.
Cube.
Who said it?
I think it's cute.
Cube of the Red Sea. Where's he at? Get him in.
Oh yeah, it was such a good theory. Oh, I
He was
wish he was
cooking last night.
It was so good.
The only thing I would say about that, which like I mean, there's probably some good evidence, but just off the top of my head is like, the warlords were never even planned to exist in One Piece. Like they were never planned to be an actual thing originally. Like he made those a while after he started, which like obviously God Valley was introduced later, but it seems like God Valley is such an important thing that was probably always a part of the plan to be mentioned or something. And so that would be like my one holdup, because like you could have maybe like a couple of them, like Kuma and maybe like Mihawk or something, and they just wouldn't be warlords, but they could still be in the story, and they're from God Valley, so maybe some of them. But like if it's all of them, it would be kind of hard, because I'm just thinking like not all of them were even like, we know, well, yeah, I guess not all. We know they all can't, probably because of Doflamingo, right? But
yeah, I don't. It's hard to like defend his theory because I don't know it like offhand. But like he had like evidence,
and
I'm sure he did. Coob knows what he's talking about.
And if I'm not mistaken, I think Boa wasn't even born around the time it happened. She's like,
well, yeah,
30,
but it wouldn't be Boa.
True.
It would be the previous warlord or the previous Amazon Lily leader that is disappeared.
Okay. I think again, I'm not knocking the theory. I'm just kind of thinking about what we do know, because I thought it implied Boa was the first of the Amazonians to become a warlord.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry for bringing this up. It just came to my head.
No.
I don't think warlords are like a long time existing thing. I don't think. I think they're like kind of recent. So like
yeah. We have not seen or heard in the story of the creation of the warlords. Like we never really went back and seen why they decided to have the warlords.
Yeah, that's true.
Vaguely, but we don't know the beginnings of them, which I think is kind of weird.
Yeah, that's true.
That's a good point. Really good point.
They're not wrong.
Like we know
like that with like the warlord.
I think there's a panel where I think it's Garp explaining it or somebody, and I think he says like some time ago they started doing this, like or it's like some very vague amount of time.
Yeah.
Right. Well,
pretty sure
with the implication of the implementation of the warlord system, we would know like maybe who decided this was a good idea. Was it the Gorosei's decision? I don't know if we'll learn that later, or
maybe just to balance out the powers of the sea more. Like that's what it's that's what's implied, right? That's what.
Right, and like
yeah.
Did they create the warlords because they were worried about? I know they were worried about the balance, but that's kind of vague. What do you mean by?
Well, that's the thing is Oda said, I always planned for it to just be about the 4 emperors and getting the One Piece, but like he didn't say it quite like this. But I'm reading the tea leaves. It's you know, the Shueisha's like, or whatever the company is, I guess. Hey, yeah, you can write as long as you want, Oda. Like you don't have to end this, you know, because usually they give him like a deadline or whatever. Like, and so then he's like, oh, I need to introduce some new strong people. I can't, you know, I got to figure this out. So
yeah, I mean that could be a explanation as to why there's not really like an origin story for him yet. But
yeah,
I don't know.
If he did want to give a reason, I can imagine one being something like okay, we said the balance of powers thing, or maybe another one's like, all right, because of Roger with the Great Pirate Age, it's getting a little harder to like handle all this at once. So let's just pay off some pirates to handle the smaller bit for us. That way, to like do the jobs that the Marines wouldn't do to sully our image. Let's just like make the pirates do it since they already have this bad image. If that makes sense.
Yeah. What if they seeked out specific pirates? Like they wanted to have the strongest swordsman on their crew. They wanted Crocodile because they knew Crocodile was looking for Pluton. They're like, let's give him some power. Let's Doflamingo, Joker, the underworld, the black market. He's like a super big rope like figure there. They're like, we got him on our side. They wanted to manipulate everything.
I think it would be so interesting to see them, you know, creating them back in the day and coming up with this idea and talking it out.
I agree.
You know.
Hey yo,
maybe
Dr. Jack, bro, in the chat, he said, "What if the warlords are clones of the deaths on God Valley?" And then also he said, "It would be wild if Boa was a clone of Luffy's mom, or something like that.
Oh,
Don't do that. Don't do that to me.
Oh no,
Don't do that to me.
don't. I hope Oda doesn't do
That's
that.
why she loves him so much. It's her son.
That could explain.
No, that's a different type of love.
I don't know.
Yeah, that's different love, man.
I don't know.
I know it's Japan, but come on, man.
That's some Oda logic right
And
there.
her like dreams, do they ever, or like, you know,
It makes so much
fantasies,
sense 'cause
do they
Oda's
ever show them
crazy.
making out? They don't. They just show like, you know, giving Luffy like motherly love, I guess.
I don't know, man.
No.
Maybe some,
That should just trip me out. I had to say that.
maybe some interesting explanation.
I don't know. I do like the idea. I don't know if you guys have heard this theory. I think it was coined by Threevil, but about Luffy's mom being the missing empress from Amazon Lily.
I like it.
Because I've always thought it was a little weird that Kuma knew Dragon, he's heard about Luffy so much, and he chose to send him to that island.
And when the Amazons found Luffy, they wanted his family jewels. What if that was like, you know, they were just looking for his. They were looking for his mom. They don't know where she's at.
Yeah.
For me, I was thinking it could have been along the lines of like Toki's prophecy, where he like knew steps. He didn't know exactly,
Right.
or he like knew like bullet points, but he didn't know all the information on the bullet point. So he knew kind of where to send people, but not exactly why, or why he's programmed to do so.
Because I think if, you know, Kuma being Dragon's right-hand man, you know, supposedly, he would know, like, Dragon's wife or Luffy's mom or whoever he loved was from Amazon Lily. So he would just think, okay, well, I'll send Dragon's son there.
Well, one thing though is Oda said in an SBS, or I think it's an SBS, that Kuma picked those destinations on his own. Like he wasn't like pre-programmed or whatever. Like it was his own free will to decide that. I forget exactly what the question was and like why he responded that way, but I remember doing like a video and read that. So I would say, yeah, about that theory, I like it. That the one holdup that I have is just like we don't really know how all the women in Amazon Lily are like how they reproduce. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no men, so like how does that all work?
Isn't it that the so the pirate crew is all the women that are strong enough to go out to sea, right? And then don't like a select few or like certain women go out and literally like just have sex with a man, come back with a baby, something like that.
Well, I know.
I don't think they said explicitly. I think they said there might be people who do that, but I don't know if that was like they said that's like the reproduction process. You know what I mean?
Okay.
But because that would also be like that's a lot of babies. Like if it's just a couple people. Yeah, you need several big mom level reproducers.
Yeah, I was about to say.
So I don't think, and also think about like how are they selecting that it's a female every time. So long story short, the reason why I think that's a holdup for the theory is if Boa is in love with Luffy, and wouldn't that woman be related to Boa probably, and like that's like in a pretty close relation to Luffy. So like that's
you're saying Luffy's mom being related to Boa?
Yeah, because like if that's the prior princess, like we don't know how the reproduction works here on Amazon Lily. It's like how does the princess stuff get passed down, like in relation to how they get reproduced,
power, doesn't it?
But we don't know how they also get reproduced. So I'm just saying like they might be all related anyway. You know, like and that's why they give it by power is like they're all related, and so they have to give it by power anyway because like there's not like a direct heir in that sense.
Oh god.
And so then you can't. So then I feel like that would be way too weird. So but maybe there's more to it. Like I don't know.
Right.
But,
I mean, it's a nitpick, but also with the fact that like that entire island only has one ship.
True.
Yeah.
It could be easy, something as simple as Dragon.
That also brings to mind that, you know, the other theory I've heard about the, you know, Amazon women, you know, like the Ranma Neon, people have said, like, perhaps maybe that's like Yamato's mom.
The Yamato, I love that theory.
That theory is hilarious. Another thing about it is I know the people on Amazon Lily, the women, they always, what do they say? They say love is a storm or love is a hurricane or something like that.
Yeah, hurricane, right?
And, you know, they would know that if Dragon was a hurricane, you know what I'm saying? Like wind, hurricane, storm, man. They
Or
would
maybe
know.
love is something D. Love is a storm, you know, the D bring a storm.
Right, which
that's also true.
Okay.
Be Dragon. So if they knew very little about the outside world and love, the past Empress falling in love with someone that's basically a storm might, you know, carry into word of mouth.
Well, it's also interesting.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say what's also interesting is that like throughout the entire series, every kingdom that we see, there is a queen that's either missing or no, not even died. Every. Yeah, sorry, I was going in a different direction.
No, you're good.
The one thing I would say about all of this is I also like the timeline wise, like, because Dragon is like 55, I think, right? Like mid 50s.
Yeah, I think he's in the 50s.
And I'm trying to think, like, with how old Boa and Shaki are, does it, like, you know, and I mean, you can have decent age gaps, you know, I understand that, but I'm just, it seems like that woman in between Shaki and Boa should be a lot younger than Dragon, like you know, 10 plus years younger. And so then it's just, and then you think about Luffy already being like 20, so that would mean he would have been 35 and the woman would have been like 20-ish, with like, which, like, you know, I mean, that's legal, but I mean, I don't know, Oda's usually had the people a little bit closer, you know what I'm saying?
I wouldn't put it past Oda to do that, but you know,
I'm about to say, this was an idea I had, like, in terms of like why Kuma just sent Luffy to that island of all places, is like, you know, if I'm putting like all the big theories to the side, like what we just discussed, my idea was just always like, okay, Amazon Lily, it's the most secluded island to keep somebody safe. We know that because that's where they immediately brought Luffy after Marineford, knowing the world government like wanted his head for everything that happened from Sabaody impaled down in Marineford.
Because it's surrounded,
and so
by
yeah, exactly, and because it was literally right after Sabaody, you know, he punched Charlos, which is like the biggest no-no you can do in the One Piece world. So Kuma just sends him to the most secluded location where no one would think to find them. It's in the Calm Belt. And then I remember a line Kuma said at the end of Thriller Bark after the nothing happened moment, where he basically says a line, something like I expect no less, he is your son after all, Dragon. So maybe it's just kind of like he believes like Luffy will somehow get through this kind of situation because he's Dragon's son and he knows what Dragon is capable of.
Yeah, oh yeah, I mean, I'm perfectly fine with that explanation. It's just that's my favorite of the Luffy's mom theories.
Oh yeah. I'm not knocking the theories. I'm just throwing out what I just assumed.
Yeah, I think another reason that he could have picked that place is if you compare it to like what we're seeing now in the final saga, like the like Blackbeard went to Amazon Lily, right, to go get Boa and try to take her fruit and stuff. And so if you just think of it, and this is actually literally the video I'm working on, like I'm almost done. I'm hoping to get it up tomorrow, literally. Part of it is like, if you just think about like the pre-time skip and stuff in relation to how he's ending it right now, like Amazon Lily did appear like at that, like right before the big war and stuff, and right now Blackbeard went to Amazon Lily right before like the big final war. That, I mean, obviously we're still a little ways away, but you know what I mean, like he's building up to it. And so it's like maybe that was the whole point of Amazon Lily in the pre-time skip, like in Oda's original plot for the story, because he thought it was going to be a lot shorter. Like that could have been the reason why he had to go to Amazon Lily next, is because like Oda made the story with like a world already made, right? Like the Red Line, the Grand Line, and like how like the Four Blues and like all that. Like he could have shifted the islands if he wanted, but it's just like he probably already had the world in mind, so it makes sense to keep it kind of sequentially the same, just so it stays, you know, continuous, I guess. So like Amazon Lily being at that point in the story, like it could have been Kuma also sent him there because Oda just had to show that island at some point. To introduce that point later on where Blackbeard's going to go there, because that was always like, maybe originally it was just going to be a war there with Kobe, Blackbeard, and Luffy originally, but now I don't know, you know. But basically that's it. Like it's everything that Oda did originally, he's doing again. Is kind of the point.
Yeah.
There's an SBS where Oda said that he wanted, or I forgot where it was, in a TV show or something. He said that he originally planned for Amazon Lily to happen later in the story. But
I remember
like something, his daughter said something, or he wanted his daughter to see it sooner. I forgot what. So he released.
It's his daughter's. What was his favorite? What was his daughter's favorite character?
Yeah. So he wanted to release it sooner, so he introduced it earlier in the story than intended.
I like that.
I like that a lot. Yeah.
Never heard that.
Looking in here, bro.
Jesus Christ!
Thank you. Thank you all for being here.
Hey, thanks for the invite.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you for doing this, Bobby, like in general.
Yeah.
Like, it's a really awesome thing to do.
I figured we needed it, bro. We just need to talk some One Piece, bro. Let it out.
Yo, One
Piece. I'm in here and cook. I'm just happy we could finally share that shit because we always do this.
Okay, I'm about to say, were we wrapping up or were we able to ask more questions?
Oh no, keep going. I ain't gonna stop
As
you.
long as we can go.
I wanted to ask people's opinions on this. Two specific characters. What do y'all think is next for Vivi, and what do y'all think is potentially next for Doflamingo? Because I feel like he's like the biggest wild card currently in the story.
For Vivi, I'm pretty sure Sabo is gonna try to come in contact with her because that wasn't that Cobra's last wish. He wanted.
Yeah, he said to inform Luffy and Vivi about their will. You know.
So
The question is like, oh sorry.
Oh, and then yeah, like Sabo might, that means Sabo might come in contact with Wapol, and they both saw the same thing. They might, have a moment.
Yeah. Here's my question. I wonder who is gonna inform Luffy of all this first, Sabo or Vivi?
It'd be interesting.
I
They
think
all go
Vivi,
meet up at once. Watch.
it may be
Also,
a thing
what
where
is Killua doing?
Sabo tells Vivi and then Vivi tells Luffy, but I don't know. I'm
I think
curious on how.
Did Morgan's? I can't remember, but that chapter we saw Morgan's and Vivi talking. Did they confirm that they were close to Egghead? Because I know Morgan's was like,
I don't think so. I think
about
that's just the kind of fan theories.
Okay. Because I remember Morgan was like he was already trying to like cook up the next big story about Luffy to make him.
Well, the thing about it is
She's gonna persuade him otherwise, though.
the last time we seen Morgan, he was talking about the story on Egghead, and then we see him again, and he's with Luffy Wapol and Vivi.
We know Vivi's goal is to tell Luffy about what her father's.
Well, what if because
Vivi
Wapol
doesn't know right now.
Wapol was there. He heard everything. So what if Wapol told that to Morgan's? And,
Well, I think
that's where Morgan's. That's why he's taking. That's why Morgan's is taking Wapol to Sabo to the revolutionaries, because Wapol heard. He told Morgan's. He's like, all right, well, let's take you to Sabo.
Well, also this is now in the newspaper, right? At the end of the last episode, or in the last chapter. This is going to be in the newspaper that Luffy is like overholding Egghead now, right?
Egghead incident.
Yeah. No, wait, never mind. I think I'm overthinking.
What do y'all think happened?
I personally think the Egghead incident is either going to be the death of Vegapunk or the sort of like the public finding out about like something big, like the Gorosei maybe getting
like that.
The Straw Hats were annihilated.
or just like if we get the kingdom's name. I like that.
I'm thinking.
Yeah, I think some type of release of information would be nice.
I think it was.
I think Luffy might be able to punch Saturn like Charles. Or I mean, yeah.
Oh yeah, that's Dak's idea, right?
Because I kind of like, going with all the Sabayori parallels we already have. Like that's only another one.
Yeah, I think a lot of people have brought it up, but I have definitely said that like a million times.
Yeah,
I'm definitely on that. Yeah, it's always weird for me to say like it's my idea because I'm like I know for sure other people came up with it on their own, but I have definitely endorsed and adopted that idea for sure. I think it's just gonna be Saturn gets. They probably have a full-on fight, to be honest. Like I don't know if it's like a completed fight where one of them dies or loses, but I definitely think we see Saturn's fruit. He boxes Luffy. Like Luffy definitely punches him. Maybe he even says like, oh, this reminds me of Joy Boy. You're definitely Joy Boy, or something. And then like the Ancient Kingdom name gets revealed. That's just like what? Because like the thing is. I mean, and it could be like a lot of information. Like I know Morge has an idea on it, but to me, it would be so much easier to share like 1 or 2 words or something with the world. You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
Like logistically, like people can hear. Like that's like the One Piece is real. Like that's like it's just straight to the point. Everyone's like, oh no, I know what that means. Like whatever. So same thing. The Ancient Kingdom was blank, like or something. Like that's so easy to share. So that's why I think a definite, honestly.
Yeah, I like that.
I think the Punk records being destroyed and having like all that information that's stored there, having to have it like be dispersed into the Vegapunks, whoever's left, would be like interesting seeing where the information goes.
I also think incident is an interesting word to use because it sounds like it could have been like an incident versus like a I don't know. It's just an interesting word to use, but I don't know about like the translation. Sounds different. But I don't know. Incident's a weird word.
How do you think Vegapunk dies?
Well,
oh man.
I don't know.
Why
I feel
does
like
he
the
have
thing
to
about
die?
Vegapunk is he's got so much information about the end and in the world with O'Hara. It's like for him to be alive is begging the question of just finding out everything at any point.
Exactly.
But it's
Not even a line right now.
That's what Blackbeard is prepping for, guys. I've been preaching about this. Blackbeard, look, he's got the one person that can just access memories, like literally open up your brain and look at all your thoughts and what you've seen and all that, like, or I don't know if it's thoughts necessarily, but like anything you formed a memory on that you can access, which like Vegapunk's experiments and the discussions he's had, all that, like, come on, like that to me. Just go take Punk Records, so you don't even need the actual Vegapunk. Just get the Punk Records itself. Just get the because that's his brain. You don't even need him.
I want Punk Records to do something.
They got it. They're gonna get that and take it to space.
I don't know, man. But
Punk Records there has to be a reason, like beyond just the current story.
Very
it's such a big thing. It's so like developmentally a huge thing for the world. There has to be something like that.
And that just made me think, like, so we just saw Pizarro like take over all of Hachinosu, and like he operated out of like the brain, like, or the head of whatever you want to call it. So imagine they put Punk Records inside that, and with him being part of the island, like it's like situated. Literally, Pizarro is like using Punk Records, like he's part of it, like he made it. You know what I'm saying? Like he just can. He probably think all the thoughts too. That would actually be really. Yeah, Pizarro stock's been going up, man. That's so. If that happens, that's like one of the biggest glow ups. That's all. That's like Clover level glow up. It's like Clover was already great, but then we see him like on the ship and all that stuff, and it's like, okay, he was actually top tier.
What do you think his story is, Clover?
Great question, Dor.
Wait, what do you mean? What do you think his story?
He had a whole like adventure. His
story, Clover.
Do you think he's alive on Elbaf? Like, because like
he's dead. No,
he's
he
definitely
got
dead.
clapped. He's
I
done.
think him and Olvia both are gone.
He's dead.
He's got a clover on his head. He's lucky. He's lucky.
He's dead.
Wasn't it only a 3-leaf clover? You need 4, bro, if you want a chance.
We're gonna see him with 4.
He's cooked. Look, Saul already lived, bro. No, we're done. No, there's. I mean, Saul living's cool. Like, I'm not saying that's bad, but I'm saying if we start saving everyone from O'Hara, like if we find Olvia's alive, freaking Clover, it's like, okay.
Dramatic it'd be for Robin to show up to Elbaf and her mom's lair.
Nobody's dead.
Oh, I would hate it, actually.
Dude, no, like, don't.
Well, yeah, like Clover, they showed him as a pirate. Like, come on, do you really think he could take?
Yeah,
he can't take a bullet.
The government, man, the government couldn't kill anyone that day, bro. They couldn't take out anyone. They had a whole buster call, and all they could kill was that botus of like innocent people. Like, they couldn't take out the little girl like Robin. They couldn't kill Saul. They froze Saul solid, and they still couldn't kill him.
I think it's purposeful.
Yeah, he couldn't kill him.
The books.
Told you he's him,
Dude,
bro.
guys,
The books got
they went there to
saved.
destroy the information, and they didn't just. They suck, bro. That was a botched operation.
Exactly.
All the buster calls are trash, bro. And no, if somebody calls a buster call, I'm not worried. I'm good. I'm chilling.
It seems like it's intentional almost. Like, how do these things happen? Like, there must be something. Maybe they are actually trying to help Joy Boy. That is.
I mean, I don't know.
Like, in their own way?
It sounds crazy to say, and it sounds crazy like a idea, but it just, they're so incompetent to like the point where it sounds like Oda thinks his readers are like, that's how I feel.
I mean, because we know how Kiji like purposely let Robin leave, so like there is some layer of like they're helping the cause in some form or fashion. But to me, I don't know. It's
like they didn't even stop Sabo. Like all the 4 of the Gorosei and Emu standing right there. They can't stop one guy.
Yo,
like they're supposed to be these all-powerful forces.
Well,
what
they
doing?
they're just like, all right, peace, bro.
It caused Lucia getting blasted by
Sabo's
Mother
him,
frame.
man. I don't know what you mean.
That's
Yeah,
fair.
but Sabo got away. They let Sabo get away.
Hey, he didn't die by Mother Flame either.
Yeah.
They just come on, man.
Dude,
It
Sabo,
doesn't matter what it is.
Sabo's
he's
sneaky,
the-
man.
he escapes every death, like no matter what. He's already escaped like 3 deaths.
He escaped the initial death for sure.
Man is too sneaky.
Like he should not be surviving as much as he has. He's
Sabo,
like
is Sabo
That's
sad
fact.
boy? Is Sabo sad boy? Or is
Sad
your
boy
is,
indeed.
is Emu sad boy?
I mean, that must be his thing then. He must not be able to die because he's sad.
Well, what's another? What's like if there was like a triangle, which like I know this is hard to think of. There was a triangle
some holy
between joy, sad, and something else. What would that third thing be? Because that would be emu. I feel like
Mellow, like Ray?
like nothing, like
Maybe
absence
just
of feeling.
Yeah,
Like
maybe
despair.
Void of
Void. I was about to say void.
Oh, Ronnie's done. Ronnie left. Ronnie
left.
Yeah, he walked away. The mind drop was too much.
Let's figure out the One Piece tonight. Let's do it.
Yes, sir. No, but yeah, I like the
soldiers.
I don't know. What is y'all's favorite emu idea for emu's powers? Is it the? I've heard a lot of them.
Where's Tiante?
I'm so tired of thinking this.
I like the one.
I'm still tired of Emu. It's so
Yeah,
much.
that's
Like,
the current.
Knucklehead.
I don't think he's here right now. He said he'd be right back. But I like the first person who I heard tell me this was Kev about the idea of it being like an ink power. Now I don't know because like I know because right now Oda loves his silhouettes. So like the safest bet, even though it's probably the most boring idea, it's probably just another like type of mythical zone type of thing. But I think the little ink idea, maybe when Kev's back, he can explain it better than me. But I really like that idea.
For me, I feel like a fruit is getting less likely personally. Like I don't think it's as simple as one fruit. Like I feel like that's just like that's Blackbeard's thing. It's like having the devil fruits. You know what I'm saying? Like that's, So I feel like there's got to be another layer.
That's why I say it's like the safest, most boring idea.
I like the idea that it's nightmare power. Like, the power of nightmare. Somehow, I don't know what's with a fruit or if it's an embodiment of some sort of creature that emu is. But the fact that Luffy brings dreams, makes dreams come true, and emu makes nightmares reality.
I could like that. Like, there would be. That's like it's like one of those abstract One Piece things where like I would just have to let Oda cook. You know what I mean? Because like I don't. I could see a million issues with it like in my head right now.
After Joy Boy was introduced, I'm like, okay, Oda might not stay on like real out of world script, with Joy Boy and he makes his own god and things like that.
Yeah, I think speaking of gods, like I think that emu's power might be connected to that, like a god, a creator, but literally like a mangaka creator. Like that's the base of emu's powers. Emu's able to like create things, and like there's the whole the Doodle Bob episode or Frankendoodle from SpongeBob.
Doodle Bob.
Yeah, that pencil has godlike powers. What if emu has access to something like that? Or what if like the crown on emu's head is a cap to like a pen or a pencil or a pencil eraser or
Eraser.
And then like the Gorosei and emu that's together, that's Go-Mu, like the five Gorosei, and then with emu together that's 6 Go-Mu 56, and that's the title Luffy. And then what if like emu also has the power to erase stuff as well, and it has the power to create and erase.
So they're definitely going off the manga panels.
And then if emu does, another thing is the Conjurer's ability. Emu might also have an ability where she could, or not she. Emu has they could use a devil fruit that's not consumed, because the reverie happened during Wano, and Conjure died, or apparently died during Wano. So maybe that's some ink related ability Emu was able to do, is because Emu was able to use the power of a devil fruit that hasn't been consumed yet. Or if Emu did eat a devil fruit, it would be the Oda no Mi.
I love it.
Emu was Oda's fruit. The power of the creation.
I made a video on that talking about all that. Yeah, I go off about that in my recent video.
W-Bands again.
Do you guys think the series, because we in the Egghead we've discussed like the idea of like reality and what is reality, like do you think this is gonna get like world breaking? Like, do you think that Like, do you think that'll happen soon? Because we already the world. We see that that awakenings can also break the world with like, Amazon and kindness. So do you guys think that'll get there like now? Do you think we'll start just kind of like? You think everything will start going crazy soon? Like in that way?
We're in the final saga.
I mean, with the introduction of Luffy's world-breaking ability, I feel like you have to have something to counter that for the opposing force.
But is that more world-breaking?
Well, they gonna get their ass whooped. What are they gonna do? They have
I don't know. I feel like Emu is the good embodiment of that. I think Blackbeard is the version of it that conforms to the reality in the manga, with the fruits and having all the power that's already been established in the world, being the most powerful fruits and things. And then Emu's gonna have the other side that's the more world-breaking thing, similar to Luffy's.
What's interesting is that like even because these world-breaking things seem to be like devil fruit, then we have things like Blackbeard's devil fruit that can cancel out other devil fruits, or like hockey. We've done that hockey can actually cancel out devil fruit. So what does that mean for like the grander story? Are we going like? Is it going to be a story about like surrealism versus like reality? Is that kind of what we're going for at the end? Or is it just kind of surrealism against surrealism and everything is kind of created crazy kind of?
Doron, you already said it earlier, bro.
What?
Everything, everywhere, all at once.
I mean, I believe it.
You already, you cooking. Let's go.
That's usually us, the reader. We get to see everything happening at one, like practically at once through Oda's vision.
True.
I'm just curious, like how Oda plans to use devil fruit, like moving forward. Like even now, with like the Gorosei coming and Kizaru coming, it's really, I feel like, gonna tell what the rest of the.
What if the Gorosei they want to get, or the green blood? What if like they want to get Luffy's green blood or blood? What if he is his own? So what if that would mean like they somehow get his blood DNA and they make a seraphim or something with Luffy's powers?
Well, that too is that they're trying to gain access. They're trying to keep Egghead but kill Vegapunk.
Yeah.
So I'm curious, like, what their capability would be with Vegapunk's stuff. Like, is the military going to get a lot stronger?
Yeah, they're probably going to reverse engineer Vegapunk's stuff into theirs. Like, with the UFOs and all that. They're gonna take his.
Like, if this ends up being like Luffy's stronghold or whatever, is Luffy's Grand Fleet going to come and super powered up to fight like the Seraphim or whatever? I just think Vegapunk's technology, it's too insane to either A, not exist, or B, not to be used. So it has to be used in some way, and there's so much technology, it does so many things, that it's almost, that in itself is almost like world breaking. Like you could take that machine that Vegapunk had where he's creating food, give it to Wano, and all of a sudden your Wano warriors are like a lot stronger because they're actually fed well.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, what if like Vegapunk is, because of what's going on with York, like what if that's a part of Vegapunk's personality? Like what if he really is, there's something we can't trust about him and he's just a greedy scientist?
Well, that's what I always thought about York was interesting, is there a part of Vegapunk that wants to be a celestial dragon? Because York is part of Vegapunk.
Yeah, like
that's that desire.
Yeah, he's a perfectionist also. What if the Momo's fruit, it's fine. It's not that he's a perfectionist. He doesn't like the way how things are and all, like.
You're right.
Yeah. He's selfish. He is selfish.
So I think York is such an interesting character to introduce.
It's not fun. He was trying to reproduce the Sura dragon, the fucking blue dragon, and it was pink, so it was a failure. It wasn't fine.
Well, it's also interesting in this arc that we got in the very beginning. We got Vegapunk talking to Dragon,
right?
Which usually,
he made a dragon on Punk Hazard.
Usually, like in any story, you kind of like want to end it kind of like it began, kind of. And I'm curious if Dragon will have an impact in what happens in incident or whatever happens next.
Well-
Not that I think they're going to show up, but maybe they do have like some influence over it. somehow.
Speaking of that, it was Shaka, wasn't it? That Dragon was talking to. It wasn't directly exactly Stella.
That's true.
It was Shaka, and I don't think they've done that thing where they share all their information because of what happened.
Oh, true.
So yeah, I don't know if Vegapunk Stella will ever learn of what happened with Shaka.
And Shaka got killed. Interesting.
Yeah.
Interesting. Now I'm curious if that has anything to do with, like maybe there's like a message that Shaka was trying to tell Dragon that didn't get, or I don't know what I'm saying. Never mind.
No, but yeah, why were they talking? Like, why did?
I am curious on the connection between Shaka Dragon, Vegapunk Dragon. I know they have, a former relationship as we've seen in the flashback at Ohara, but I feel like there's a little bit more there we haven't unpacked yet.
Mm-hmm. What happened before that? Like, what led up to that point type shit?
Exactly. Like, they knew each other at Ohara. Like, oh, hey, Dragon, hey, Vegapunk. Your head got smaller or bigger. And so, that means they had a former relationship. Somehow they knew each other before that.
Oda also made a point to introduce that in the beginning of the arc.
Exactly. So I think
Like,
that's
how is
definitely
that
going to come back into play. Definitely going to come back into play.
Because it seems like a big thing that happened. It seems like one of those big things that Oda does, where he like makes us forget about it a little bit.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
There's so much
That's the worst
going
thing. He loves to do that. Yeah, I think that's definitely something we're going to come back to and touch on later, which that's why a lot of people are saying, oh, Dragon's going to get involved in this arc. He's going to go to Egghead, which I just don't see Dragon going to Egghead, but I could be wrong.
But also, we also have the Kuma thing going on. Like, where is Kuma? What's their relationship with Egghead?
Well, I can guarantee,
bro, Doron.
Dragon's gonna for sure be standing or sitting, and if he's standing, he's gonna be staring to the east. Or
to the east?
Yeah. Right? Doesn't he always stares to like east blue or something like that?
Oh, you mean Dragon?
Yeah, Dragon.
Facing the east. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Facing the east.
Hey, y'all, real quick, I gotta go. It's getting late here. I'm getting pretty tired. But
Alright,
great
Jack.
discussion. Nakama United for life, basically.
Peace.
This is good. We're definitely gonna do this again. I hope, for sure.
For sure. You have your thing
Appreciate you for
tomorrow.
setting this up. What's that?
Yeah, we'll be there tomorrow.
Yeah. I'm having that stream tomorrow. If anyone's a member on the channel, I'm having that. I mean, I don't even know if I should say it. Like, I mean, it's just going to be a Discord, the VC part of it. So, like, I mean, I don't know. You can probably slide in anyway, no matter what. But the stream part's members only. So, but yeah, if y'all are free at 9 p.m., we're going to watch the episode. So, but thank you, Ronnie. I appreciate you. Hope you all have a good night.
You have a good one.
Hey, thank you, brother. Be safe. Thanks for stopping through. Thank you all for coming through, for real. Appreciate you.
Nakama.
And we'll get more next time. This is good. This is a good little test. First run.
Oh yeah. It's been fun.
First of hopefully many.
Do you guys think we're gonna see Arlong again?
I hope.
Maybe small chance. I'm banging on a small chance, but we'll see.
You don't want that?
No, I do want it, but I just think it's like a small chance of it happening.
Maybe he'll come back as like live action version.
He's gonna save Jinbei. Something happens to Jinbei, and Arlong's gonna be the one to save him.
Yo, if he did that like some redemption type shit, that would be fine.
Oh, Arlong saves Nami. He's gonna save the village or something.
Because I was about to say, I was always like a fan of the idea that Arlong was a slave in Marijwa, and now we know because of what Sabo and them did, they just freed a bunch of slaves. So
there's also so many
Arlong.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was saying so potentially Arlong escaped like everybody else did, and Oda's cooking up his return if we get it. If we get it,
that would make sense too. Yeah.
There's so many parallels to it. It makes. What if he saves like? Oh wait, no.
We didn't see Arlong and Impel Downs. Yeah. What if he was sent to Sabaudi and auctioned off or something?
That's what I think.
Yeah.
Like
That makes a lot of. Yeah. I could see that.
And it parallels Fisher Tiger so well in terms of like the same thing he went through, and to see that change and see Nami.
Mm-hmm.
And also it parallels the same, like within the beats of the story, there is like Arlong Park, based off of Sabaody. Sabaody is where we're introduced to Dragon, where the Celestial Dragon's from, Marijoa. So it makes sense in terms of progression.
Was
it would be cool too, because the last time we saw Jinbei was his own captain, but now Jinbei is a subordinate to the guy who like basically ruined Arlong's dreams.
was Koala at the reverie, or she wasn't there?
No, she wasn't there.
She wasn't there. Okay.
Someone center or leave?
All right, I'm back. My internet went out, but we're back.
Oh, nice.
Yo.
We were talking about Arlong, about if we're gonna see him again.
Yeah, he was talking about.
Oh, blue hockey Arlong? Okay, now we're talking. Sir. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think the Arlong needs to come back in the story, but I think it'd be kind of cool to see.
If he get after a while, like after you know how his teeth get stronger after every time he like takes them off. What if eventually they get so strong that he's able to literally cut dimensions, like tear the fabric of reality?
That is amazing. I would love that.
Fishman's secret ability, secret thing.
I love it. I don't know, but what was I gonna say? So in terms of, I don't know what you guys were talking about prior to that, if there was like a topic at all, but do you guys think we're gonna see any more interactions between like the revolutionaries and like the Straw Hats anytime soon?
At some point, yes. I just don't know when. That's the question.
Because I was thinking about like Dragon on Egghead stuff, and I'm wondering like if we're gonna get to a point where like the Revs need to like rescue the Straw Hats or vice versa, and we're gonna get like an interaction of all the Straw Hats and all the Revs, you know, chalking it up. You know, Robin reuniting with everybody.
I think it'd be interesting if the Revolutionary Army something Straw Hats kind of like get in there.
That would be an interesting plot point.
Because like if they're getting in their way of Dragon's not going to be happy about that, and Luffy's not going to be happy about the other people getting in his way. Like I just feel like it'd be an interesting interaction for like the two of them.
I want so badly to be Luffy and Dragon's first interaction, like some bullshit non-meaningful thing where like they don't even know, like Luffy's like, get out of my way or some shit, and it's like, Luffy, that's your father. He's like, I don't care. That just seems so Luffy to me.
You know what? I was looking at watching or reading the Loketown arc, and I just thought it was fascinating that time when Smoker takes down Luffy, Dragon is literally side by like right there with Luffy, like he's right behind him. Like they were so close. They were so close. I was just seeing that.
It is crazy. I love it.
So do you think Dragon has hockey, or do you think?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I think he does. I don't think he's like a hockey master. I'm not gonna say he's like Shanks level hockey, but I think with a very rounded level of hockey, plus the broken fruit.
Pretty sure he could take down Sabo, and Sabo already, like I said earlier, he sets the bar high, so Dragon's above that.
I just don't think he's a huge combatant.
The way I've always seen it with the portrayal like I know the fandom makes jokes about like Dragon being a bum and always sweating, but like the way Oda constantly portrays Dragon to like the world, and his even like his own subordinates, like when you go back to what Ivankov said it during Impel Down, like Dragon is clearly being hyped up to be strong to some capacity, and then like I just kind of think like what we see from Luffy and Garp and even Sabo, it's like all right, expect something similar with Dragon.
Yeah. Okay. Do you think Dragon has like an outlined final matchup or anything like that? You think
that part I don't know, because I know some people used to say Emu, but I'm like, yo, if Dragon fights Emu, Dragon's getting destroyed because we know that's
it could be a Kainu.
I think the end of the series is not really about like one-on-one matchups, because like one of the things they talk about him as they say that he's the most balanced. And like we've only seen the Straw Hats fight as like once, like on Bark, and I guess like Fishman Island at the beginning. But like I'm curious if there is, and like Blackbeard even said he wasn't ready to fight Shanks. Maybe he wasn't ready to fight Shanks because he just got his like back then. Like maybe they do need to start like working as a team, and maybe like the fights at the end of the day are gonna like team battles versus like one.
Yeah, I mean I would like
kind of like what we've been seeing recently.
Yeah, with Oda's comment even in the Jump Fest about feeling like a battle royale, where it's like kind of everyone teaming up against other people and it being like a sort of, you know.
I could see Oda doing some. I don't know if you guys know like comics at like Crisis on Infinite Worlds. Like there's panels just like everyone like in the world kind of like fighting against each other. I can totally see Oda having like a flashback where there's just like hundreds of characters just like all fighting against each other.
I know some people are thinking like, oh, the Straw Hats are gonna fight the God Knights because there's 9 of them or whatever. But I mean, for all we know, that might be. I'm about to say, for all we know, Dragon might be the one to fight Garland because he's the first one. He's the one that first brought up the God Knights in the story.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Because with them introducing the God Knights, there's got to be some form of with Oda's planning. He's got to be thinking ahead to who's gonna fight him, who they're gonna be facing off against in the end. So I think Dragon or the Revs would be a good choice.
What if, like, at the end, like, you know, to get the One Piece this is super endgame stuff I'm talking about. Like, what if it's Oda sets it up to, like, you know, it's a world tournament. You know?
Hey, yo, that would be crazy. Best tournament arc ever.
Yu Yu Hakusho did
for the One Piece.
Yusuke didn't even win.
True. Spoilers for Yu Yu. Yep.
Oh, my bad.
No. But yeah, instead of it'd be like a parallel to the Coliseum, but instead of the Devil Fruit, you're fighting for the One Piece, you know.
Winston was asking, like, on in the chat, like, do you guys think anyone else is gonna join?
Wait, what happened? You kind of cut out.
We're gonna join.
You guys think anyone else is gonna join the Straw Hat Grand Fleet? We have a lot of enemies towards the end of the end, and the Straw Hats would need allies. And yes, I do. I think that not only Vivi's going to join the Straw Hats, I think that Smoker is going to help Vivi, and Smoker is going to help lead the Grand Fleet and unite the world under Luffy.
Yeah.
Me personally, I think it's very possible that all the members of the Grand Fleet are the official members and the finalized members, and everybody we get after that are just affiliates.
Affiliates, yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Under them, because they become generals.
Under them could be very possible, yes.
Do you think
then those generals are led, like each Straw Hat is going to have like their own fleet type shit.
Yep, like the top of the Tasha with the what do you call them? The little mini people.
Tatasas?
The Tatasas.
Yeah.
I like that idea because we know Usopp has a lie of, you know, I control like 1,000 men or something, or 9,000 men under me. But what if that becomes reality, where he actually has his own division in the fleet and has like 9,000 men under him?
Yeah.
That would be awesome.
Why did Dak leave? Because he could be cooking on that Ragnarok. Because Ragnarok's going to happen at Elbap.
Oh, for sure.
What do you guys think about a Ragnarok? Like, what do you guys think
I think what it would be is just like the fall of the land, fall of them being able to live there. Everybody would have to just leave.
But do you think the Gorosei are trying to protect the world from like Ragnarok?
I would like to twist that the Gorosei are actually good.
Well, like one of the things, one of the things that we've seen like over and over again within the series is that every place Luffy goes, or almost every place, he destroys like everything in town, so they have to rebuild it. And I feel like that is kind of how the whole world, like at the end of the day, Ragnarok is it's destroying and then rebuilding it. So I'm curious, like what kind of, like maybe if the world is destroyed, the current world is destroyed, then the Gorosei's world order would not be what it is. So they would want to protect the world from being destroyed, right? Because they don't want to.
Yeah, I don't think it's literally. I don't think it's like literal destruction. I think it's just like the structure of the world, just how everything is established.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything would just be in ruins in those terms.
Because I've never believed the idea that the Ragnarok thing is happening specifically for Elbap, because like Ragnarok is like it's called like it's meant like it's the start. It's always meant, or I mean honestly Egghead might be the start, but because like Ragnarok is always known as the twilight of the gods, the fall of theirs, and we know the celestial dragons and Emu, they're the ones who see themselves as the gods of this world. So like the climax of that will happen during the final war. You know, when everything all goes to hell for them, everything backfires, the world finally unites against them. Because, you know, like, Luffy, they have allies across the world now, like Alabasta, the Drum Island, Fishman Island. They already talked about waving Luffy's flag. We know Wano is already Luffy's territory. Like Wano has Pluton. We don't know how that's gonna go, but all these places that they're slowly going. Vegapunk's on their side at this point, depending on what happens with him. You got the Marine. You got this thing with the Marines now, where like they got their own personal agendas with sword and all that. Who knows what they're gonna do if the world government is like, fuck Garp. We're not gonna do nothing to go save them, and so it's like, all right, we can't have that. So basically, they're doing all these things, and it's gonna backfire on them pretty badly.
Yeah, I feel that.
You wanna know what happens?
What do you mean?
So Garp's not dead. The reason because he's still needed for leverage by BB, right?
Sure. Yeah.
For multiple reasons. So he could trade to Cross Guild for a couple billy. 3 billy.
They might.
Or try to leverage it with the world government for Hachinosu. He wants to be king, right?
Yeah.
They're not gonna fucking negotiate with terrorists though. So they're gonna say you.
It depends on what he threatens them with.
Also, Garp might.
You value your precious hero's life? What's up?
My thought is that he threatens them, like, so he does have pudding, right? And what if he does want to, like, everybody's probably heard the idea that she uses the powers on Garp, they reveal the truth about God Valley, stuff like that, but there'd be more things that he knows, right? So what if God Valley gets revealed and then the whole strong arm is, and I can reveal more, so give me what I want.
You cooking. You are cooking teacher.
Yeah.
That is possible.
Yeah, give me what I want. And then he's gonna get what he wants
because he wants to deal with the world government. He's already trying to make a plan to do it with the slaves. So what if that's the strong arm?
He wants to get to Emu. I think he wants to take Emu's abilities type shit.
Yeah, he wants to be in control of the world, which is probably everybody's had the idea that that's what Rox wanted to do. There's the whole parallel. He's probably gonna want to do the same exact thing.
It did seem like when he said he wanted to like have a official kingdom, it did sound almost like trolly. Like it almost sounded like he didn't actually want that he wanted something else.
Like that was a
part is, he's big brain, bro. He just acts slow type shit.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's just I'm curious, like what his objective is, like at the end. Like it seems like it's so vague.
What's the vague? Yeah.
I'm curious, like, if when we first met him,
you want to know what his goal is what you said?
What'd you say?
You said you want to know what his goal is? What he wants?
What's his objective? What?
He wants to replace evil because he knows about evil, bro. He knows evil. And not knows evil, but he knows of evil. He wants to be that position.
It's also weird that he knows about the Seraphim, too. He knows, like, about his...
He knows a lot, bro.
He found out about the Seraphim when he went after Boa.
Well, he noticed the what's it called?
Lunarian details about him. Yeah.
I just like, why does he know that stuff? Like, I know Oda said that he like archaeology.
He's an archaeologist, yeah.
True, but
like, why? Like, how did he get into that?
Think about all that mixed into one though. Because he's an archaeologist, he doesn't sleep, so he's accumulating information all the time and type shit. So. He's smarter than what people think, bro.
I wonder if he knew the hag on Wano, the one that's helping Orochi, because they seem like they're both like all of the people Blackbeard knows are like really kind of ugly, and I feel like the hag is like one of those characters that looks like they would know Blackbeard, or looks like they would like be part of like that crew. Like all of the like other characters, it just seems like they have like that look.
You could draw a connection because. Isn't it confirmed that she was on Rox's crew? Or am I crazy?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And then, Saber Zebek to Blackbeard? I don't know.
You say confirmed that Blackbeard was on Rox's crew?
No, the old hag. What's her name?
Oh, okay. Yeah, it's. I think it's a theory still, but it's like. Oh, you're talking about Bakken. Oh,
no, I was talking about the lady that can transform and manipulate shit. Maybe it wasn't confirmed.
It wasn't confirmed, but like that's kind of the theory people are banking on right now because she turned into Shiki.
Yeah, I guess that must be a fan theory. But yeah, I don't know. I feel like with that you could draw a connection, but
she could have been a caribou. She's just riding along, and that's how she was able to touch everybody's face. She's on the freaking crew.
Why are you bringing Itachi into this?
You trying to look like Itachi? What's going on?
I'm just pretending
Put us in a genjutsu?
Yeah. You. Yo, man.
So when do you think we're going to Elbath? Soon or no?
I think
Hoping next
probably
week.
after this.
Hoping that's the next place to go.
I think there'll be like
If
a
we don't
tiny
go
little
there after this, I
intermission.
hope we go to space, bro.
I
I
feel
don't
like
think we're going to space.
I feel
That'd
like
be
I
so
think we're-
lit.
If we're surrounded in an egghead, no.
I think what we'll have from space is Enel coming down at some point.
Coming down. Yo, that's another theory. What if, like, so what if instead of going to the moon, what if they bringing the moon to us, like, infinite
Yeah.
shit?
like the moon crashes into the earth and then everyone dies. That's like a 4Kids kind of ending.
It's fucked up.
Well, you know what happens in the 4Kids, right? Right, like before Skypia, their whole like the ship
There's 4 kids, bro.
it crushes the whole crew, and that's how it ends.
Right. I do like the 4Kids ending.
I'm curious. I'm curious in the live action if they're gonna have any callbacks to the 4Kids.
God, that would be hilarious.
I think
Give
we'll have
just give
little
Sanji a lot.
Yeah, you're young and you grew up with that shit.
There's got to be a scene where he jumps into the water, right? And his cigarettes get all soggy and he needs something, right, to feed on. And they're like, oh, we got you this. It's a lollipop. This is all we got. And he's like, all right, it's going to get me to the next island.
What if, like, in the live action, like they'll show bloopers or something, and like we see the actor, the guy playing Sanji smoking, like, you know, while doing the scenes. It's a cigarette, but then he'll take out the cigarette and it's actually a lollipop with like a stem of a cigarette.
Okay.
That would be hilarious.
We haven't seen him smoking in the show yet, so you never know. He might just have a lot. I feel like it would be so weird if they don't have him.
Yeah, they gotta have him smoking.
I mean,
they already took the sim shit out, so they're gonna take the smoking shit out too. What you mean?
Maybe he just won't smoke as much, but yeah, for sure he's gonna smoke. He's gonna smoke for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense that he wouldn't smoke all the time.
Right.
But I don't know. I mean, they said they said he would have his lighter.
You think they're gonna do those things like the little intermission things, like when they go to cut to commercial, they show like the wanted poster with the little jingle of a character theme. You think the live action will do that? That'd be awesome. But
would be cool.
They'll show characters from around the world, like, you know, Bellamy, and they'll show a bunch of different wanted posters.
That would be cool. I don't know.
Winston just said, so I know people not gonna like this, but what's the possibility of the Straw Hats split up after Egghead sometime? Some go to Elbath, and I'm not sure where the others go. Not my idea.
He has this theory that I really like, where he says that like at some point they're gonna get split up. Like Luffy's gonna get split up from the crew, and the crew's gonna have to work back. I like that idea just because we need time with the crew more. Like I miss, like like by themselves.
They need to get stronger for real. They didn't kick up.
They need to get stronger. And I expect all of them to have conquerors.
They need a little training arc type shit.
Yeah,
but
I've always loved Randy's idea of, which I don't know if he coined it first, but I think so, of the reverse Marine board, where Luffy's the one captured and everyone, including Straw Hats, have to work together to save Luffy.
Yeah,
I don't know how likely that is, but it sounds pretty awesome.
I feel like there's a version of that could work. Because I feel like
about happening?
What we just got with Garp was kind of an inverse of work.
Yeah.
So
like I'm curious.
With Luffy being out of state now, with being so free, I don't think he's gonna get shackled down like that.
I was just thinking that, but what if Saturn could do it?
Well, yeah. Speaking of that,
raw.
What if like he's got like
Blackbeard's taking Saturn out. Like, come on.
What if like Saturn has like a Master Roshi like esque ability where like you're able to trap like a deity or the god, and Saturn will do it on Nika, and Luffy like kind of like loses his powers. He loses
He traps his Nika ability.
He takes the will away. He seals the ability.
That's what they wanted the whole time. They needed a fucking catalyst.
Bruh.
But yeah, like the Saturn knows like some ancient forbidden technique that we don't know. Like,
Holy shit!
Cooking.
Holy shit, bro!
That
I
would be
told you we're
awesome.
gonna figure out a whole piece of bacon.
You know you're cooking when Ronnie's out of his chair.
Bar run is really high. No, I'm kidding.
I'm about to smoke. Y'all make rules.
What else?
Cheat day.
What do you guys think about Shank's crew? Like, do you think
Well, watch your bedtime.
do you think they're going to be as important as Shanks is, or do you think it's kind of like
well,
I don't think they'll be as important, but I think their crew as like a whole unit will be important.
No, he's spitting though. Who is Shank's crew made up of though? Like, we know them, but like, do we know them? Who are they? Like, where they come
But
from?
do we even know Shanks?
like are they as strong as
Right, type
Are
shit.
they, like,
So like, what I was just saying, like, what if this what they wanted the whole time? That's what I was just thinking. That's why I stood up. Like, what if Shanks was in it on that type shit, and this was all set up? Luffy was
He
meant to,
could have had a deal where he was supposed to trade it in or something.
like, all this was meant to happen type shit.
I'm also curious, like, what happened to Rox's or Roger's like entire crew? Like
He
other
decided back then. He manipulated this whole
disbanded them.
situation. He wanted
Yeah,
him to
but
fucking want to become the pirate.
And he did it over time. He didn't do all at once. He like did it over time.
No.
Yeah, it's also possible.
Shanks, don't do this to Shanks. Don't do this to Shanks. I'll be right back, guys. Don't do this to Shanks.
Shanks is a bad guy. We all know it.
You shut your mouth, Ron. Shut your mouth, Ron. I'm gonna put you back in a genjutsu.
Shanks caused the white lead disease that killed everyone.
oh, that's nice.
Shiny.
What do you guys think about that? The white lead disease. Like, do you think it's tied to like the world government?
The what?
Oh, I got no idea.
The white lead disease from Law's.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it's gonna have some kind of significance if Oda brought it up for a Law flashback and never to mention it again. It's like Chekhov's gun. We're gonna see some kind of connection to it later on. Like,
yeah, maybe like Sengoku like accidentally caused it or something. That would be crazy. If like Sengoku is part of it because he's what's his name? Kurozone's father essentially.
yeah.
And then he's the one who caused Law all of like this stuff. That'd be a crazy final battle actually. Sengoku versus Law.
Yeah, that would be interesting.
That'd be crazy.
Any Sengoku fight, I'm down with it.
That'd be crazy. Sengoku versus Law?
Like if Sengoku responds to the white lead happening, like because the world government's like behind a lot of bad shit happening, has been like helping stuff, which is why Kuzan left in the. It's interesting that Sengoku is like one of the ones that isn't leaving or like isn't like when we know so many of like characters that are kind of cool that are kind of also against it, like Garp. I don't know. I feel like Sengoku is probably like into or was into. It also makes me wonder of like Akainu, like what is he doing?
A lot of paperwork.
Yeah. A lot of sitting in a chair.
It's just interesting to me that he hasn't like been involved in anything at all whatsoever.
He mad he beat Kuzan. He mad right now.
Yeah, like what if like during the fight of Kuzan versus Akainu, Kuzan realized, man, I'm gonna have a lot of responsibility if I win this fight. You know what? I'm gonna just throw the match. Gotta make it look convincing too. Gotta lose a leg.
Gotta lose a leg.
Well, what do you guys think about Kuzan? What do you think's gonna happen with?
I personally think like deep down he's probably still trying to do things right for I don't know, just for the world, for his own justice. I don't know necessarily that he'll actually like try to kill Garp or go through with it.
Do you think he's
I don't know if he would necessarily even save him either. It might just be like come down to a situation where he's like, I can't do what I want to do, so I'm stuck just kind of having to like relieve myself from the situation, which he can't really do.
Mm.
Can you really see him trying to kill Garp? I can see
No.
him faking it.
He's faking it.
Yeah, I could see
Yeah.
Garp.
Did he seal his wound that
Garp-
Shiryu punctured?
Garp's frozen, right? They froze Garp or something. Like he's hurt.
He put that spike through him, but like it's the same spot that he got punctured by the sword from Shiryu. though.
What if they
But think
freeze
about
him and like?
think about the
And he
spike
sealed
was
it.
a lot bigger. The spike was a lot
It was
bigger than
bigger.
the sword
Yeah.
stab though. When you think about it,
He's
he did
he's,
damage him.
he's immobilized right now. So like, yeah, what if like Akiji freezes him and wants to leave him, but you know how Blackbeard's crew is? They're like, you know, evil. So what if one of them just, you know, breaks it? Like Pizarro's pissed off and bitter at what happened, and he just cracks Garp.
I think
That'd be insane.
I think the reason why it wouldn't happen is because the one, Aokiji probably wouldn't allow it, but two, like, we got to remember Blackbeard is an opportunist, and he just lost his trade bait in Kobe.
Yeah.
And even though Aokiji told him that you won't get nothing for this, like, Blackbeard still wasn't hearing that. So like now he has something that's like far more valuable than Kobe. Like now we don't know if he's gonna be able to cash in on it, but as far as Blackbeard knows, like, yo, this is a huge upgrade from what we just lost.
Well, yeah, Garp is like the face
And
of the
that was
Marines.
brought
They
up
don't-
in this. That was brought up in this chapter. So I mean, I could see it.
Oh wait,
It's
I think my
gonna
headphones
people
went
join
out.
the Marines just because of Garp. Like he's like people look up to him. If a new word gets out that he's captured or like the Marines let him get like, you know, executed, that's not gonna look good. They got
It's not going to look good at all.
Yeah, he's like the symbol for the people.
There we go. Okay, I can hear again.
I'm curious, like, what, because we've seen Germa, like, they're kind of, like, reuniting, like, the Mads kind of with Caesar. I'm curious what their role is in the bigger story, because they have a history with the world government in terms of, like, are they going to be good guys? Do we want them to be good guys? Are they going to just
They changed their way type shit.
like, but like Judge wants to like reclaim his glory. Is he gonna like attack Mary Joa or something?
Let him.
They could use Mads to like revert like to look at
Yo,
if Vegapunk
Steve,
does
man.
die. If Vegapunk does die, and the government could, you know, team up with Mads, and you have Mads to look at Vegapunk's research and, you know, use it for themselves, like have it to use it for the government.
That'd be crazy.
Yeah.
I think there might be like a new group.
Or
forming.
Neo Mads, my bad.
Neo.
Yeah. That's what I
I think there might be like a new like faction forming with like all the villains of the series. Like I'm curious, like maybe they'll join the Cross Guild. Maybe they'll like do business together or something.
Or,
They'll
yeah,
give
like-
them like a bunch of weapons or something like that.
Where's Captain Kuro? I want to see Captain Kuro. He just left.
All the people that were affected by Luffy, right? That Luffy
Well,
changed, right? They got touched by the D, right?
Whoa.
Hey,
I mean,
pause.
At some point, all of those clones that Judge have to like come to play too, because those were set up for a reason. All those clones that they
Yeah,
have.
I agree.
Didn't you think those clones look exactly like Virgo? They're all just Virgo clones.
Pretty much.
By the way, I was gonna say, it's getting late. I gotta head out.
Right.
Okay, no problem, man. You
Alrighty,
do that.
BK.
Take care.
All right, see you later. Have a good one, guys.
You
Thank
too.
you,
Thanks,
my
brother.
boy.
BK. I don't know. I feel like there's so many moving pieces right now that there's so many options that can happen. Like Oda has everything on the board right now.
Oh yeah.
Like we don't even know what's gonna happen with like Boa. Like, what is Rayleigh gonna come into the fight somehow?
Even like, what's the next cover story gonna be? It could be anything. It could be crazy.
Yeah,
too.
for real.
Literally, anything can happen, even on Egghead. Like anyone can show up there right now because everyone's on the. Everyone is. Like,
Anyone could be on Blackbeard's ship. It could be anyone of the Black. There's so many options that could be
True.
on there. Yeah.
I mean, as far as the cover story, I like the idea of the Impel Down Break-In 2.0, where they
I like the
recovered,
idea of.
Doflamingo.
I like that idea, but I also like another Grand Fleet where they're coming together again. You know.
I love that idea too. I think there's so many people in the Grand Fleet. You could show a different aspect of it so easily,
Yeah.
and not feel like boring or done already.
we need to see the Grand Fleet. We need to see what happened to Bardo too.
Oh,
Bardo,
yeah.
Yeah.
True,
yeah.
with Shanks.
Is
He's
he a
probably like
prisoner?
locked up in on Elbath or something.
Yeah, yeah.
Yeah, I want to see
mean-
him locked up by Shanks.
Oh yeah,
That'd
they
be
just need to put
hilarious.
sea stone cuffs on him, and he's pretty much like useless.
Uh huh.
he needs to use his fingers anyway, or pads.
I'm curious how like the Straw Hats will respond to that, and then also what happened on Noah with the Grand Fleet members saying that they're.
Oh, I'm pretty sure Luffy's gonna be happy with what Leo and Sai did, but I don't know. I really don't know what's gonna happen with Bardo. He's gonna be like that. He
with
did that
Bardo,
himself,
Do we know what happened to Leo and Sai? Like, did they get off?
I think they got away with it. They placed the blame on Mouse Guard, or what's his name?
Oh yeah. And then he got.
Yeah, because Neoscar got executed for it.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm also curious where the Celestial Dragons are gonna, like. Are they gonna make them guys again? Or do you think they're just always gonna be like evil?
They're gonna always be evil.
Yeah, I think there'll be a select few, a few of them that are good.
Because Mosgard showed that they're not all like they could. Like I feel like that's a big thing within that whole story is that like the Celestial Dragons don't know anything like that. They're like babies. They're just like babies living on top of the red line. So I'm curious, like if their education, like if they can get like re-educated, that like actually change them. Like, will they be different people by the end of the series, or are they just always going to be just terrible? Because we're seeing now that like like they're also a victim in a way, victim of like the misinformation, victims of like the misunderstanding. So like, I don't know. It's hard for me to see them as like really bad people because they're so misunderstood.
What y'all talking about?
Celestial Dragons.
Celestial Dragons. You don't see them as bad people.
No, I think he's a dang sympathizer.
Oh, like them all as a whole type shit. They're not all like Soros, is what you're saying?
Like I think there's probably really bad ones that we are gonna.
Because like there's some good ones and shit. Like
But like, well, I forget if Dragon said that he's going after the Celestial Dragons or just like Goros.
It was the Celestial Dragons, I think. I think it was, yeah.
So I'm curious if Dragon has like a vendetta, like against.
B for vendetta, definitely.
Well, it's interesting because I wonder if Luffy is gonna side with maybe the Celestial Dragons. If, like seeing that they're like seeing that they kind of need help, and maybe Dragons will be on the opposite end of that, saying no, we need to kill all the Celestial Dragons.
Yeah, that's probably what happened on God's Valley. Like, yeah, Roger he was against the Celestials, but he had to save them because
Roger saw the value of the Celestial Dragons, so he took in Shanks.
Yeah.
I like that idea too. Well, because I think we can almost say that it was confirmed that Shanks was Celestial because of the God Knight thing. So, yeah, I think Roger definitely doesn't view them all as bad, or else he wouldn't have taken Shanks in the way he did. Unless you can argue that he didn't know Shanks was a Celestial, but I think he did.
I think it's very possible that they figured out like among their journey.
Yeah.
Just like
I was about to say it implies like Sengoku himself already knew about it, so I could believe Dragon did since they literally took a child from the island.
Yeah, oh yeah.
Okay.
I'm still curious also about that egg. Like,
oh man, the egg.
Luffy, right? Luffy can't be from that egg.
The Luffy is from.
Oh, I like that theory actually. It's.
I have no idea. I like what can it be? And it's so subtle too in the manga. Like even anime and manga, it's so subtle. It's almost like Oda doesn't want like us to care about it in a way, but it's there.
Yeah, it's definitely
like,
something that we can't just like look past.
you know say before.
Is that
heard?
Do what?
When did they obtain they always had the egg, or they obtained it at some point. We're not sure when. Because at
you in the stream?
What happened?
Yeah.
Oh, you did? Okay. I was curious. I was just trying to make sure you ended the stream because I saw you added the thing.
Oh, you ended it?
Not ended.
Oh, okay. No, I
was about to ask y'all if y'all wanted to open it up
on your YouTube.
Public.
On your YouTube?
And go public. Like somebody who got a PC. All y'all, right? Can you drag us down to
I'll be right back.
Nakama Vibes VC?
Oh, you mean move us to another channel on the server?
Yeah, the public one.
Oh, okay, the public one. Yeah, I mean, I'm cool with that. If anybody else wants to pull up that isn't here.
Yeah, we got people in chat. Like, why not just come chat? Just also be respectful too. Like, just know there's multiple people in here. Everybody needs a chance to talk.
Yeah. We don't bite.
No, everybody in the chat and everything is homie, so might as well. So somebody want to move us, or you want to just meet there?
We could
just yeah. Someone move me because I don't know where y'all moving.
Yeah, I don't know how to do that.
Okay.
You know how to do it, Lex?
To stream VC. Or
To no. To Nakama Vibes VC.
Nakama Vibes. Okay, I'll see if I got this.
I know you got to drag it. I just don't know where Nakama Vibes is.
I think I could send you, send to server. Let's see. Mute, invite, add, verify, server. Move to. I found it. Move to.
There we go.
Nakama Vibes. See you there.
Alrighty.
No, you're supposed to move everybody. You talk.
I don't know how to move everybody at once.
You does you shift down or something? I don't know. All right. So, can you move Kev? Because I don't know if he's there.
Yeah.
And then TJ will meet you there.
Is Andy here? Yeah, there's Andy.
All right, there we go.
All right.
Wait, what happened? What?
We just moved to a different voice
The
channel.
substitution jutsu.
Another channel, I mean.
Jack, anyway, look, Jack, like,
I'm
yo.
so confused right now. What is happening?
Oh, there we go. That's it.
So I opened it up to the public. Hey, what's good, Dr. Jack?
Yeah, so now you're on stream, Jack.
Quite a bit. I am enjoying the stream. I've just been saying crazy shit. I mean, crazy things in the chat for people to read and enjoying myself.
I'm so
glad you enjoyed yourself, Jack. How you like the stream so far? We doing good? We cooking?
Oh, there we go.
A lot of like friends and people that I casually watch, like just all chilling, talking manga, and like, love chatting One Piece.
Oh, more than manga, like you probably hopped in after we talked the anime, we talked the live action, we talked a lot.
Yeah, no, I watched it the whole time, man.
Oh, W minutes.
The whole time.
Jack. W minutes. Actually, yeah, you're right. He's one of the first ones talking. Jack, so anything that we talked about that you wanted to harp on?
Like maybe like some of the Garth's Rock stuff is always fun, but like I always keep bringing that back up with you.
What's your theory? What's your
You haven't done it on stream.
Give us like a good theory. Do you have one?
I guess like, well, it's very similar to a lot of the other people's major Garth's Rocks theories. I just just look at it from a few different angles. Like I don't know whether or not Rox is necessarily an evil dude. Like, who's to say he didn't make a deal with whoever on God Valley that was there for, like, I don't know, picking out slaves or whatever they do there. But like, maybe he maybe he made a deal like, I won't be a pirate anymore. I will serve the world government and your Marines, and like, please just don't kill my crew. Like he cares about little Kaido or whatever. But there's that weird Kaido line about how, like, he's like reduced to that sad state or something. So maybe it's like because he got his hair chopped and like a Marine uniform and all that, and like claims Rox is dead or whatever, maybe, you know, it's something like that we don't see any like Garp face in all of these like big conquerors that he's fought or whatever. Like maybe it's because he only thinks of Rox.
I mean, Rox isn't dead, right? Because there's no.
Well, we don't know. You know,
I think he was absorbed by Blackbeard.
Yeah, it's not been confirmed.
It's like the identity. Like if it was a non-official cover identity, it's like that's been gotten rid of. But like, what if he's just Monkey D. Garp now? And like, Dragon looks a lot like Zebek, but like, like when people first started saying that like Dragon looks like Zebek, that one of the first jokes that I made was like, well, isn't it more likely that it's just Garp with a bleeding haircut, though his hair's a little different? And then I noticed that his hair actually wasn't a little different. It's almost like it's just like maybe he shaves like the you know, like the Vegeta dip or whatever you call it, you know, the
Widow's Peak.
forward points. Yeah, the Widow's Peak, right? So like, because it just doesn't look as pronounced as with Dragon. But like, if he's just shaving his head constantly, like maybe he has like a totally different natural haircut, or like it's just not as dramatic now. Like it wouldn't shock me if when he was a lot younger, he had the exact haircut as Roxy's back. And he's got the same bloody smile as well. And I think somebody said something about him having the same eyebrows as Teach or like Zebek or something. I don't remember. Heard a lot of different wild ideas.
How old would Dragon be during God's Valley, do you think?
Wait, what was that?
How old would Dragon be at God's Valley? You're saying that Dragon could be
Did somebody say that he was like 20 or something? Because if he's 20, it could be Dragon. But like,
yeah. That's why I
don't know. Like, it is interesting how much he seems to like hide, and then even like the tattooing your own face is like pretty dramatic. But like, I don't know, man. Like maybe he was super into poneglyphs back in the day and dated Olvia or something, you know?
Yeah, Dragon. Don't they say Dragon's like the most dangerous man in the world? That's what he's titled as, and Zebek was like, they erased him from history because he was practically like that. Yeah, they erased him. And Dragon's then his new identity.
What if they only erased his like identity?
Yeah.
And then like this person never existed, but then you know he takes this different name. Garp tries to like raise him up to be good, but then maybe stuff doesn't go so well in a I don't know if it's just Garp's wife that got killed, or maybe Dragon's wife got killed as well. Who knows how many people's mums died in this story.
In chapter 0, we learned that Garp is not Garp. Dragon was a Marine, I think, or it's hinted that he was a. Pretty sure that was in chapter 0. So yeah, he probably strayed away from the Marines, got mixed up with God's Valley happened, and then from there he got mixed up with maybe Clover with O'Hara. I wasn't sure what was. I
do wonder when all of the stuff like before the like the Roger era and all that, like some of the stuff is like we don't know whether or not like Vegapunk was working with like Hogback.
Yeah, that's who. Yeah, it's hinted at. Like
even like the scar across Crocodile's face as the the Hogback scars.
Yeah, they do look similar. Yeah.
I'm curious what that would mean to like the bigger story. Like, does that mean Garp is just all of a sudden like the biggest bad guy in the story? Is that what happens?
Well, what I was thinking in the chat when people were saying a lot of stuff, I just started trying to think like as jokingly as possible, like what's the wackiest, craziest thing I could possibly think of. And the craziest thing I could think of, mate, was the idea that Garp is the person that will be attacking Egghead for Blackbeard because they used Pudding's devil fruit to erase his memory of being a Marine. So, regardless of whether or not that makes him Rox or not, like, just imagine like Garp shows up working for the enemy in a weird way.
Wouldn't it be wild if they could implant memories with pudding's fruit?
Well,
rather
I
than
mean, look at Lafitte. He's like basically hypnotizing people.
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
And like if you can erase other memories from people, and then you've also got like whatever you can do with Katarina Devon, because she seems to be able to do all kinds of wacky stuff. Like, I don't know, man. It could get real messy if you can like brainwash Garp.
True.
I mean, technically, they could do a lot. Like, they have so much. Like,
I mean, taking anybody's memories, like, they could just take his memory of God Valley, or, like, talking to Roger, or anything, or Dragon, or, like, any secrets he knows about the Marines, or the world government in general. Like,
they also they can use like, they have so many like espionage skills and stuff like that. I feel like they have to use them in that way at some point in the series.
Yeah, but Blackbeard's got like a proper black hat like it now. He can basically like infiltrate anywhere. I mean, like Lafitte was just like popping in the Gorosei meeting, like, oh yeah, I recommend Mr. Blackbeard. Like, what?
Easily, like how?
You know, like is he just flying up there for a cup of tea, or it's so bizarre.
I feel like I'm expecting, because there's so there's so much that we know, but also there's so much that we don't know. And like I was saying earlier, how like when something seems like it's one thing, it ends up being another thing. So like I'm curious if like everything that we know of is kind of like manipulated in some way.
Yeah. Like all of our
like a conspiracy theorist would say that.
Because he loves subverting our expectations.
Like maybe Blackbeard is being supported by like the Gorosei or something like that.
That's wild. If like he was secretly supported by the Gorosei, or like maybe even his powers are lent to him by Eam, if like all of the darkness around all the Gorosei was also a weird like darkness blending thing or something from the power, whatever.
Because like we also know that the Navy and the world government aren't necessarily like on good on good standing, because we've seen like a Kainu fight with the Gorosei about like what to do, right?
I even joked about how like, what if Sakazuki like has an actual Sakazuki to join Luffy's Grand Fleet, but like I don't know, there would still be an awkwardness if he ever like talked to Luffy, but like it wouldn't surprise me if in the final war he's fighting like on the same side because of something about how the Gorosei have lied to him about something. Like if he finds out about like, you know,
I don't think that would
like the world government lying about the leader of the world and how there's no leader and nobody will sit on the empty throne and all that. Like, what if he finds out, like, no, there is somebody sitting on the empty throne the whole time?
Yeah, that was like in Game of Thrones, actually. Like, there was like the villain was the zombies were the villains. I forgot what they were called. Yeah, but yeah, the enemies, they all teamed up. And we're like, let's put our differences aside and beat this evil threat. They beat the evil threat. Then they all went had a war against each other. Like they put their differences.
To me, like a Kainu of all the characters in the entire series, other than Luffy, has the strongest will. Like he will not like bend to like anything or anyone.
Yeah, man.
I feel like that is gonna be like a big like. I think even if it was like his dying like breath, he would not like go against like his values and his like what he believes.
Like his absolute justice stuff. And what if he finds that like the world government is inherently unjust for lying to the entire world about the state of how they're run or something?
Like to me, he's like a berserker type of character. Like he is just kind of like, he's on a mission, like, and he'll do anything. Like even if the world government doesn't want him to do something, like, and he's like, and his will is enough. What? I for some reason I can't see him going against the world government.
Well, yeah, that's why I feel like it would need to be like a really dramatic means of like him finding out in such a way that like it just completely spins everything on its head. Like what? Like, okay, all Marines, we are currently going to do this. Like, just straight up order, like, no, absolute justice, like this, we are eliminating this threat to the justice of the world. Like, it's magma time, you know? It's like something like that. Like, I don't know, but like, it depends what gets made public. And like, I don't know if it's like a big News Morgan story that's gonna set Akainu up against the Gorosei or anything, but I don't know, man. Like, I mean, we don't know what his personal grudges against Dragon, but like, if it was something where like he saw him as a traitor, but like he finds out that there's a good reason why, then maybe that could even shift how he views certain things. Like, there's so much that can be done with Sakazuki as a character just by like shifting one little thing that he knows or believes. If it changes his opinion.
We can also think about like his story arc. Like, where did we first? We met him on Ohara when he was like destroying like the ships, right?
Yeah. And what if you realized that
not really consequences for that though. And then we saw him in Marineford when he was like fighting. He was manipulating people, fighting.
Willing to kill his own dude.
So like, what is his like next step? Like, what's his like what's his transformation like, from now to like the end of the series?
Yeah, I mean, maybe just sitting in the office, like having to play with his bonsai tree is like really getting to him as a magma person, and he's gonna explode at some point. But like,
I like that idea.
Means he'll do something crazy, or he'd actually like turn against the system. But there are ways to have him.
But also, his fight with Kuzan shows that like he's not unbeatable, because Kuzan was for like many days.
I also wonder though, like, would it shock you if they actually had this whole 10-day fight that wasn't even real, and they were actually like just casually like having like a fisticuffs match and using their fruit powers a little bit before like they set up a plan, like, okay, one of us is going to be the new leader of the Marines, and whoever loses needs to go undercover in Blackbeard's crew, because like we don't have any of those sword dudes inside whatever, and an admiral can't whatever because of world government stuff, so they'll need to leave the Marines. And then it's something like Aokiji just decides, well, as the new fleet admiral, I would like to, give up my position and take the mission because I know that you aren't capable of it. And when he gets angry about it, he says, no, the reason you're not capable of doing it is because you're a magma person and you'd burn their ship, and they probably wouldn't like that. Or, just something funny like that.
Yeah, for sure.
So all of this conversation that he had with the Blackbeard pirates, it's like, it's kind of just made up stuff that maybe he even like had this deep conversation with Akainu about like how he's gonna sell himself to the Blackbeard pirates by hanging out at this bar, freeze all of them or something, then say like, oh, don't use your quake powers, you're gonna kill all your crew, then like start drinking with them.
Oh, I think you can.
A little bit, then like get scary if anybody talks about stealing your fruit, but like make it clear that you can be an asset. And that's why, I don't know, man, there's so much going on with like Aokiji inside the Blackbeard pirates that is questionable, like all the way down to everybody that saw like the final thing where it's like, oh, Aokiji's stabbing him with an ice pick he made. It's like, or is he just freezing the wound that Shiryu gave him because he knows that Garp, if he's dead, then he has no value, and like they need him alive if they want to do any like putting memory stuff or any like messing with Luffy stuff, or any deals with the world government stuff for like having their pirate island that Teach wants. Like there's all kinds of different weird like things they can use Garp for, and it's, you know, and some of them are more straightforward than others and everyone talks about them, and some of them are like wackier, like my idea that he can be the one that destroys Egghead or something, which would be a little bit overkill, but I don't know, it might really upset Luffy though. And that's why it would be so dramatic that like it wouldn't really shock me that much if he did something that dramatic.
Yeah, for sure.
I mean, like bringing even just pudding to Egghead is like scary enough, because like, what if you can just take all of the memories from this brain fruit person and like, or just
you might be able to just tap in directly to Punk Records. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, when you guys were talking about whether or not they like just kidnapped any of the punks or whatever, it's like, you know, and there, you know, there's been that theory that like it would be not Lilith, but York or whatever, if York's not dead in a bathroom, because there's been all the different theories about like, no, it's clearly like Atlas is actually Katarina Devon, and like, and you know, and no, they're switching with York, and that's why there's the wrong number only at the first scene, and like there's so much weird stuff that can be speculated if there's at least like one or two Blackbeard members already there. It would be most funny though if like they rolled up on this ship and then they leave it there, and then like just Van Ogre shows up and just teleports them out with specific targets, because they could just do that too, and then they could like program Garp and the Vegapunks and all this stuff however they want, and then like basically teleport back and make use of all the weapons while messing with the Straw Hats maybe, or there's the theory about Bonnie being the person that has the Toki fruit, and that's, you know, and the evidence being that like Toki used powers similar to Bonnie's to make Odin not look messed up from the sea or something. So maybe Bonnie like scares the world government because her awakening allows her to skip through time to a point where somebody isn't there. So she could just say like, oh, well, like a week from now, nobody's on guard. Well, so I'll just jump to then and I'll just slip out. Like, you know, if she's got like super boosted future sight or whatever, then like she could just teleport to any of the right places in time or something and have the time fruit, which would be really interesting if that's, but like I don't even know if that's like too wild an idea, or, you know, because we've never seen what her devil fruit is officially, have we?
Which devil fruit?
Bonnie's.
Oh, I don't think so. I don't think
ever announced it.
Yeah.
So like it being the time fruit would be really wild because nobody's expecting it.
I really think Uta, or I really think Bonnie is gonna be like Uta, because Oda always has his movies like as blueprints for like future storylines, and we've seen like in the past, I think like Film Gold was essentially like Kaido, or no, was it Kaido? No, it was
well, there's been a lot of
Doflamingo and Caesar essentially was like his crew. So I think it might be like a parallel to Uta in the way that like her power is just like so out of control. Like we've seen Akainu talk about how he was like afraid that she was even like out, and how did she escape Akainu at that point too? So I'm curious.
Yeah.
Like if she has like this kind of uncontrollable power that like when she gets like too emotional or something, like she's getting right now when we last saw her, like maybe it just goes out of control in a way that just is kind of overwhelming to everyone. Maybe that's like the incident where just her powers get so out of control that it just affects everything and everyone.
There's also an idea like
I mean, I don't know how well they can move all of the crew all the way up to the Sunny in time, but like, what if the entire island is about to get completely nuked, and like, regardless of whether or not they grab Vegapunk and take him with them, like, what if they, wait, I just got sidetracked on something, but you know, what if the solution to the issue of being like locked inside all of Egghead, well, you know, 200 Marine ships or whatever, or, you know, buster calling the place, or trying to not buster call it because of the tech they want or something? I don't know. It's not clear, but like, if they're gonna go nuclear on the island, then like, what if she straight up gets everybody like, you know, no, just go to the ship. They'll go there and they're like, what the hell is your plan? Like, aren't they about to blow this place up? And then she just like time fruits the ship to like, oh, I don't know, a few days later, and then has Frankie use coup de burst so that they can get out.
The thing is also, we haven't seen, so the last time we saw Luffy against like an admiral was in Dressrosa against Fujitora, and before he saw Fujitora, he said he's not going to run away from admirals anymore. So like, I think when Kizaru comes, he's not going to want to run away. He's going to want to fight, and he's going to want to like defend like what's his, essentially.
I do think something funny is going to happen though, where like, I don't think Kizaru necessarily will even get to fight because of the Gorosei. I think he might straight up just like, Kizaru's just about ready to start this fight with them, and everybody's all like psyched for it. And then like the like, either it's the way they end a chapter or the way they start a chapter after like a 2-week break. They do something where, you know, it's like right when you think Kizaru's about to start this big like rematch with them, where he's probably gonna fight Zoro and Luffy at the same time. But instead, like, the Gorosei at the beginning of the next chapter just pops up in front of him and says, like, just puts his hand on his chest like, no, sit down, boy. Go back to the ship. Like, I will take care of these kids. You know? It's like, never dealt with Nika before. I've dealt with Nika. And then Vegapunk will freak out or something like, yeah, well, he knows about Nika. Blah-de-blah from books from, I don't know, can't say out loud because of, you know, endangering.
Also, we don't know Kizaru's like true alignment. Like, his justice is unclear justice. That's what says. Yeah.
I love how unclear it is, because nobody was like, how, like, is he gonna be cool with them, or is he gonna be like, oh?
My only fear is that like, it seems like a lot of there's so many people within like the government and like within the Navy that already kind of want to change sides, kind of, or at least are against what the current order is. And I think if Kizaru were also to flip, like, that's 2 of the 3 admirals. Like, that seems crazy. Like, it seems like it almost just seems like there would be no battle to be had, like, against the Navy and world government, because they're already using so many like assets. Like, even now, the Celestial Dragons are being starved out by the Revolutionary Army. That's garbage too. That's not just like the Celestial Dragons. That's like all of the God Knights.
You are raising a very good point, where it's just making me think, like, what if the actual incident at Egghead is that all of the Marines that showed up to support this Gorosei Kizaru combo or whatever, what if all of the Marines flip on the Gorosei and the world government?
It may be. That's what I was thinking. Like, it could just be a complete switch of sides.
They would have to be super like strong then, because we're talking about like the final battle, like the very end of this.
Well, I mean,
like, they would be able to fight everyone.
Could be with the 5 Gorosei being broken, Emu being super powerful, and the God's Knights all being extremely powerful contenders. That, you know, I guess it could be for a battle. You know,
that's like the mystery. But like, then also the Gorosei can also say like, oh, well, at least we've got the Seraphim you made for us.
Right, the Seraphim 2 would be
then maybe they kill him, maybe they don't, because
it's hard to know like what to expect from the Seraphim. They could be like fodder, where it's just they're just kind of like fighting everyone at the same time because there's so many of them, or they could be kind of like really special, like, because there's only like 7 of them right now or whatever. like maybe they are just like one kind of fight, or maybe they are like an army like the clones from Germa. But it's hard to find out right now like what their role is, like the bigger story.
I think the scariest idea is potentially like if the Germa 66 clones got like a little update with some Lunarian DNA and became basically Seraphim with like the same kind of technology that the Vinsmoke family have, where like they basically have fruit abilities without needing to lose the ability to swim in a different way from the green blood thing.
By the way,
it's still
sorry. What were you gonna say?
No, I was just saying it was still a mystery, like how they have fruit powers and can swim without like the same green blood tech that Vegapunk has. Did he invent something superior to Vegapunk in terms of fruit duplication? You know?
Well, I think also part of that is that Vegapunk was complaining about like energy, and the one thing he need. What is it? Are we sure it's the Mother Flame or Mother Frame? Do we know for sure?
Speaking of that, the Mother Flame / Mother Frame, I think I have a little theory about that. I think what we saw, what Capone saw back in like I don't know chapter 5, 9. I don't know the chapter number. I forgot.
Oh yeah.
But yeah. What if that was the Mother Flame you saw, and it was Vegapunk sending it to the Gorosei and Emu, and on the way it saw Capone.
The issue is there's nothing to power it.
Yeah, there was what?
The issue is that there's nothing to power it.
Yeah, what if?
We don't know what the power
we
is.
we see it sucking up Capone's ship. What if it was sucking the energy? What if it sucks the energy from nature? Like that. It has big suction things.
Well, what I found interesting is that Punk Hazard, King was being experimented on with like flames, like being like engulfed in flames like over and over again. So I'm curious if there is another Lunarian that is being used as like the Mother Flame or something.
I hear about what the Lunarians' real powers could be, where it could be something where they like develop specifically in like a Logia-like way to whatever the environment they're subjected to is. So like maybe the Darkness Logia is that way because they were like inside a black hole or whatever, and I don't know. What if all of the Lunarians were used to like make all of the Logia fruits?
What if
go on?
What if there's like a second purpose for the Lunarians, and it's not just that they're there to just like be super powerful fighters? Like maybe they will all pilot something that's like super powerful, that's like the one that we just saw that destroys Lucia.
Like, or they could power like the robot that's on the kid.
Have a secondary purpose.
Like they have an energy source kind of application. Because I always thought the energy source was just the the Nika fruit, where like it's just Luffy like stretching Haki infinitely or something, or I don't know, or just the immortality surgery used on the person with the Nika fruit is the eternal energy source potentially. Like, because that just seems viable.
Well, also, what happened to all the Lunarians? Like, how did they go in? Maybe they were used as an energy source.
Like, I wonder if like all put in weird, like for Crocodile's fruit, for example. Like, what if it was a Lunarian that they had like buried in bloody alabaster or something, and that's why they're sandy. You know, it's like they absorbed the environment and became part of it, and it let function and how to use their Haki to, use it in the most effective ways. And then
I'm curious if the Ancient Kingdom is what.
Wait, what about the Ancient Kingdom?
Like, I'm curious if it is what we expect it to be, because it was a like a Vegapunk like civilization, and Vegapunk's talking about how he needs like energy source. Maybe when Joy Boy lost or whatever, that energy source was lost, and that's how it crumbled.
Yeah, man. Like, what if actually, yeah, that goes back to like my idea about like a Eternal Youth Nika fruit person. It's like, what if they're the energy source or whatever, but killing them, then everybody loses this eternal energy thing from the Void Century. So then, I don't know, maybe like some people could use electricity for a little bit or whatever. But like, I don't know, man. Like the potential of Luffy's Devil Fruit, like if he has eternal energy, like, because to me, like the eternal use surgery might be basically the thing that it prevents anybody from ever dying of Roger disease or whatever, like overused hockey disease or whatever we should call it.
But also the issue with Luffy powering is that we've seen that when Luffy does go into Gear 5th, he wastes like a lot of energy. Like he's almost dead
every time, and just
so like how would can't even power himself? How would he power an entire civilization for like a long time?
Well, that's why I think like the eternal use surgery is the only way that works. It's like, oh, he can only eternally be this energy white person that always eternally laughs if he is immortal functionally. And maybe that's why like Eam is like jealous or something, and then does the same thing, but then because of whatever devil fruit, they're just like nothingness, and so I don't know. There's like any number of different ways you could take the like, because I don't know whether or not that would have to be like a Lunarian that was thrown into the void of space and then like turned into a devil fruit with like shambles or something. Because like, oh, actually that might work. Who knows? But like, yeah, then again, darkness gets complicated because like, would they really be able to develop to darkness in like a black hole kind of way, or
right? It's like darkness.
The Lunarians being not fire people thing getting way too complicated. Yeah, because before I used to say like, oh yeah, maybe they're just normally fire people, but like if you put them in a weird environment for long enough, they can like turn their fire into other stuff. But like, yeah, maybe it's that they're not fire people, and King was made into a fire person because of, you know, whatever weird tortures they were doing in the lab.
Well, also one of the big kind of like thematic elements in the story is is food and how like people don't eat. Luffy wants to eat all the time. Like, I'm curious if maybe that had to do with kind of the fall of the Lunarians. If there is like maybe the Mother Flame needs, I don't know. I'm going I'm going on.
There's so many abilities in our heads that
I'm just thinking, because I think that the food part is such a big part of the story, and it's interesting that like right after we were in Wano, where there was such like a lack of food, we went to Egghead, where like all of a sudden
there's basically infinite food as long as there's like minimal whatever. I don't even know what the actual like supply to the food machine was.
I'm just curious how that relates to kind of the rest of the story.
Yeah.
I do wonder what like actually gets turned into that food, because it like, what if it's like dirt, or what if it's like people? You know, it's like there could be a huge difference in what powers that system.
Yeah.
I mean, people's a little dark, but you know.
Yeah, should we trust Vegapunk? He could be doing something like that.
I have no idea, man. Like, he's got evil parts, he's got good parts, and like he's got some internal conflict. Like, seriously, you know, with all the self-murder stuff, which, I mean, man, there's
it's part of, yeah.
All right, guys, I'm getting kind of tired. I'm gonna get out of here. The next time.
All right, peace out, Doron.
Bye.
You said it. Hey, you want to say anything before you go, Doran? Hope he's ready. You guys have anything left to wrap up?
Not super. I think we touched on a lot of stuff in the current manga.
Yeah. There's a lot of cooking.
I bet everything we discussed, none of it's gonna happen. And when we go back to Egghead, it's gonna be something
very
completely
positive. Very positive.
It is Oda, so
yeah. We're way off. We're all way off.
The craziest thing one of us said, it'll be like that with 3 twists on it, because I always say that's what Oda always decides to do.
Thanks.
I was saying, never let him know your next move. You know?
Right.
That's his motto.
I wonder how much he pays attention to theories.
I don't know. I'm so curious.
He's probably watching right now. Shoutouts to Oda.
Shoutouts to Oda, bro. This for you, right?
Presenting Oda. Yeah.
But the One Piece is real.
Yes, the One Piece is indeed real.
True.
Well,
if we're wrapping up, I guess I'll probably head out too. I gotta grab a bite before I head to bed. But this was an amazing cook session.
I appreciate you, Caleb, for coming through, bro.
Hell yeah, I appreciate everyone. I appreciate you for organizing this whole thing, Ronnie. It was such a blast, man.
We're gonna do it again, bro.
We better. I know it'll get better and better every time. We'll keep refining it until we're up there with the whole NAKAMA gang, you know.
No, I'm gonna eventually have everybody in this motherfucker. We're gonna have a NAKAMA referee too.
Hell yeah. Sounds like a vibe. Well, alright, y'all. Take it easy and have a great night.
Yeah.
You too, bro.
You too. Yeah.
Lex, thanks for coming through. Jack, thank you too. Lex, I really appreciate you, bro, for hosting.
Yeah.
Bro.
Well, yeah. Thanks for having me on. It was yeah, like what everyone was saying, it was a blast. Got to cook. Got to let out a lot of stuff. Talk about stuff. Yeah.
We needed this, dog. I told you we needed a One Piece just discussion, just talk and just chill with the boys, and do it online. We can do it in chat.
Yeah.
Thank y'all for coming through for it. Oh, and now Cube shows up. Let's go. I'm not done. He said we're not done. Hey,
What's up,
yo. Cube.
How you been,
What's up?
man?
Good. We were just about to end and now had gotten revitalized. Spit.
Right on.
So all good?
Yeah, go in. Spit. You came at the right
you
time.
came up earlier.
Yeah, I was talking about we needed you.
Ah, wait, it's today? I thought you told me Saturday.
I'm live right now, dog. What are you talking about?
Oh, man.
Oh, yeah, wait. Let me put my AirPods. Wait, let me put my AirPods. Hey, everyone.
You sound perfect. You sound perfect. He didn't even know. He just started what's up and shit. We're live and shit. Love it.
PC, right?
We started, in the private, and then I was like, let's open it up. Like, we've been alive for a minute. Fuck it. Let people cook.
Yeah.
Yo, this was a golden stream, Cube.
Yeah, no worries. So, what were you guys talking before that? Like, is there something specific you want me? Because the other day I was spitting a lot, so I need to know what.
Spit everything you want to spit, bro. It's your time to shine. This is you.
Well, you know what? Since Jack is here and I kept hearing your name, and since my theory came out a couple of days ago about Garp being actually rocks, yep. Want to talk about it, bro?
Yes, y'all need to talk about it.
We did talk a little bit of it, and so I was thinking oh man, this would be cool if Q and all the other people that keep having other Garp's Rocks theory variants all showed, and we all just went through our version of how we think Garp is, or what Rocks might even be as a person. And we also even approached the idea Dragon could still be Rocks, and all there's so many different possibilities. Yeah, I am curious
So basically, I found some pattern in which whenever I believe...
I don't know whether or not I should ask
Yeah, so I found a pattern or something. I was going into those lores about, people being possessed or changing, and there's something very interesting and I've seen a pattern where, basically I think what the world government did is, instead of just they don't create new words, they would just replace the letters, so new names, but it would be like Hangman. If it's 8 letters, it's 8 letters. The name had to be 8 letters. And I've seen many times where you have the same number of letters. And you want to know something? In the God Valley incident, of all the names mentioned, only 2 people have the exact number of letters in their names.
Oh man.
Rocks and Garp.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, like Fox is to say was like Gardy or something.
Yeah. So now my question is this: so you're telling me that there's one guy who was unstoppable, no one has seen him since then. Then Garp, who is apparently known only after this one day, not recognized in the newspaper, has the exact same letter. Both of them have the ability to create a new generation and all of those stuff. That's why I say, yeah, Garp is rocks. People are just gonna.
I mean, I dropped an even wilder like theory that was kind of coming from just joking about like different ways that Rox and Garp could be the same person earlier, where I said that like, what if like what if the ship arriving at Egghead Island is actually Garp, who has now had his his memory taken by Pudding, so that he doesn't remember that he's a Marine. And so like, what if it's child Garp, but just as an old man? So like the one carrying the treasure chest and riding the lion and all the rest of it. Like if it's that Garp that's showing up at Egghead, regardless of like, we don't know how bad all of his injuries are, or whether or not they'd heal him after erasing his memories to be a pirate. Like what if they did something wild like that and they just dropped the Garp fist on Egghead as the proverbial nuke? Because that'd be a pretty big deal. That'd be an incident for sure.
Yeah. My whole thing is this. I think, and I don't say Blackbeard knows for sure. I think my thing is Blackbeard doesn't know that he is Rox, but he knows that Sengoku said only Garp knows the most. I think what will happen is, my headcanon is, it's One Piece ways. Blackbeard is going for a certain thing, without realizing it. All of the effort he has there, he has the means to bring back Rox, and instead of bringing back the memory, he's gonna be back. Basically, Garp will be returned as Rox. Like I'm saying, that for next time we might see Garp, his Oda box might be called Rox Exhibex on it.
Yeah, that would be wild. Like if it was just like, oh, this is Rox Exhibex. Just looks like your grandpa, doesn't it? What, grandpa? And he's just like, who the hell are you, kid? Like, because his memories were erased or whatever. Like, it's get pretty wild, pretty dramatic. Yeah. Or, I mean, there's also the possibility that they just take his memories and then put them into, like, Teach, and then he knows everything that Garp knew from his entire life, which would be kind of wild.
Yeah,
I mean,
yeah.
I don't know well he'd make use of that, but like maybe you kind of like, maybe I can see why he wanted Lost Fruit, if he wanted to like do a lot of body swapping, and maybe he'd be after Bonnie after that, because like, I don't know, all the age stuff. There's a lot of different that can go.
Yeah, there's a lot of different stuff that could come into play. But yeah, which is interesting if you think about it. But so yeah, other than that, what else were you guys spitting about? What have I missed? Is Andy asleep, or he's awake?
I'm here. I was just thinking about how Vegapunk, when Bonnie knocked out like his youth or whatever, whatever he called it, like it was jewels, right?
Yeah.
And then how the Amazons referred to Luffy's family jewels, like as family jewels.
Oh right.
That's just in my head right now.
You're reminding me of my earlier Boa comment that I had in the chat, where I said something about how like Boa could be a clone of a dead like former
Amazon, like
from like that died at God Valley or something.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah.
Like, what if she's but like, what if it's literally like a clone of Luffy's grandma or something?
Exactly. So no, it's very.
Wouldn't surprise me.
No, it's very.
Which would explain why Luffy's not attracted to her, because it's like, if Boa Hancock's is like relative or something.
Yeah, like an instinctual thing, like I don't know, grandma, this is kind of weird, but like he doesn't know his mom or his grandmom, so like why would he think of it that way? but like just something instinctually is like, yeah, it's kind of weird. I don't know why though. You know, like that would be even more funny if like she's only really into him because he reminds her like on like a genetic like lineage factor level of her prior husband that was Garp functionally, and she's just like a clone of Garp's old dead wife. Which I don't know, it's kind of wild, but like it wouldn't shock me that much. It's like just shocking enough that it would seem normal for Oda to do it.
Yeah, but this will be my prediction. Some stuff I cannot really talk about is script leak, but this I'll tell you. I believe that we'll reveal Rox's Devil Fruit, which I won't say it right now. It'll be a big part of it. And this I'll say, I believe that with my logic, I'm pretty sure that Bakken was his sugar mama, and that prized possession she talks about, and I think she doesn't remember it clearly. Like in the best example is in Dressrosa. Some people like think about it. If I'm right about it, anybody who knew Rox forgot about the name Rox, but not the accomplishment. Similar to Kyros, and Kyros, the hero of Gladiators, the hero of Dressrosa, Garp, the hero of the Marines. When Scarlet died, her daughter was with Kyros as a toy soldier. So I'm pretty sure that her son that she was looking for, Rox knew who he was, gave her the information, and when he was wiped out as her memories, I think she knew about her son but couldn't find him. Hence why she assumed that Whitebeard, being the only one who's one of the only ones who like really thrived after God Valley, considered him stealing his, and he's all about family. Which I'll tell you, the name of her son is, it might sound crazy, it's Blackbeard. I think Blackbeard is Rox's son. Yeah, well, I found a lot of proof that connects to Blackbeard.
Especially with like Buckingham Stussy that like isn't as like perfect timeline as clone Buckingham Stussy is. You know, like no wonder the baby didn't turn out as nice looking as her, you know.
Yeah, but that's what I think, and I think there's something very interesting happening, and that's I need to work on some more kinks, as some people have heard it, but there's some stuff I need to work on.
Yeah, Blackbeard's like whole like multiple souls or being multiple parts that each have their own like that are all their own individual container of souls or whatever. Like it's messy, and it's like, wait, how is he moving around like souls / devil fruits, or like what's going on? Like he doesn't have lost fruit, but like I mean darkness is powerful, I guess, if you create black holes, I guess. So like maybe he can do that. Like
oh man, the possibilities are crazy.
But does that mean he can also, like with his darkness, can he absorb Conqueror's Hockey like into a void functionally, or is it not as strong as a void? So like Emu can just kill him anytime and be like, oh yeah, you really like your darkness, nothing compared to void. Like the power of nothingness. It's like, yeah, I'll absorb your darkness with my void. Like, why not? Oh, your dark tastes nasty.
It could be. Garp probably. I'm reading Ninja's message on the chat because he's been typing a lot of stuff.
Oh yeah.
The lightning soldier with the word soul on his hat. That's interesting.
Like since I've been in the stream. Oh yeah.
I know.
And stuff.
Oh yeah, so yeah, Ninja, I agree on that. I'll say this. All 7 warlords that we've seen in pre-time skip were at God's Valley at the same time. Just like I make parallels between Peldan and Marineford. Marineford is the only arc where all the 4 warlords were together.
I love that idea. Like,
yeah,
just people who... Yeah.
Exactly.
Nah.
Yeah.
All the 7 warlords are just out at God Valley then, and you know, like, set me off on that whole thing where I started joking about like Boa being in love with Luffy because of being his like grandma clone or whatever, or even mother clone. Who knows?
But this is my thing. I think since Hancock is one of the few who cannot be there because he's 31, God Valley 38. I think the parallel to Hancock is the former Empress was at God Valley.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you do not forget that Hancock has both sides of being a warlord with stone abilities, but also being the Empress of Amazon Lily. which I think it was that capacity. Yeah.
So, but it's like, are we thinking is Shaki, or is it like one generation off from Shaki?
For me, it makes so much sense because you're ready. I did the calculation. Shaki is 70 years old, right? Let's say that, but we know that Shaki left at one point, right? We don't know when exactly, but she said, yeah, I had to take she said I had to take my retirement close to 30 years ago, close to 40 years ago. So this is around the time of God Valley, right? Like something happened. And if you look at the numbers,
right,
the former empress would have to be, if 31 is Hancock, to at least have to be after her 40s and between her 60s, right? But it's my question. With that logic, she could either be a child or a teenager at God Valley.
I mean, she could just be like Shaki and Rayleigh's kid, or like Shaki and Garv's kid, for that matter, or even Shaki and Roger's kid, or like you know, it could be like.
But that's something. She would be around the age. She would be around the age of most warlords in their 40s or 50s. Meaning what? That she would be around the same age group. Like that's what I'm saying. I think there's a whole thing with kids that happen in God Valley.
Yeah. I
mean, that would
like,
explain how she was there.
Slaves there, like. What if all the people that were like, no, you got to come back or all of us are going to get killed? Like, what if the people they were talking about were literally the other warlords just being like raised to be super soldiers for some government project? And like, I don't know whether or not the plan was always to turn them into pirates. Like, what if the Rocks Pirates was just part of that program going bad? And like, that's part of what happened at God Valley. Like if they just,
you know, like I was just realizing, change of a topic, was like, we see a lot of Roger, like his journey towards the end of his life, but we saw hardly anything about how he met Port Gas de Rouge, or like, what's up with her? Like, why is Oda keeping her from us?
How does he even know of this woman's existence?
We literally see him find the one, like, we don't see the One Piece, but we see him find it. Like, what about his wife? Like, when was she? Where was she? Like, Odin's wife traveled with him. Where's Roger's lover?
It's so unusual that he's just like, oh, I gotta go dip to like this really specific place in like, was it like West Blue or East Blue? I don't remember exactly though. It was West Blue, wasn't it? Or was it South Blue?
I don't know.
Blanking on it. I'm blanking on Port de Rouge's location or whatever. I would be a terrible Roger.
I think it's South Blue.
Yeah. Sounds about right. But like, how did he know that this like perfect woman for him to, have this child with is like in South Blue, and like this is how he has this kid that like might come into contact with like something to do with the whole Joy Boy thing or whatever. Like he seemed so determined about it, and I don't know. It is interesting how like Shanks probably feels about fulfilling Roger's wishes or whatever. Like if he was meant to give the fruit to Ace or something, then and like, is that confirmed that he wanted to give the fruit to Ace, or just intuited by everyone?
The what fruit?
The Nika fruit.
Maybe that was probably Shanks'
like,
intention.
What if the reason the story is called One Piece is because the One Piece gets eaten in the first chapter by the main character? Like, and that's why there's an X on his chest. X marks the spot.
This is my thing. You ready? I think the One Piece isn't one thing. It's a group of many things that becomes one piece together. I think it's and it's not about something physical. It's something. Yeah, it's like something more about ideology, like dreams or stuff like that. Basically, and I thought of this. Imagine if all the Straw Hats, right, their dreams come together in Laugh Tale. But what if it's about that? It's a mixture of different things. A certain will, a certain will for an ability, a dream, all that together, and this will basically create, which I think is the best world for them, which is the One Piece. And you think about if you think about the One Piece, it has to be something that's considered as treasure, right? Well, it has to be tangible to be a treasure. But I realized almost every dream in the world of One Piece is a spectrum of different type of thing. It could either be considered as a treasure, tangible or intangible. So actually thinking the One Piece has a connection to people's dreams. I think a mixture of those dreams create the One Piece.
Well, yeah, a fair assessment of a way to like look at Piece.
Yeah. If you think about it, and I made this crazy comparison, and this is crazy thing. You ready? Let's compare it to the nuke, having the nukes. If you think about it, not one person has everything. It's separate in different pieces. Why would you think of the One Piece? He made it so that it's so hard for us to guess that he gave snippets of different parts of it every time. So maybe Sanji has with the All Blue a part of the One Piece. Luffy has another part. Maybe we don't know. Let's say Big Cavendish talks about his dream at one point, and that's the other part of the One Piece. You never know.
Oh yeah, wasn't it going to be beautiful or whatever, and like
stuff like that.
Or maybe something to do with like separating from Hakuba or something. Or I don't know.
Yeah, I don't remember. I don't even remember if it's did it or not.
Could be any number of things. But like most of us expect it to be something really like narcissistic and egotistical because he's like all about himself. Or he was, at least, before he joined the Straw Hat Grand Fleet. So maybe he's got a better dream now? Maybe.
Maybe. But yeah.
Lots of people got all kinds of wacky dreams that they've had in their head. So... But like the whole world being like united as one thing where they can all chase their dreams or whatever, like... that in itself could be like a really good version of the One Piece, I guess. But like, it all depends on how the story gets there.
Exactly, that's a thing.
The adventure is the most fun part to me.
Along the way.
Yeah, man.
But yeah, other than that. So who is here? Like, what were the theories that were talked about? I'm very. Oh wait. I see Ninja is dropping. Oh wait. Okay, wait. Let me see if Ninja left because I see Ninja was writing and I was not following. So what do we see in the chat? Is there someone? Oh yeah. Okay, I see Sozo's question. He says, since Madame Shirley foresaw Luffy at Fishman Island when it was destroyed, what if Luffy returns to Fishman Island and Yumi uses Mother Flame to destroy Sabaody? Directly above and the debris. Well, actually, destroy Fishman Island. Well, I'll say this. I actually believe Luffy will destroy Fishman Island because if you think about it, it seems that it's more connected to the Barangay Castle, the Red Line, than Sabaody. Sabaody is just nearby, but it's not underneath it. My whole thing is this: what if in the bubble around it is made from the Eve tree? What if the reason why Fishman Island would be destroyed is because the Eve tree would be destroyed during the fight? Destroying the bubble.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah.
Like, or like, what if like the fishmen living inside the bubble is like what powers the Eve tree? If it's been stealing the dreams of these fishmen for like however many 100 years or something to grow all of these devil fruits from the Eve tree, then like just imagine how pissed off he would be. You'd be like, oh, what? You stealing fishmen's dreams? What? Like, like I could just imagine how angry he would big Gear 3 fists, but Gear 5 Gigant levels, and then stretch it all the way to the bottom of the ocean to destroy the place. Because he'd be so...
I think this is the reason why Fishman Island was never destroyed. If you think about it, they had years and years they hated them. I think it was an Imu's plan to have the bubble around Fishman Island. I think it was a measure to basically what's called assured mutual self. What's the word in English? When you're not gonna make a move on me because it's just causing your own demise as well. Assured mutual destruction or something like that. Assured mutual destruction. Yeah. Because you think about it, it's not logical that something like that would happen unless it was a means to defend himself. By popping the bubble, you also affect the Eve tree. What if basically, it sounds crazy, but I thought of this. What if basically, if the bubble pops, the Eve tree will collapse and it just destroy Bengay Castle as well? But what if the Eve tree is destroyed, destroys Pancake Castle, but it goes up to the bubble and then destroys Fishman Island? Literally, there's a no winning. And that would explain why for all those years, they're discredited and hated, but they never go and attack Fishman Island. They're scared of their own demise.
There is one consideration that I think is important with the whole bubble thing, which is that like it creates air for fish that like they don't normally need air underwater, but like or they can survive without it. But well, actually, if they lived on the surface before that, then you know, I guess it makes sense that they would want an air environment. But you know, like, what if the reason for the bubble is that, like, there were fruit users there, and the fruit users are protected by the bubble, and, like, just for years, they haven't had as many devil fruits because all these pirates and humans and whatever stealing them all and killing them all and everything. And, you know, and then, like, the world government's got, like, a whole bloody collection of them they give to, like, all their admirals, basically.
Yeah. No, I do agree. Like I said, I think there's going to be, it's going to go simpler and simpler. I tell people my prediction is we're going further in the story. I think we will only get parallels of the East Blue arcs. As we go deeper in the story, we're going to go back to the East Blue arc type of lore.
That's a good prediction, I think, because like I see that as like a higher likelihood than like a lot of theories. Like, because, you know, talking about all the, like, inversions and parallels to, like, prior arcs, it feels like we're starting to parallel stuff from, like, earlier on in the story now. And I really wouldn't be shocked if we start, like, having straight up East Blue, like, complete inversions that are, like, you know, East Blue arcs, but, like, blown up to, like, the entire world scale, you know?
Have you all seen Waterworld?
Have serious buggy bombs and like, you know, incoming.
Jack?
Wait, what about Waterworld?
Have you seen it?
I remember the name of the movie from like the mid-90s.
Old as hell. Classic. Classic.
I just don't remember it.
We're watching that today, later on. Fuck that. Nasty. We're going to watch that in BC later on, bro. Fuck that. You get fired.
That could be chill. Sounds fun. Movie nights are always chill.
Because Nasty had said in chat, I'm going to have to take another look at Waterworld to see if I find anything that may have inspired Oda. So.
Interesting.
I want to do that with him.
1995 or something, right? So, like, he probably been like, oh, well, I'm writing this story about pirates and stuff, so, oh, it's a water world? Well, maybe I'll make a water world that will, you know, like an all blue world. Oh, wait a minute. That's not.
I haven't seen that movie in so long. I had to watch
stories for this water world so that, like, you know, some of the, like, oh yeah, parts of it are disconnected for control of. Oh yeah, the world government. That sounds good. You know, it's like, yeah, it's just like those wacky Alex conspiracy theories. Yeah, it's a world government and blah blah blah. It's like almost as bad as real life. Oh wait, I forgot I wasn't supposed to say that.
Sure.
Yeah, but yeah. Not to drop any accident truths on chat or whatever.
Yes. But yeah. And I'm gonna give props to someone who I'm so sad I came too late, you know. I looked in the vault quickly to see who else was there on the stream before. I saw there was Dak, Kevin, all of that. So it's a shame. But I'm gonna give props to one person here. Andy has dropped one of the most interesting takes he's ever had when he dropped up here and he talks about the harmony of the world, that everything has a balance. Which I told him, I think this works on everything in One Piece. That would explain how the Seraphim are in Statue were complete. It wasn't about having the right ingredient, it's just to find the harmony between all of them, so that they could fuse together. But, you know, wouldn't have had that without that, Andy. So interesting.
There's the F sharp chord. It's the sound of the planet, like in the real. That's what like people are saying. I'm no music expert, but like yeah, like. And yeah, it's a straight.
I'd imagine it would be like F sharp, but like if you add a few hertz to it, so that it's like at like A equals 444 or something, or 432. Like I imagine that's what the F sharp would be, probably. Just guessing.
But I have this new video. Like I just need to start working on like editing it, recording. I already finished writing it, the script, and yeah, it is. I am so happy with what I found out, researched, and I can't wait to share it. Yeah, I'm so excited. I can't wait to finish it.
You know, you've got to cooking up, right?
What?
It's one of those where you know, like, oh, I've got something special cooking up here.
Yeah, I've been holding myself from talking about it all night.
Man, yeah, like sometimes I'm just like, oh, I can't talk about this crazy theory I had. Can't talk about it, and then like an hour into people like talking, I'm just like, nah, you know, I'm just gonna drop this idea in chat, see what people think. Yeah, I'm just like I don't know, maybe I lack self-control, or like the company truth drug got me, but like I shouldn't joke about that. That's supposed to be secret, or it was 50 years ago or something.
But yeah, honestly, it's and I say that to Andy, it's one of those takes where he needs to keep talking about it because people don't realize, even when he's on streams. So these dead people give him his flowers as well because they don't realize. It's one of those thought process where it can be used for anything in One Piece.
Yeah.
Oh, and then there's the thing with I stumbled across the Akashic records. It's I didn't find anything with One Piece Connect like related to it. Like no one ever talked about it. So I used it in my recent video, and yeah, it's like a realm or you access right through prayer, and there it's like it keeps like pretty much like punk records, like a data like Google search for, but like it's Google like with all like archives of records for thousands of years, for like up to like 2,000 years or not, like more. Yeah, and like they access it through prayer, but what if like in the One Piece world, like Oda was inspired by this, in order to access punk records you need to like, you know, have everybody in harmony, play music, keep everybody in sync, like there might be a certain pitch to
records.
Excuse me?
Did you say the Akashic records?
Yeah, Akashic records, yes.
Yeah, man, like I haven't heard of that from people that weren't like serious crazy musicians in a while.
Yeah.
He's been cooking, bro.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, I go in all in that in my recent video that came out like a few weeks ago.
Drop your link, Lex. You got the chat starving. Drop your link. You a mod?
Yeah. I'll drop the link.
Make sure that I'm subbed to all of your stuff, man. That sounds interesting.
Cube, you drop your link too for your recent video, please.
Yeah, there we go.
I put it in it's in the YouTube chat.
There you go. I see it.
But yeah, I still need to see your video, Cube. I will see it soon. I promise. I'm really looking forward to it. Really looking forward to it.
5 minutes. It's not that long.
Yeah, I know. But yeah, I'm just being honest. I have yet to see it, but it is on my top. It's on the top of my to watch list.
Definitely go to. Yeah. I can't wait for the next part, Cube. You still there?
He muted his mic.
Oh. Lex, you got anything else you want to cook?
Not really. Well, the whole thing about that. What if because in a previous Egghead chapter we saw when the chapter where we see York Point like shooting Shaka in the bottom floor, the basement or whatever room that is floor. It looks like we see some kind of shadow. I remember there was a bunch of speculation like, who is that shadow? What if that shadow was Saturn?
Right. Yeah, I remember that.
Yeah, that's super possible. Because I remember looking at that panel, because there is something there. Like, was that Moria? Who's that? Like, was it Moria Seraphim? Like,
I remember there being like 30 different. You know, anything that was going on in Egghead, like everybody would have like 20 different theories for like who is going to do what and why, and like, is this character really this character, or is it Blackbeard pirate in disguise? Is, you know, like everything was in question for the entire like story arc, which I kind of love that.
Yeah.
It's like everything's so like uncertain, and we don't even know if any of the characters are really the characters they're supposed to be, because like there's probably Blackbeard pirates on the loose somewhere, and like who knows?
Katarina could be anyone. She could be...
Well, no. But seriously, what if all of them are actually just bloody hypnotized and they have no idea where they are or what they're doing, and like they're just sitting on the floor like playing with toys? Yeah. You know, like, it could be anything. And then like meanwhile, like there's this news report about how they're like taking over the world with Vegapunk or whatever, and like, you know, the world government's got 200 marine ships lined up outside, and they're just like completely hypnotized by Blackbeard pirates or something.
Also, like, we're going back to Egghead. Like, yeah, it could go anywhere. I'm so hyped for the next chapter. Like, it's gonna be, oh man,
it's like
we could even get like a time skip. Like we could, Otis says we're going back to Egghead, but like, what if like it's at the end of the chapter? It could be like the day after, like the
Egghead 70 years ago. What? Like what? Egghead's never here. But what even was happening then?
But if
like,
that'd be so badass if we go to space, and like I'd be happy if we go to like from Egghead to space, Egghead to Elbaf, anyone, anything, any order.
Like,
I don't care.
That was the thing. That's literally like a thing from like various people's One Piece D&D type ideas, where they're like, oh yeah, then like the base we were in like turned into a rocket ship, so we're just like floating to this mystery planet now. Like, wait, what? Like you're leaving the current planet that the story's on, and it's like, it's like that would be an exciting thing for like the the entire Egghead to like launch off as a rocket or something. It's like, just imagine like 200 marine ships show up, and like before they start opening fire, then like they launch, but then they realize as they're traveling through space that they're stuck in a rocket ship with Gorosei Saturn, and he's very not happy with them because he has an important meeting to be at, and like now he has to do like a crazy thing with Kizaru's awakening maybe to get out.
Another thing is the with the whole the Garp and the with the the what's his name, Akiji fight. They both have their own like kind of justice.
Man.
Garp's, I'm not really sure Garp's justice is what, like love justice, man. Classic old-fashioned justice, classic justice.
We can't even be sure of what his justice would really be.
Akiji's is lazy justice. And you know what? You know what's interesting too? What's in the world justice? It's just ice.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's just ice. Like, you could totally say that and like make it like actually cool.
Yeah,
in like a really funny way.
Who's on cool? We can't.
Yeah, man. It's like, it's not cool when I say it, but like I'm not Aokiji, so.
Thanks.
Like if I was a blue pheasant person, I'm sure it would be cool.
So Jack, let me get your take on this, bro. Like, so he told Smoker way back when, I'm still me, bro. Do you think he's still him?
That is a good question, because it depends what he meant by it. You know?
I feel like he's still, like y'all saying, he's still following his own justice and shit. It's just,
or
he might be clouded right now.
But there's also another possibility that he was just saying that he was still them at that moment, but then after that he went and like had some drinks with the Blackbeard pirates and changed. So,
but that's the thing, the drink he shared with the Blackbeard, like he views Blackbeard as like a stepping stool for himself. Like he's using them for his own freedom.
They're both free to do. They're sharing a goal. They're using each other. Yeah,
exactly. That's what Blackbeard told him. He told him like, we're not friends and shit. Like we cool, but like everybody has their own agendas and shit. That's pirating. But I mean, I'm just grouping them up. We're the strongest type shit.
I think that
you fit in, bro. Like you follow your own agenda. Do what you do. As long as you helping me, motherfucker. That's how Blackbeard is. He don't give a fuck. And Kuzan fucked with that. That's it. He's just like,
I think that like,
I see how it is. Bet I can fuck with that for now. Shit. I just took a L.
It is such a weakness to his crew, though, that like none of them seem to like believe in each other or like, you know, really support like each other's ideals or like goals, but like, you know, they're just all using each other in this kind of not cool way. Like, it wouldn't shock me if like we got like Garp telling him like, you don't even understand what like Rock stood for. This is like, I'll tell you what he stood for, blah de blah, you know?
Yeah, Blackbeard's crew's like
regardless of whether or not he's Rocks or not, like he could still tell him like you don't even understand what Captain Rocks wanted. You named your ship after him. Are you a moron? Like, I love that he just made.
That could happen. Yeah, that could happen.
It would be hilarious if he like just straight up made fun of Teach to his face, and I don't know. He'd probably just laugh about how he's gonna like trade him to the world government for money or something, or I don't know, his pirate country. Or I don't know, maybe Garp would actually give him like solid advice about something. Like, well, actually, that's kind of stupid. Like, it would make a lot more sense if we did it this way. And but actually, you know, Roger would have done it this way. Like, if he could completely mess with him, and like, I don't know, he might even like straight up just like mess up like all of the stuff that. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe Aokiji like is working with Garp the whole time, because it
yeah, they were in on it. The fight at Hachinosu, they were both in. Yeah,
like it's really that final frame where like everybody's like, no, he's not skewering him and freezing him to death. What he's doing is he's freezing the wound. It's like, well, actually, yeah, that makes sense, because like Teach would be upset if they lost their only like bargaining thing. And like didn't have a better bargaining chip.
Like, so, where's Akiji's penguin? Like last time we saw Akiji in the manga before, like he was with this penguin. Like they showed at one point. Maybe he said he had his penguin send a note to Garp.
No, the penguin is setting everything up. He's like the secret operator that's like got the whole like escape plan, and like maybe he's even like rigged like booby traps on all the Blackbeard Pirates stuff, or like just something. No, what if the penguin is doing it independently because he doesn't understand he's not supposed to be booby trapping all this stuff because they didn't steal his friend? They, you know, like what if it's something funny where like the penguin is like, you guys stole my friend, you know, like that's his internal thoughts, but really like he just doesn't understand that like Aokiji actually wants to like imagine if he has to go out there and have a long chat with this penguin. Maybe that would be too funny and it wouldn't be serious enough and would distract from the plot points.
But yeah, I could see the possibility that Garp and Akiji spoke before their meeting, their recent meeting.
I mean, it would make sense if like after leaving the Marines he would still go and like chat with Garp, but like what if he's also going and chatting with Dragon? Like what if they're part of like each other's book club or something, and like, you know,
yeah,
it wouldn't be that surprising.
Imagine if we get a panel of Akiji talking to Dragon and Saul.
Yeah.
This is like a recent
cool
thing. Yeah, like Akiji was like, I knew you would live that. Telling Saul. Yeah.
Why did I think of that? Like, yeah, Aokiji talking to Saul, Dragon, and like maybe even Garp's in on the meetings because of like being some type of connect between, like he's not a member of Sword because he's the guy that needs to connect like Sword and the Revolutionary Army because of like, you know, his kid and stuff. And he also.
This is my thing. I would agree with everything except I think Akainu and Garp, it's because I think Akainu is sitting as Garp, is their will were influenced by Emu, by the government at one point in their life. I think it's God's Valley. I think the whole thing is I do believe, but I think some people like Akainu and Garp have helped Sword without even knowing. Basically, they don't know about their identity. So that flashback of Garp giving them a lesson, maybe they never told him it's for Sword, but Sengoku put it to.
I'd be shocked if he didn't know, but like, you know.
Because this is my thing. I would agree, but I think it's a huge liability on having someone with everything I said. He used to be Rocks, forgot that he was Rocks, and now he became Garp. I don't see it as, but I could see him working with Sword, but just not knowing the full extent of everything. You know what I mean? He's limited information.
Tell them something like, you know, like no, I can't join you guys. I can't even be a member because there's a lot you guys don't know. And they'd be like, no, what is it, Mr. Garp Senpai? Please tell us your wise stories of justice. And like, maybe he's just like, there are some things like you guys just, you shouldn't know, and things that you'll die if you know, or, you know, like something wild to do with like,
why didn't he save Ace, but he saved Kobe? This is very important. This shows what Garp follows rules. He kept saying, Ace, why can't you be a Marine? Why were you a pirate? And the moment that Kobe is a Marine taken, he shows 100% of his will. That's why I feel like, for me, it is simple as that. They don't have access 100% of their will. It's only they follow rules. And I think that's why, that's why I think that's why I'm going with the idea that he is part of SWORD, but he doesn't get the same access that Sengoku other people would get. They decide on a mission, and he knows about it, but he has no control over it because they basically give him the information that follows his rules. Because I'm pretty sure, if I'm right about the Garp's rocks, if he does something that would go against his rules, he would go against it, or like he would fight it in a way, which would make sense. You know what I mean? Because
what if Shanks was supposed to have the same stuff done to him, but then they like took him off God Valley, and so Roger was raising him so he wouldn't be like one of these like God Knight peoples or something.
Yeah.
I mean, there's all kinds of wild stuff. Well, and then there's all like, oh, well, if they were all on, you know, if all the warlords or like some version of them were all on God Valley, then like, what about Mihawk? Like, what's the deal with his black blade? Did he make the blade black? Like, did it cost somebody's life, or did it like, was it a fruit power thing, or, you know? I have so many speculations on anybody that's got green hockey. Like, most of them are dead, or like people that were said to have died or should have died or something. It's like people that conquer death functionally. So like obviously Brooks hockey, like he's been green hockey since before hockey was even a thing, you know. But like, and also Mihawk, but like. Oh, is that Randy?
Yo, is that Randy Troy?
Did he hop in too? Come on, Randy. You gonna make you gonna surprise?
Oh, he's cool. What's up, man?
Like,
how are you, man?
Savage.
You know, he said he's going to bed. Now
I'm about to go to sleep though. I'm just popping in.
Get back up.
Right on.
I'll probably go wrap up soon too, but they in here cooking.
Like,
what's up, brother?
Like, tell some bedtime stories or something. like they do we do like the Garrett's Rocks theories or the other wild ones like the.
Hey, he's about to go to sleep. Let that man cook real quick. Hold on, Jack. Give him a second. Right. Give him a second. Randy, what up, brother?
What's up, guys? Yeah, I'm I'm not staying. I can't even think right now. But Ronnie hit me up and I figured I'd just pop in and say hey.
That's crazy. That's crazy. Randy Troy. Oh my god. Come on, bro.
Sure. Well, we'll get Ronnie next time to send you earlier. Yeah.
Yeah. Next time we'll do it earlier and shit like. But this was goated. Like we've been going for hours.
There's a lot of cool people that have dropped in.
Do it up. Do it. All right, guys. I'll catch you next time.
Hey,
have a good one.
You, bro.
Yeah.
That's a W. That's a big W. That's crazy.
Yeah, it's the first time I've talked to him where it wasn't just like a random comment that I left on one of his videos.
Yo, I did not expect for Randy Troy to hop on Discord.
I mean, I was talking to him like, no.
Send a message to Ronnie. I assume Ronnie, you sent him you saw my message then, Ronnie. That's good.
No, I didn't see your message. What'd you say?
Look at my message, DMs. It's like I sent it 15 minutes ago.
Oh shit.
I said, try to get Randy Troy. I see him online.
I saw him online too. Like, you know, I was like, wait, what the fuck? That's why I was like, yo. I started talking to him. I was like, hop in if you want. He's like, better take it down. I was like, all right, bet. I'll hit you for the next one because this is the first of many now. And this is going to be a first installment of beginnings. Where the fuck are you at, Cube? Oh, you sent it to my main or the side?
Yes, it's their main one, I think. Or the wait. No, it's the main one. That's why. Yeah. I'll send it to the other one next time. Yeah, no worries. Anyways, guys, before you hop off, guys, remember today at 1 p.m. EST, TLA is having a guest on, a special guest, Shrivel.
Ooh. Oh, yeah.
That's a big dub.
Yeah, that's a big W. And honestly,
you got a link already?
The best time sorry?
You have a link already?
If you want, you know what, Liz, if you want to do another promotion, because I'm going to promote in a couple hours again, I'll drop this in the VC chat if you want to take it. This is the thumbnail for the...
You got a link though?
The link isn't there yet because we haven't done anything. Don't worry. It'll be in the 1 hour before the stream usually. When our streamer gets on and he gets the stream key and everything, because we don't have a link yet.
Okay.
Like this. At least if you want to promote again, you have at least the panel. And yes, people tell us we don't care about being put in big since it's the last art thing. So we put Triple bigger, obviously because it's the guest. People have told us why you did that. We don't have a big ego, so we don't care.
No, that's fire. That's fire.
Yeah. That's a great thumbnail. That's a good thumbnail. Yeah.
I think I've seen that.
Vex did a good job. Yeah. So it'll be fun, yeah. And no, since we're like this, because people have been asking us, as TLA always get people to hop on. When you have people like Shrivel, like content creators, we don't do the whole jump in and out. You know what I mean? So it's a close stream for once.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. I can already see Andy Lex sending me messages. Screw you, bastard. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, begin the hostilities.
Oh, you hop in, bro.
Yeah. But Jack, I'm happy. Honestly, every time Jack and we talk, it's a spectrum. It started with, I saw him once on a 1VC in TLA where there was a toxic guy. Then haven't spoken to Jack for like 2 months. And then we spoke I think for over 2 hours on the Ron's VC. Crazy take, rocks, a lot of stuff.
Like a few days.
Yeah. And then Ronnie kept telling me for the last 2 weeks, you should speak to Jack. I said, dude, I know Jack. We've spoken a few times. It's just we just see each other once, and it lasts. Today is very short compared to the other times. It's so fun.
Yeah, we always have like really chill, long chats about like all kinds of stuff. It's always really interesting. So I got ideas that are like similar to the stuff I'm thinking, and it's like I always get like new ideas just from hearing like what their thoughts are. Like
that's what it's all about, Jack. That's what NAKAMA we bounce it off each other, and we're gonna figure out the One Piece together type shit.
Exactly. That's like the
stronger you get.
Yeah, man, for sure. Increasing likelihood of figuring out all of Oda's secrets.
We already figured it out. Lex, me, Marth, Chestnut, Kev. Oda's an alien. Go peep.
Well, I mean, yeah, I certainly wouldn't. I wouldn't judge him differently if he were either alien or human, because he would still be Oda Sensei.
He'd still be Oda.
Yeah,
he was sent here to save the Earth, actually.
May the Goda be with us always.
And to bring the One Piece story through fruition.
Yeah, man.
Go peep the video. Ancient One Piece, Oda, by Tainted Mark. And us, NAKAMA gang.
Right on.
Yeah, that's true.
Oh, now I can hear.
I know we should end soon. Like, this has been a golden stream. Is there any last words from any of you guys you want to say?
What a good time.
What a great time to be a One Piece fan.
Yeah,
exactly.
That's what this was all about, for real. Like, just to talk about literally everything. We had the live action discussion. We had the anime discussion. Gear 5, everything. Egghead coming up. Then we started just cooking about manga, like current stuff, theories. That's when we started going in.
For sure.
I can't wait to watch this It's gonna take a couple of days to watch this back. This is a little extreme right here. Appreciate everybody for coming through, whether it was in the stream or whether it's in the chat. NAKAMA uniting, this is a beautiful thing. You know I love that shit, bro. Appreciate y'all.
No worries, no worries. Anyways, guys, it's morning. I have to eat breakfast and everything, and hop off. But I hope I'll see you guys all at today at 1 p.m.
I have an interview in 6 hours, and then I'll still be in your stream a couple hours after that.
Yeah. So good luck on good luck on the interview. I'm giving you good vibes, okay, man?
Appreciate you, brother.
Yes, good luck, Arnie, on your interview.
Good one, man.
Appreciate you.
Listen, and I'll be on the next one. I swear you told me. I thought you told me Saturday. I thought it was to later on after. That's why I told you I'll hop on after the Shrivel stream. Because I thought it was Saturday. I would have come sooner or else. But no worries. All good.
I'm trying to think whether I'm gonna do bi-weekly or just monthly, but we'll see.
Yeah, no worries. Guys, nice chatting to you guys. Talk to you soon. And Jack, I'm very happy you made an effort. You kept one accent at a time. That's good. Because you're going American and British, in the same sentence, it's too much for me. So at least you kept it under control.
Jack held it down, yo. Jack probably spent. He was cooking for a good, I'll say, about 16-17% of the stream. So.
Oh, right on.
Yeah. Anyways.
Yeah, I was guys. Yeah, before that.
Good. Anyways, see ya.
Yeah.
Have a good night, Q. Be safe, brother. Any last words from you guys? Anything you want to say? Cook.
Great time, man. As always,
Yeah, it was good. We cooked a lot. Great discussion. Really fun. Can't wait for the new chapter to come out next week because we're on break this week.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully by when your next discussion mini reverie is out, my video should be, hopefully it's done by then so I could discuss it. Holding it all in. Yeah.
Hell yeah, they just go off.
Yeah.
Nice. Yo, what you just said just like went crazy. Like, I know we said this earlier in the stream, but bro, we're gonna get the new chapter and Gear 5 at the same time. Like, do you understand how crazy this?
Yeah, it's gonna be.
It's gonna be wild.
We'll have a heart attack.
Gonna blow up, and like all the streaming platforms or something, like Crunchyroll will be down for like a day and a half, probably.
Oh yeah.
Facts, bro.
Trending number one on Twitter, for sure.
It's gonna be crazy. Hey, bro. Again, appreciate y'all. Hey, have a good night, Jack. I need you to start cooking some theories and make some videos. So promote you.
Yeah, bro. Good, man.
You keep doing what you're doing. You go.
Yeah.
Y'all go follow Andy Lex everywhere.
Yeah.
Thank
Just
you.
sub when I
Awesome.
go.
Badass.
Like up, sub up, comment, share, all that good shit. NAKAMA vibes. You already know the vibes, bro. Everybody be safe. Have a great night.
Yeah, man.
Thanks for showing love. I appreciate it.
Yeah,
and
cheers.
Until the next one.
Yeah. Laters, everyone. Good night. 5, 4, 3,
You know.
2.